lifts that veil of denial and shows us our own maladaptive patterns in which we must make those corrections without judgment, punishment, or condemnation, but only through the type of emptying that you are facilitating for the people today. And I hope that I got that across to you. For me, it's very, very simple because we're all actually existing right now eternally in that state of holiness and wholeness. And then we're going to seek something outside of ourselves and otherworldly and get high and go on a trip and bad trip and good trip and hallucinate, and all these things in English are just they don't apply from what I'm saying to you about just give up the denial of oneness and correct the root cause of your out of balance conditions, and then empty it, and then that's going through the cleansing and purification. So I already told you that earlier, that this is an actual cleansing and purification ceremony process. So we're approaching the midnight hour, and that's why I put it in a template. And that template is the sequencing that we're following the natural order. So it's not a man-made ritual, doing a ritual. The ceremony and the words are connected to the vibration of the natural order, and the holy people are assisting and helping our with us through the vigil, through the night hour to the morning dawn, a new day, new beginning, new life, and the blessed way of life.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you so much.
I did it. I'm a brain surgeon.
Yeah.
Spiritual brain.
So the two people that are singers, there's the singers, and then I'm the diagnostician. So that this ceremony is to talk someone back to balance and harmony between Mother Earth and Father Sky. And then we have male and female singers. They sing all night long. But I'm the diagnostician, and I'm doing the ceremony of talking people to rebalance and harmony and rebalance.
Thank you, Patricia. Yahira, are you on? Oh, you're muted. You let me one moment. We're having a little technical thing on my end. Let me switch. Okay, here we go. Yahira wants to share. You should.
I got it. Thank you. Thank you so much, grandmother Patricia. Thank you so much. I'm almost at no words for all that wisdom that you just gave, and downloads, activations. So much said with in between the spaces of the words. And I'm so grateful beyond anything. It's a little, what a gift. What a blessing. It really touches me deeply. Everything that you just shared. Astaria, I was going to ask you, do we have a way to get the documentations that she shared in the beginning at her first hour? I would like to know if we would have that. The second thing is this recorded? May we have a copy of it? The third is, I haven't been able to hear everything all the way through. Is like I said, I went in between, in and out, but I really want to acknowledge Patricia here, and also Ina, and there were several others, but I'm catching up, okay? And I'm putting all the pieces that I first started to hear Patricia when she was speaking. I got pulled away. I ended up at a park, but I did see an eagle and an osprey hawk circle me while I was sitting on a lake. I went to go ground with a medicine woman here, and then we ended up at a labyrinth, for real. And now I'm back here, and it's just the grid work, right? And I never knew that I would be so blessed to receive so much wisdom from everybody who just spoke, but especially I really want to emphasize what Patricia just shared with us, and the documentation and the ceremony for purification and everything that she's speaking about, the Dene and the Navajo and her father and the medicine people and the holy people and the purification process, like an emphasis on when I went to the Hopi last year, it was on a mission that I was just receiving from Great Creator. There was a man that nobody believed in. There was something going on. And I trusted that Great Creator was asking me to go see about it, because there was some truth in everything that was happening, and they needed space holders, somebody to witness. And so I said I would do it, but it ended up on the Hopi Res on February 22nd, like I shared earlier. But one of the biggest instructions I left there with, oh my goodness, it was, wow, there's just so much coming up, that we had to go through the great purification. And a lot of us don't have those instructions, and we've been disconnected. And we're having this panel that's speaking about how to come into the sacred and how to protect our children and all of us that are healing our ancestral traumas. We don't have those original instructions of those ceremonies and the songs. And when I traveled around North America, I was blessed to meet a lot of people. But because of my journey, I've been invited, but it hasn't been the time. And everything that you're sharing right now is just coming freely from your heart. But to me, it's prophecy. We talk about the eagles and the condors, and to me, it's about this great purification that we're all going through. And my big question to you and all those that have these maybe original instructions is, how can we come into the great purification, all of us together, because we're going through it. We're all some of us are way further than others, but we're all in the dark night of our soul collectively, astrologically. And here we are shifting the paradigms, and everything that you were talking about with the cleansing is exactly what the Hopi shared with us, and said that they had just come from the ceremonies with the Kogi, and it feels like it's being shared with all the indigenous, that this is the time that all of that's being shared. And since you're here, I guess what I'm asking is, how can we, those that are here, people are asking me to help them purify in the sacred waters, and we haven't taken them. And I've been sitting here asking Great Creator, what's the original instructions? And you're just speaking about it in such a way that that's why I'm crying, is because it feels like, would this be possible? Because there's so many of us. Oh man, I'm thinking about the thousands that I met, but everybody's scared right now because of what happened with not just ayahuasca, but ceremony in general. How about, yeah. And that's it. I'm complete. Thank you so much for sharing everything that you did. Wow. Being a part of holding space and listening until everybody speak is beyond. And I am open, and I have been a survivor, and I am good. Also, I want you all to know these are tears of just deep gratitude for Patricia, which she just shared. And I don't want to look at the panel and read all the names right now. So I just want to close my eyes and be in my heart, if that's okay, and just say, I absolutely have listened and saw and felt in my heart each one of you. Oof. And yes, there will be extreme self-care this evening, but if you could respond in any good way, Patricia, I would be honored to receive. Thank you. Ahonahi.
Thank you, because I'm a person who said yes to being the conduit of love as radiant. And we're all in that place. It's built within us. So there's no deficient self-image. We're not born into a deficient self-image. That's the correction in the ceremonial place, is to say, Creator, I made a mistake. I forgot who I am. I'm the precious sacred child of Creator within creation. And I'm not using the word specifically, the art of making distinction. I'm not using the word God because the human being appointed himself the God of this planet to control and manipulate the world resources for their benefit. And so I just call that the spirit of hindrance, which I identified earlier today as I named it and said that's inverse. So that's sorcery. And in English, we've all heard this, and did we pay attention to it? I know I heard it. We all know the phrase. We've heard it somewhere from somebody. Make the decision for the greatest good for the greatest number of people. That's the original instructions. That's our sole purpose and our life mission. And we each have that genius gift in which we all will do our part and inspire and motivate others to do their part. And then that's how I have gratitude also to Asteria and all the helpers who are making this possible and who are having the courage to participate in this ceremonial healing process, because it is intuitive. We all know it's common sense, because you're understanding what I'm saying in the English language, even though I'm not speaking to you in the English language or in the English thinking system. You're understanding that's the proof that it's built into every person. And all a person has to do is give up the denial, because with denial goes the deception and all the lies, and then the deviousness, the conning and scheming to win and have power over others. And then with brute force and deception, and then the defiance. And that's what we're witnessing. So this, what the question that Astaria asked me, I would never be sharing what I'm sharing, except that she asked me specifically. And I have to give the full, complete in English and in the ceremonial language. This is how it is. So in the ceremonial setting, the person, the diagnostician and the practitioner, they each have a specialty. Like everyone here has their specialty from their experience, and they just say, sometimes they don't even say to you what happened, but mostly that's really what takes place, what happened. And the person then can describe, this is what happened to me. This is what I learned. And that's why I'm teaching this. And this is my gift. And this is my path. So that I don't participate in recruiting myself and the next generation participate in our own demise. So it's just simple. I tell the youth life is yes or no and the consequence. That's how simple it is. There's no mystery in it. It's only the miracle of love, and that love is radiant. It's the essence and substance of the whole universe. So when we say that word, ayo anenshne, ayo anenshnedigi, it's a collective, that heart to heart hug. It's collective. It's not, I only just love you and nobody else, or I only love myself, or I don't love anybody. And we're blocking that heart when in fact our breathing in breath and out breath coordinates with the heart, because the heart is in Hajine, which is the origin of fire, and Inapakon, which is the fire of life, and the lungs here. So fire and air is inspiration. So that's the power that we're using. So it's all built into all of us. Nobody is lacking it. Nobody is deficient in it. So that's what we're affirming collectively together and all doing our part. And so I have to say these words so that the vibration can go into the mass media for mass healing, because it is the time to do this. And that's why Asteria is inspired and guided from her life and experience to bring us together for this purpose, regardless of anything else that's going on around us, including the attempted interruptions that are called spirit of hindrance. So those original instructions make the decision for the greatest good for the greatest number of people. So justice is synonymous with love. So we're saying we're doing social justice. We're doing social medicine. That's the original concept of medicine, our interrelatedness, our interconnectedness. That is what we call Hojojik Ina. It's talking about the blessed way of life, that is that how we live accordingly to the laws of love that we radiate, and that love is the only real power. It's the truth is the only real power, and then it's our protection. So I'm going to say, Aniya, my spiritual family, my relatives. Isn't that true? Isn't it the way? Isn't it? That's the way it is. Isn't that the way it is?
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. Khalil has had his hand up for a moment. Khalil, are you there? I'll unmute you. Sorry for the delay. You have a question?
Hello, I just want to give gratitude to this whole Zoom call and everybody in here. Today is was a very powerful day for me, and observations being present today. And my spirit was like kept reminding me to tap into this call tonight, and I'm truly grateful that I had the opportunity and everything was in alignment for me to tap into this divine meeting and actually take in and download what was given to me tonight. And I just want to give my gratitude. That's really all it is for me. It's giving gratitude and being able to be in touch and see the beautiful souls that are operating in this higher space and higher realm to heal. Um, yeah, that's all I want to do in my life now is just heal and help other people heal. Because I went through my different space of healing and working with miracles and doing miracles. But like now I'm just in a space of like just kind of sitting back and like working on myself more because I know I need to do that in order to actually care for others. So I just want to say gratitude. Thank you for everything that you guys shared today. And and all the emotions I felt within everything. So that's it. Thank
Thank you, Khalil. Thank you, Patricia. I'm really grateful that we had some extra time to hear from you since the other presenter wasn't able to log on. So that worked out in a beautiful way. We are reaching now our next hour, and I just want to confirm. I apologize, but our next presenter is in the room. Yes. Are you under? Yes. Okay. Sorry, because I have two different names for you, so I just apologize. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you. Give me one moment. Okay, make you a co-host. I muted you again. Sorry. One moment. Okay. And I'm just going to also post in the chat thread. I'm going to post our safe space agreements. And we are starting our next hour. So welcome everyone who's just jumping on to the NPO Society's May Talk, a 24-hour live conversation about sacred sexuality, safety, and sexual misconduct in ceremonial, psychedelic, and healing spaces. I will post these safe space agreements in the chat, so go ahead and take a look at them if you haven't yet. And then we will pass it over to our next presenter to introduce themselves. Go right ahead, the stage is yours.
Hi, Astaria. Thank you so much for hosting and holding the space for everybody today. My name is Yuki, and I kind of been in and out hearing different people talk throughout the day, and it's been so amazing to hear everyone sharing, and just it's been so informative, educational, and it's something I think is very important. It's a kind of discussion that we don't normally have, freedom to talk freely, I think, in our society. Just it's something that I think we're not so comfortable often with. And I did kind of want to just, after hearing everybody kind of talk about containers in general. And I know that, all of us, there's a momentum right now for healing spaces with entheogens and plant medicines. And it's a very sacred space that also is delicate, I think, from the legal standpoint. And I think it's very important that we're able to protect the space and allow it to flourish so that people have the opportunity to participate safely. And so I think this is something that is so very dear to my heart and important. So thank you again. I kind of wanted to touch base on the idea of social containers as well. And I feel that, in our society, we have our own container. And in this container, it puts certain frameworks for even the concept of sexuality. And I think this also has a strong impact on the way sometimes we, have experienced how education on sexuality is even taught and shared. And I forgot who it was that was talking before, but he was mentioning kind of that the communication is so important and vital. And I do wonder, even within families, I don't have children, so it's going to be a big thing that, people with children, how parents feel about the idea of sexuality. It brought forth the children into this world. And these children, how do we view, how to bring these children up, to learn about life. And a big portion of life, I think, is also courtship and relationships and sexuality. And so I think that even in our society, as a large container for expressing, life itself, is quite lacking. We don't have, I think, a proper container. And part of it also could be that America is a great experiment with so many cultures, and we do want to be respectful for everybody. We don't have like a one, way that fits for everybody. And so sometimes I think we all wind up maybe pulling back. Even, spirituality and religion, it's, something that we don't want to push upon, everybody and say that everyone should follow one way. And with so much diversity, I think even with bringing children up, we're kind of left as parents and family to figure out and navigate on our own. And often it lacks even a community, a sense of community, and a shared thought process about this. And I think another reason why is because we're lacking the communication within our community sometimes. And one of the biggest things I think are spiritual practices and beliefs. Sometimes our church, temple, whatever our spiritual belief might be, is the thing that might inform and is a community that kind of imparts how it is that we should teach about sexuality and intimacy and family dynamics. And I think these are the things that I think are very important to discuss, even in terms of what might create traumas, sexual traumas and things. And I did hear, and I sometimes these are kind of difficult things, but I was talking to a therapist, and she's an art therapist, so I was spending some time with her, and she was talking that she was giving therapy to a lot of the priests. And she did mention this, and it's hearsay, unfortunately, so I didn't verify, but it did make me think that sometimes when society does not know how to deal with certain aspects related to sexuality, then that itself creates problems. But she mentioned that in a lot of these Catholic priests were her clients, and that that a lot of them were actually also gay. And they mentioned that there was a lot of shame put on them. I know this was a topic as well, the idea of shame, and that they were kind of led to think that it's safer or better for them to be outside of society because that their sexual orientation was unnatural or is not right with God or something like this. And they were then put in a position to take on celibacy and to kind of be put away from society. And made me think a lot about the way that many of the religious structures are the containers that often inform the way that we should approach family structures and sexuality. And so I do think that talking about all of these different containers that do eventually relate to also creating a container within the psychedelic healing space or any spiritual modality. And I think that for me, it's something that I think gets closer to possibly looking at root causes. Where do we go to fix what we call a problem? If there is in our sacred space that we're holding in our community, people might be predatorial or these kind of things that are happening causing trauma in a healing space, then obviously first thing is quickly like we need to not have this happen because it is defeating the purpose and the intent of the space that's created, you know. So when we create these sacred spaces for healing, and in actuality is creating more trauma, then it's defeating exactly the intent. So, you know, I think that obviously that's one aspect to consider of how we work to create the safe space for, you know, the immediate circles that we work within, but also that larger context and a larger conversation, I think, on a social level. How do we move forward as a society? How do we also that I think helps to not shame as well when there, you know, are deeper root causes that we can try to address, and hopefully we all help all people heal. You know, even perpetrators of traumas, you know, they've been traumatized as well, need healing, and you know, so there should be that level of compassion. And I know that the other idea that was discussed about allowing as many, you know, types of ways of being, and to be inclusive, to allow everyone to feel that they can be themselves and have a container for their own way of being. And there's a certain amount that I know I value that idea, because, you know, at one sense that we might think that it's a problem and then we should eliminate it, but maybe not always. You know, sometimes even if there's violence, and where is a safe container, I think, for violence? Maybe people do sports, boxing, and then the idea of consent comes to mind, because now we have two people consenting. You know, they're going to go and punch each other, go in a boxing ring, and they've both consented to do this. And it's a place maybe that's a safe container to express that energy. You know, as far as the social outcome, is it good for society as a whole is another question, but at least we're creating some container that, you know, allows that to go in a place where there is consent, you know. And so even sexuality, that's another, I think, when we think of what is a container that's proper for working through sexual energy, you know. And I think sometimes part of it is also our own definition. You know, even what we find is okay as where we express and explore our own sexuality is its own container that I think is important to define. Because that allows us to also know, I think sometimes what would be more appropriate or not. Because if we wanted to do and explore sexual things, and, you know, if the healing circle is not the appropriate place, then, you know, maybe it'd be nice that there are places that they have that proper avenue to explore what it is that they're trying to experience, you know. And so I think if you know, people want to have polygamy, you know, if whatever kind of structures they feel comfortable with and the rules within that is also something that I don't judge, you know. And so that that idea of not shaming, I think, comes to mind with that as well. But when the intent is to heal, then I think people do wind up crossing a line that's inappropriate. And so although we, you know, want to be inclusive and allow everyone to be themselves, when the space's intent is for healing, and the actions are basically causing the opposite, then, you know, that's, I think, another topic of how to go about approaching that. And now I'm always curious what everyone else thinks, but I did a lot of these ayahuasca circles, and like sometimes they're divided where the men are on one side and the women are on the other side. And it's kind of an interesting way to go about it, because it is something that is always on the minds of people, I think, that whole space. Like, how do we make sure that people aren't crossing any boundaries and creating any harm? And when I went to these circles, I found that that did help, that one, we should be in our own space first and foremost. So we're try to sit in our own space, and no one really comes into our space. And we should feel safe that we have our own container, our own space, and the facilitator can hold the rest of the space. But we are the ones in our own journey. And if we need help, then we are the ones in control to request it. And so there's, in that sense, not the violation, and it gets complicated because then people are like, what if you are attracted to the same sex, or, you're bisexual, or then maybe that doesn't work, but, I think these kind of attempts of trying to minimize harm, I think is still helpful. And I know that we were talking and heard about if there's a way we can standardize this, and that I actually am not sure if there really is a way, but I think conversation, openness, communication, and also within the community to hold each person safe within the space is a big thing. That if anything seems to deviate or make someone uncomfortable, that there is everyone around that's going to be part of the community to hold each other, to hear each other, to be there for one another. And in the event anything, is happening, that there is a support network within that community, so that if anything seems to be off, at least there's communication and openness about that. So, it's kind of the thoughts that I have, and I wish there was something that was like a solution, but these are kind of just the ideas that I think about. And for me, I don't hold circles, and it's not what I do. I'm not a professional of anything, and most of my work is always almost solo. So, when it comes to even sexuality and exploration, I've had a wonderful time exploring, my sexuality, and even with my partner, we've, created boundaries in space, and we're both on the same page, and so we know we expect one another what we expect, and we have open communication, and so it's been a wonderful container for that exploration. And so I'm kind of curious what everyone might think if, the relationship of the society as a container, and, how all of these things might play into address some of the issues within, what does happen as far as sexual, issues within any circle at all. And so I'm kind of curious what everyone would think about that. If anyone would like to pitch in. So am I supposed to push it? Someone is like trying to go into the waiting room?
I got it with the waiting room.
Yeah.
Are you able to just share your invitation for sharing once more? Sorry.
Oh, how do I do that?
Oh, sorry. Just like your verbal invitation of what you were inquiring about in the space here for our reflections.
Yeah, no, I did wonder what people thought about kind of, the overall social container that we live in, and I mean, I don't know if everyone here is in the United States, but if most people are, that then the country of the United States is a container, and where maybe some things could be changed or could help to improve communication and just sexual health overall for everyone living here. I'm very curious to think, hear what people have to think about that larger container. So
Thank you. I'm going to read, Andrea wrote here in the comments, and I'll just read it out loud. I think it's important to share
Mm,
what she wrote. She wrote, boundaries are typically an issue for anyone with a trauma background. Speaking up and owning your voice is a huge step for most women in general. Downright earth-shaking. I think leaders must speak to giving permission, to standing for oneself, etc. Women are taught to sacrifice for the good of others, that they are less than. Quite often, there are other layers and levels of minorities as well. Mhm. Yeah, really applying, can apply to all of us, yeah. I feel like Paul Mark might have something to share. Maybe.
mhm.
I'm trying to unmute you.
I'm excited.
Well, I actually talked a lot about that. And one of the things is that right now, there is so much in the idea of I have to be right. And I'm not just saying me, but each person
Mhm,
feels like they have to be right. And there are varying degrees of appropriateness. There is no black and white, right or wrong. But because we have that duality, people are in that, well, if somebody else is saying something that does not agree, I must be wrong. And they don't want to be wrong. And
mhm,
so there's a lot of make wrong situations that are going on. And we see that politically right now all over the place. You know, there are the Christians that think that they have the only answer. There are the anti-drag policies, anti-gay policies, anti-whatever. And, you know, even the bathroom situation.
mm.
How many people have gendered bathrooms in their home? You know, it's something like that. And quite frankly, a lot of drag queens have said it semi-jokingly, but it's like nobody wants a little kid. You know, many of us are you know in gay relationships because we don't want kids. You know, there's lots of things that are going on, and there's this idea of villainizing so many people, and in the villainizing, they also become victims.
Mhm.
And so I would definitely say that, as I said before, it starts with each person getting comfortable with themselves. And I can tell you just from experience that the largest homophobes are on the down low somewhere.
Mm. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Paul, for sharing. And I did listen to some of your
It's Paul Mark.
yeah, Paul Mark. Wonderful. Thank you, Paul Mark. Yeah, actually, I did enjoy your talk before when you had your hour. I was there for some of that, so that was really inspirational and eye-opening. And so I did like everything you had to say. Yeah, so it's one of those things that I did wonder if a certain amount of the things that are out of our control, like religious institutions, sometimes, you know, having a hold on ideology, on what you know relationships should look like, and also how sex should be, and it's kind of something that I'm not sure if you can go and change, you know, anything outside of yourself. Sometimes it's an institution that's, you know, that might be going on for some time, you know, and how we don't have that pushed upon everybody else, you know, and that's I think sometimes a difficult thing where if the ideology sometimes also makes them feel that they are doing good and right by trying to help everybody, you know, that's also something I think is very difficult to change.
If I can chime in,
Yeah.
I will say that again is getting into what we in the Condor approach call the OTT, the oppression trap triangle.
Hmm.
And so anytime you're trying to do something for everybody, you're in a victor space.
Mhm.
And so anytime you cast yourself in victim, villain, victor, you are shadow casting people in the other two spaces. And a lot of times we are in these spaces where sometimes we are both victim and villain. Sometimes we are both, we're all three at the same time. And anytime you get into the triangle, you're going to end up being all three at some point in time. So it's important for us to look, and I look at the languaging. So anytime we are in a space of I have to, that's obligation. Put it down. It's not yours.
Right.
So when I'm teaching my clients, when I'm talking, I say often, remember, it's option over obligation. So if it's an option, then yes, choose that. If you are feeling obligation, maybe no. And actually, if it's a maybe, it is a no. When we go to consent, if you're a maybe, it's a no.
Mhm.
And so when we're told to be nice rather than being kind, nice is obligation. Nice is meeting somebody else's idea of what you should be. Kind is from the heart. So I will not be nice. I will be kind.
Mhm.
And when we understand that control is an illusion, the only person you control is
Yourself.
exactly.
Mhm. Yeah. So I know
So
that I agree with that.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
And
it's a
so
go ahead.
you can be an example, you can be an inspiration, and that's it. You can make a request of somebody, but they get to choose. Allow people their choices.
Mhm. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And a lot of the spiritual practices that I've done, it's basically to change the world, change your space, change yourself. And so all the work that I've done is just internal work. Um, but then there is that thing where when do you put a stand on something? That was the same idea of whether on a context of someone holding their own circles and creating trauma to step in, and how do you stop, change something that's external to you in a larger context. There might be governments and other institutions and these kind of things. And so although we want to change our inner space and do that work, and we have control over that, hopefully as much to some degree, and we'll work on that. But then there's also that when do we actually step out and maybe we're wrong with what we see sometimes, or our approach too. But sometimes we see these things, and I think that's also the topic that we're discussing, is that when we see these violations, people having traumas, having the opposite of the healing experience, and actually needing more healing after going to these healing experiences, that then how do we work with that to eradicate that? And we are then going externally, we're going outside of just changing our own views, but stepping in and taking a stand. And and I still don't know what is always the best approach for this, but
Where are you in the triangle right now with that thought?
with which thought?
With that last thought, where are you in the triangle?
Um, where I'm at is that, for me, I'm pretty solitary, to be honest. So, I have circles that I go to, and the circles that I go to,
Okay, and
right?
hang
So,
on.
yeah.
Let's go back.
Mhm.
Your last thought was how do we eradicate that?
Mhm.
So with that thought,
Mhm.
where are you in the triangle?
With eradicating
Yeah, with the
this,
thought of eradicating potential harm. Where are you in the triangle?
and what is the triangle? There's three parts. Again, say it again.
Villain,
Villain.
victor,
Uh-huh.
victim.
I don't feel like I'm actually, can I
Oh,
be
you're in.
not, I have to be one of those three?
You are. You definitely are. Actually, you're in two, but there is one that you really are in.
Hmm. That I feel like I'm not in any of the three, but but I mean, for my reality and thought, I do think that to eradicate or whatever, it's not like an all, across the globe kind of thing, or thought maybe if it's like a universal one truth or anything. But I think that if the intent of a space is supposed to be for healing, that my approach would be like, how do we put protocols in place? And that's kind of like I saw some circles put in, like, maybe separating the men and the female, maybe that'll help to diminish some issues. And so it's like a learning process, and then screening, and then also who's holding the space, if they properly trained, and there's many things. But as far as where am I at with the process of eradicating anything, I'm not eradicating anything yet.
Yeah,
In
but
all honesty.
where are you when you say that thought? Where are you in the triangle when you voice that thought? It's very simple. There's three choices,
Hmm.
and two of the three are correct.
There's a victor, the villain,
Mm-hmm.
and the third one was
Victim.
victim. Well, I don't see myself as a victim. So I don't think I've perpetrated anything like to be the villain in that scenario.
Mm,
Hmm. And then a victor, I don't even exactly know what that means, but
the hero space.
like playing the role of a hero.
Yes.
Well, then that voice would definitely be coming from that hero's voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And the hero is the villain to the projected villain.
So it's sort of like that both are one and the same, depending on what side you're
No.
in, or what does that mean?
So you can be in multiple spaces at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is an energy in the triangle. And so anytime the villain is the harbinger of pain.
Mm-hmm.
And what do heroes do to villains?
Bring about pain? I don't know.
Yeah.
Or what if they brought about healing? Is that possible?
Healing is not always comfortable.
It's not, no.
And not every villain is ready to change. And so the idea of saying, I'm going to heal people, and this
Mm-hmm.
is something that I come across a lot. When you go into the coaching space and you're like, I'm going to fix people, I'm going to heal people. One of the first things I did years ago when I started coaching was fire my fixer.
Mm-hmm.
It is not my obligation to fix anybody but me.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're going to do this work, your first and best client is going to be you.
Mhm.
And then, like we said, you can be an example, you can be an inspiration.
Mhm.
You can't control anybody but you.
I don't disagree with that for sure.
And now, when we're talking about creating a container, then that is where the intake and intention come into play. And so the strength of your intake is going to adjust the safety of the container you create.
Mhm.
And with that, it's also important to know what you have the bandwidth for and what you do not. And
Right.
it's okay to not have the bandwidth for something.
Mhm.
It's okay to admit that you are not trained for something.
Mhm. No, I appreciate that. I think that I don't disagree with the most of you know, your thought is in line with what I believe. Where it comes to that, you know, I do my practices and they're pretty much solo, and that's, you know, been my path is a solo, and I feel like my life gets better every day and every year. But people have been coming to me, and it's like, oh, my friends show up, and the next thing you know, I'm holding space for them, which has not been too complicated, but it worked well. But if they, you know, when I see things grow and things like that, and you join even communities, even as a participant, how do I know, like, I go to a place that's going to be safe? How do I keep myself safe? And I think these kind of things are still very important to kind of, you know, think about how do we ensure that the spaces that we go to, and even as a community, if we have tips, it's like, you know, before we go, maybe certain places are either vetted out, or there's certain things that are safety protocols, community networks, and things like that that we can avoid as much as possible. You know, that people go to a space to heal, but experience the opposite. So I think these things are something that also is of great importance, because that I think in the psychedelic space, it's a fragile space still. From a legal standpoint, I think that also we are careful with even sacraments itself, and then also anything that happens within these circles is of great concern. And for me, I do think that the sacredness of the medicine holders, the wisdom holders, the traditions, and the sacred spaces and the sacraments are all things that I think of great value to protect. And in this legal framework, I think it is something that is of value and importance to think about and try to create as much positive momentum and least amount of, you know, negative experiences happening, or negative, you know, harm that could happen. But you know, that's even with just taking sacrament, you know, and if sexual abuse happens too, that's the same thing, where people are going to these circles, and then it's like, oh, it's not safe, it's not good, we should, you know, not allow this to happen, or, you know, maybe medicine's dangerous, you know. And these kind of things, I think, is also something that I would definitely not want to see, you know, happen. And I think there's certain, these experiences and these sacred spaces are things that I would hope are available in to people who feel called to try that. And so I think that part of this discussion, I think, is also to address that, how to create, you know, safer containers for healing. So I do agree, Paul Mark, with what you're saying about the only thing you could change is within you. But at the same time, I think that it is important to have this open discussion on how best possible to create a space that will endure and be available for, I think, I hopefully as many people as possible. So kind of my thoughts. I don't know if you think that that's in alignment with what you were trying to say, and I hope I didn't misunderstand anything you were saying. But if there's something you think that I need, maybe I needed clarification about, then definitely
So,
appreciate it.
I will let you know, and just to let you off the hook, I don't believe in make wrong situations. So I ask questions just to get clarity.
Mhm.
And it's up to you how you grow into it, or it's up to each person how they grow into those questions.
Mhm.
So I'm just making space. And sometimes the question needs to be pondered for a while.
Mhm. I'm gonna at least write this interesting thing and see where that leads. Is the victor, the villain, and the victim, and that's very interesting. So it's something that at this specific moment I'm not sure what I think about that triangle. But for now, I do appreciate you sharing that, so I can write it down, and as it's in my psyche, and as I progress in life and things come up, maybe there'll be an aha with those three, and the inner relationship between those three. But for now, I don't really, it's not clicking for me, but yeah. But I appreciate your sharing that, so thank you.
I'd love to share something briefly,
Mhm.
which is that I have heard of this triangle, a little bit different format, which was, what was it? Savior instead of the victor. And that was it's like the Karmapa drama triangle, which creates an entanglement loop, really. And it goes around and around and around, and there's always a victim, and there's always a savior, and there's always so really claiming that sovereignty is
Mhm.
how we cut the triangle and own ourselves and own our decisions that we're making or not making. And we can see we can see the structure in these ceremonial spaces, in these psychedelic spaces, the choices that we're making instead of going into these states, being sovereign. I wanted to just bring the offer, an invitation. Andrea had been writing in the comments, and Andrea, if you wanted to ask any questions with your voice. And then I saw Peter also made a comment that he heard of a version of this triangle in the context of NVC. I'd love to also hear what that triangle type is named or is called. But first, Andrea, go ahead. I unmuted you.
Okay, hi. Amutas, is that how you say that?
Yeah, but just Yuki, yeah.
Okay. Hi, thank you for presenting. I guess I was just gonna go because I think sometimes we talk in the abstract instead of really specifics,
Mhm.
Because I think it's a greater question. You were mentioning children. I think it's a greater question of, how do we create, safe spaces for people to be humans, really, and to tell their truth. And I think, historically, children, like women, like they're really sensitive to things going on in the group. And I think there's always in every group people that are differently abled to, own their voice and this kind of thing, specifically in children, like just people being who they are, right? My daughter, has a really strong sense of justice. And so she has always, spoken for herself and spoke, from 3, 4, right? and now she's 9, right? But like when she was in dance class, right? When she spoke up, because I think that should be a valued thing. If you think something is unjust that's going on, she spoke up for her friend, like, hey, like she was just trying to do this, like, like, why are you calling her out so hard? So basically she saw and felt that her friend's feelings were being hurt by the authority in the situation. And, I think they sort of teach in the school system right now, in this specific dance, setting that she was in for the past year, bullying, right? Like where the peers are reinforcing, the bully, right? So I think it's important, obviously, for the leader. I'm obviously not in a lot of circles, right? Ayahuasca healing circles, and I think that intention of healing is really important. But I think there's also people in those circles that are, we're all responsible for ourselves, all these things, but what's being triggered, right, is their inner child, and these kind of things. And so I think it's just to each individually have that awareness of who's around you, what's going on for them. Like it's you're monitoring your own experience, you're having your own experience, you're accountable to yourself, and we're also accountable to each other, right? And to check it out, somebody's really crying in a corner or something, and not to make it, I mean, I guess I don't think this would happen, right? But I mean, like a group norm where somebody is shamed for having an emotional experience or for standing up for their peers. But I think by the time most children are 7 in a school setting, they have been shut down by authorities. They have been shamed by authorities so much for speaking their truth like that, for owning their voice like that. I mean, to me, it's more like a bigger thing where we have to allow children to be who they are. And you're talking about like what kind of protocols or whatever, like if our value is kindness, how can we, hold the can the student call the teacher out when they feel like they're being unkind, right? Like, can that also be safe? Without retribution, right, from the group or from individuals in the class, like you're going to be kicked out of the team, or like this kind of thing. So I think we have to understand that as a society, speaking up for people that are having things of harm done to them is really not a norm. And it's been shut down in a group setting over and over and over because we're social beings, right? And so anyway, I guess those are more questions than answers or statements, but I think it's really important to, because I think like her school for her was a safe space where she went this year. But then her, dance, the specific dance teacher was not, right? And, was regular grading, and causing fight, flight, freeze responses in the children over and over and over. Every class, different girls would come out crying out of this class. And I didn't really find out much about it till the end of the season. But what I'm saying is, that's an example of not a safe space, right? And so everything is a microcosm. And I think, obviously this happens, with adults, but I think, you're saying, what's the solution? What's the answer? How can we help, right? What can we do? And I think, if you have little girls, if you have children, to teach them to speak and own their voice, and to do, I mean, again, the right, wrong dichotomy. I know what you're talking about, Marcus, but I feel like in your own heart, if whatever's happening is not kind or feels not right to you, that it's okay to speak to that in a group setting, or, to the leader, or privately, or, whatever way, they want to set it up. Because I think there's probably more than one person aware of what's going on. Like if one person is having an experience. And so in terms of me, if I was leading a group like that, I would have intentions of, come to me if you feel like, this isn't feeling right to you, or, like you're feeling left out. Like, I don't, there's also that thing, Robert Greene talks about it. It's called Outshine the Master. And I've had experiences like this in groups where I'm just in a group and I'm just being me, and I don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong. I'm not trying to, make anybody look bad or anything. But then, I'm getting like this negative feedback, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, why are they doing this? And so I think there's a lot of ego that could come with power. And so anybody who's in a position of power needs to make sure that they're checking that, and that they're honoring, the weakest members of the group as well, and allowing everybody, to have a voice and a say. And I think it's really hard for people not to pass judgments on things. And so I guess if it's not kind, right? Like that was my daughter passing a judgment maybe, but I think her intention of her heart was pure and good to protect her friend, right, from something she was seeing as an injustice. And so while that may make her, right, like a little caretaker or something in that moment, I don't think it was, totally codependent. I think we should all stand for each other. You know what I mean? Like somebody sees something happening to the ticket counter at the airport, right? Like my girlfriend Cami Goldhammer, she does this. Like if she sees somebody that she feels like is being abused in front of her own eyes, she goes over there and says, "Hey, stop! Don't do that. That's not okay." So I think a real liberation, I guess, at the individual level, at the parental level, at the school or education level, to be free, to be powerful, to own your voice, to not have to shut up or feel ashamed if you have opinion that's different than somebody else. If if we're having these group intentions that, kindness is our value, for example, and you're the most sensitive person in the room and you're seeing that, hey, this isn't kind to me. And, you might want to take that into consideration in the group. So I guess that's just an aside from the parenting perspective in terms of how I see society kind of, pushing on her. I got, like, when she did this because she wanted me to talk to one of her preschool teachers when she was 3, and she was having a real issue. She's like, "Mom," like she basically felt singled out and she felt shamed, and whatever. And I suggested to the teacher, "Hey, just go over to her and say, you're not mad at her after you have to do this correction in front of 30 of her best friends, because she would just tell her what to do and she would do it, at that time." And she wanted me to talk to him and I wasn't doing it fast enough. So she stood up for herself to that teacher and, like, just, because she felt comfortable speaking to me and telling me her truth, right? And I didn't shut her down, and I wasn't, in my ego about being right to shut her down in terms of her opinions, right? So she just told the teacher what she saw and what she felt, and I got called into the owners, like the owner of the daycare. They're like, "What did you tell her?" Like, "This is you, like this is your, did you tell her to say this?" And I certainly did not. So, I guess I just hope that parents, society, teachers, they don't beat that individuality out of the child. Does that make sense? That they still get to keep their spirit, like before they have this sense of self, when they're just kind of absorbing everything that the world is telling them about themselves. that they don't try to shut it down because it's easier. They don't try to, children are made to be seen and not heard, this kind of thing. It's really, it's painful probably for most children. And we're such social animals that I think if the group norm is, you just shut up and take it kind of thing instead of speak up or stand for your friends or, any of this kind of intentions of, hey, these are our group values and, you want to share and bring in, your ideas on that. If you're seeing this isn't happening, feel free to talk to me about it or, let's have a way that we collectively approach that. But, I would like for not only the children, right, to be speaking for each other and to be standing for each other, but for adults to be checking themselves and apologizing to children if they cross the line. And you know what I mean? I feel like adults aren't always right. And, sometimes it's only the most sensitive person in the room that's feeling what's going on. And so I think we don't need permission, right? But I think to always give yourself that permission to operate in courage when you're feeling like something isn't right, to go and check on it or speak to it or stand for that,
Yeah, I think, Andrea, it's like a lot of good points about how we retain our voice, and how retain our truth or be out of fear, and where these things actually come from. And I don't really know, but for my personal journey, everyone is unique, and each person will have their journey with things that will work or not work for them. And I think that for my personal journey, I don't know what happened, but I wind up doing this idea of the opposite to do this reprogramming. So like what Andrea's talking about, if we lose our own voice, or if we are, taught to be a certain way, that I wind up just doing a lot of things that were the opposite. It kind of became my own path, and it was interesting. And I mean, even to see other perspectives was something of value I found, thank you, Paul Mark, for sharing this. I'm going to screenshot that. But and I did wind up even when it came with like cross-dressing, and I found this a very interesting thing, because I know a lot of things came up about like male energies, or things that in the beginning there was conversation about this. And when I did a lot of this cross-dressing, the most interesting thing I found was there was a shift also energetically in myself, that masculine energy it disappeared. It was a flip. And I remember just walking outside and feeling an experience that I had men look at me and send energy towards me in a way I've never experienced before, which was fascinating, and gave me a different perspective. So I think doing things that give, I think, experience that I can put myself in another's shoes felt very helpful for me. And I don't know what compelled me to do that, but it was natural for me to just go down that route and experience what I did. But a lot of doing what felt uncomfortable or opposite, or things just felt natural to do that for me, I would go for it. And it seemed to be interesting to see from another perspective. And I think being in this platform here and hearing everyone's opinion is eye-opening, and it's helpful to hear from everybody for me. And so I do appreciate everyone sharing here. And I don't know if I hope this was at least some dialogue that has something that might be of some value. But I do feel really grateful for this opportunity to just be here with everybody and to be allowed to just share and talk and exchange ideas. So, thank you all so much for allowing that for me. I really appreciate it. Oh, I don't know if there's another next speaker, but I think I'm not sure if that. Unless there's somebody, I mean, I guess the open discussion is also fine if there's anything anyone want to talk about. Yeah, I see Brian. Do I just click this ask to unmute here? Did that unmute you?
Hi, just one moment, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I ran to the restroom for a moment.
Mhm.
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for your hour.
Oh, thank you so much. I did see like Brian had his hand up though. I wondered if
Oh,
we could
oh,
unmute
sorry.
him.
Oh, sorry, he's speaking next, so I thought you were changing.
Oh, okay. It's not a question then. I guess his hand is up for being the next speaker. Okay, wonderful. Thank you all so much.
What is it for that, Brian? Or did you have a question? Okay, great. So,
No, yeah. I don't know if I'm unmuted, but yes, I was, in case I'm next, that's what I was hand up for.
okay, great. Yeah, so I just wanted to, can you tell me again how to pronounce your name properly?
Brian Danziger.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hear that. I'm sorry.
Oh, and I have you muted.
Oh,
Okay, one moment. We're
Yuki?
getting into those late night silly hours starting to happen. Here we go. Yes, our last speaker. Can you just remind me?
Yuki.
Yuki. And
Yes.
you had it spelled a bit differently. in the
Yukiteru.
email.
Yeah, that's my full name. Yeah, that I was born with. Yukiteru.
Okay, Yuki Teru. Thank you so much for your offering, for showing up, for sharing your voice, and bringing this perspective into this space here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
You're welcome. And do you have any kind of closing statement or any final words before we shift into the next hour?
Oh, not really. I kind of gave it, I think, while you were in the restroom, but I just really wanted to say thank you for everyone sharing and to hear everybody from different perspectives. It was just really something that I take to heart. And this is a topic that I think is very important. And I know that a lot of this will, kind of sink in and it'll simmer and then it'll take fruition somewhere in my future, which I know that is going to be a beautiful thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, and so we're moving into our next hour now. I will again post the safe space agreements in our chat thread, and we are going to open up the space now for Brian. And Brian, I asked him to, he was on earlier, and he was having some difficulties connecting because he was getting a new car today, I think is what was happening. And so I invited him to share and be the moderator presenter for this hour, to give him some time to speak and share. And he has a lot of wisdom. We did chat that his wisdom isn't so much in the spectrum of sexuality with psychedelics, but I do feel that he has a lot of wisdom in the realms of the psychedelic field. So yeah, I'll pass it over to you, Brian. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So, I wish that I had not been busy all day because I just got back and I have a lot of things to talk about, that I could talk about, but I wanted to uh, touch on the subject of what we've been discussing. So I've pulled up a number of articles, and there's a lot of stuff that I want to touch on. Okay, so I'm sorry, it's also a little late for me, so I'm getting a little loopy. So I'm gonna not take up a full hour, but I'm just gonna try and get some thoughts down, and then we can have sort of a dialogue. Um, So, one of the things that I had mentioned before was that I am very, very interested in the developing protocols that we will be utilizing in the West in terms of using psychedelics to facilitate psychotherapy. And a lot of what has been discussed in terms of sexual misconduct is not unique to entheogenic practices. It occurs in them, but I would say there's almost an archetypal sort of narrative in terms of the same way that you see it with spiritual teachers and gurus. There's some degree of power dynamic and vulnerability where these things can manifest themselves. And so, sort of when I was pondering upon that, and then also pondering upon how it is that we'll develop our own sort of Western modality of utilizing psychedelics in a medicinal manner. It seems to me that if we approach it, which we are so far, in a manner that is uh, so there's clinical aspects that can seem sterile, which may not align with the approach of creating a psychedelic space. But I think that if we can utilize different psychotherapeutic modalities and like specifically ones from analytical traditions. I mentioned Carl Rogers earlier, but in the sense of creating a space that is therapeutic in the sense that there are not power dynamics, which can ultimately lead to abuse or taking advantage of vulnerable individuals. That potentially it could even lead to a safer space. And so I pulled up a number of articles, and I really wish I had had a chance to prepare this more, but I would like to just sort of touch upon some of the codes of ethics that are being developed for these sorts of practices because they specifically relate to how we can avoid um, uh, the risks that come with not only with sexual misconduct, but with uh, creating a uh, creating a space that does not have um, sort of the therapeutic environment that allows a person to have a healing process um, in I'm sorry, I was much more lucid earlier. I just want to read a couple of things that I highlighted that I think are interesting. And like I said, I'm definitely not going to take up an hour. So, but I appreciate you guys letting me contribute. So one of the things also that I thought was interesting, and I started to pull up, was the idea of touch in psychotherapy, and how that can obviously be a risk between when is it appropriate and actually beneficial to use touch in a therapeutic interaction, and then when can it become a risk in terms of actually having a damaging effect. And so I'm sorry, I feel so unprepared right now. MAPS has outlined it.
I'll share that you're doing great.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing great, Brian. And you don't need to have a presentation prepared. Normally these spaces are less formal and yeah, more conversational if that's what wants to come through. But yeah, it's great with you're great with your words, and I'm deeply listening. And
Thank
yeah,
you. Thank you. Yeah, and I heard so many great speakers, so I wanted to just sort of um, uh, pull up a few things. So there's a really, so like I was saying, there's a number of guidelines that are being developed in terms of the ethics of conducting psychedelic facilitated psychotherapy, specifically with the progressive work done with psilocybin and MDMA, which is very quick coming. But I also wanted to just make a note of it's the Chakruna Institute of Psychedelic Plant Medicine has released an ayahuasca community guide for awareness of sexual abuse. And it talks a lot about specifically what has been touched upon earlier in terms of what occurs in indigenous cultures. But in terms of the current development in psychedelic facilitated psychotherapy, what I wanted to speak to were the competencies that are being outlined, because that's one of the things that has been brought up repeatedly, is that in order to be either, they break it down even into different terminologies, but a sitter, a guide, or a therapist, that the individual needs to be trained in order to guide the individual in an appropriate manner. And there were, this wasn't, I forget who specifically outline this, but the 6 therapeutic therapist competencies that were listed are empathetic abiding of the presence, trust enhancement, spiritual intelligence, knowledge of physical and psychological effects of psychedelics, therapist self-awareness, and ethical integrity, and proficiency in complementary techniques. So, I think that it's very important to uh, take time to work with the individual. And a lot of times when they are formulating these models, it's not that you go and you have a ceremony and that's sort of the end of the experience. It's that the therapist and the individual develop a relationship. And when this is done with, genuine intent, then I think that's the first step towards dissolving the potentially dangerous power dynamics that can make an individual vulnerable or can allow a person to be malevolent. And so having built that sort of rapport with the individual that is guiding the session, I think is extremely important. And then in terms of sitting with the individual, somebody else had mentioned that it's important to have a variety of modalities. A lot of the early psilocybin studies were done with blindfolds and music, and that may be what the individual needs at that point. It may be that they just need somebody to hold a safe space, and perhaps hold their hand or let them know, hey, I think you're okay. And then there's also I think experiences in which being able to relate to others in sort of a conversational manner, or relate to nature and have those sorts of experiences are also beneficial. And I just kind of the main takeaway that I'm kind of rambling on about is that I do see the potential for these currently being developed modalities to potentially create a set of safety protocols to avoid the sexual misconduct that occurs in a variety of other settings. So, I don't think that it needs to be a clinical modality in the sense that it's that there's not a person-centered approach and that there's not a genuine connection. I think that if done appropriately and if done by individuals who are trained adequately, that we can create a space where we can facilitate growth. And I mean, the whole concept here is facilitating the psychotherapeutic process. And I have, like I said, I haven't done much research on the risks of sexual misconduct, but I'm well aware that they occur. But I do have hope that by creating these modalities with awareness of how it occurs in other contexts, we could perhaps design a system that has a sort of a buffer to avoid those sorts of situations. That's kind of just my general thoughts on that. I have a lot that I love to talk about in terms of the neurochemistry as well. But I don't want to get too far off track. I'm feeling a bit burnt out. I almost feel as though I should. I almost. Sorry, guys. So I really just want to say that I wish that I was in a different headspace, but I appreciate having listened to all of you and learned from all of you. Ultimately, I'm very hopeful for future spaces in which psychedelic healing can occur, which are developed with the specific intention of avoiding the pitfalls which we've observed both in the early times of the 50s and 60s, but also from indigenous cultures and also from relationships with gurus and their followers, and that it's an exciting time that we live in terms of um, you know, finding ways to adequately utilize psychedelics to facilitate healing processes. And I don't have a whole lot more to say right now. If anyone wants to say anything.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. I know what it's like when we reach those hours and our cognitive functioning starts to need rest. That's normal.
I'm
It
so
happens.
burnt out. So thank you for understanding that, like, I'm not as articulate right now as I would otherwise be, but I wanted to at least chime in a little bit, and I appreciate you guys for allowing me to.
Yeah, thank you. I'd love to ask. I'd love to ask if you're able to share just in general a little, like if you have the capacity, if you're able to share just a
Mhm.
little bit about you and your journey, how you're involved in this realm with your own personal healing, because I feel you have an interesting story, and if it's okay to share, you told me that you've really explored a lot, with your healing, and you're really seeking, and yeah, it's a very inspiring story, and also um, it brings curiosity out of me. So if you have any capacity to go in that direction for a moment, I'd love to hear it.
I do have some capacity, and I will do my best. I would definitely like to outline that for you. So I have a background in neuroscience with a concentration in psychopharmacology. So I'm very interested in the way that psychedelics work. Briefly, I'd mentioned that not only do I believe that there are mystical components that can catalyze spiritual transformation, but I'm very fascinated by the neuroscience, which talks about a different modality. And I think lots of things work via lots of mechanisms. And so to discuss the pharmacodynamics is not to downplay the impact of the mystical experience from psychedelics. But um, uh, I'll jump around a little bit. I had been very ill with my mental illness for a number of years, and very recently had an experience with psilocybin. I have had many experiences with LSD, which were very mystical, and gained a lot from that, and probably saved my life at that point. But it had been many years. I had socially isolated for a very long time, and atrophied in a large number of ways. I'm in a very intensive DBT program. It's a whole year-long thing, and 6 months into it, I was making no headway because I was not myself. I was very sick. Um, and so I intentionally set my own environment with psilocybin, and I did the whole eye mask. And if any of you are familiar, John Hopkins, when they did their psilocybin studies, they curated a playlist specifically of a mixture of classical and shamanic music for the individuals to listen to while having their experience. And so I laid down and put that on. And I had quite an interesting visual experience, but it was not mystical. It was actually slightly uncomfortable. Um, I would not say, having had experiences of, you know, What I mean by mystical is in the literal sense, that sort of experience of oceanic boundlessness and a union with the divine, and these sorts of things that can actually have curative properties for somebody who feels isolated and depressed. But I did not have that. And yet, the next day, I felt like myself again. And that has continued for about 4 weeks now, knock on wood. And I bring that up because I wanted to just also bring up the interest in the neuroscience, which is growing. But in depression, there's a large degree of atrophy in the prefrontal cortex, and psilocybin and other classical psychedelics, through activating the serotonin 2A receptor, increase BDNF and increase synaptic density of serotonin. And so I truly believe, having been very treatment resistant to conventional antidepressants and being extremely hopeless, and not having had a mystical experience, I do believe that there was rewiring that was done without the guidance of anybody else, but on a pharmacological level. And that to me is very fascinating. So that is a little side point of sort of a healing experience that I had. I'm also now working on getting my LPC, and I would like to get certified to become a psychedelic facilitated psychotherapist, now that it's finally actually becoming a legitimate career opportunity, at least in Oregon for right now, but very soon elsewhere. So, I, from my very first introduction to psychedelics was reading The Doors of Perception. And then the second was Rick Strassman's The Spirit Molecule. So from the very get-go, I recognized sort of a capacity for psychedelics to be used as therapeutic medications. And, at the time that I had found that, it was still a taboo topic. Now you see many scientists talking about it, and it's like, it's no longer something that before you could get fired for discussing. And so to see it blossom and to see it come to fruition in the West, I think is a fantastic, it's an amazing thing, because, unfortunately, the treatments that we have for psychiatric illness are often not adequate. There's a high degree of treatment resistancy in depression, as well as other mental illness. And so we need new avenues. And one of the most unjust things that occurred from the Controlled Substance Act, that it was that it essentially stopped research. So not to say that it wasn't, that I can't understand why there might have been this sort of knee-jerk fear reaction from a public that didn't understand psychedelics, seeing it being used so often recklessly by the counterculture. But to stop research into it, I think really set us back, because if we have so many people that are untreated, and when we're talking about mental illness, I mean, we have to face the reality that that there is a mortality rate, that it's serious business. And the only way, even if we did studies and found that there were no benefits, we need to do the research to find out. And the preliminary research suggested it, and I am so grateful to be still alive in a time when the research is building beyond um, beyond statistical doubt. And so you know, I being that when I first became interested in it, it was so taboo, and I was often my interest in it was lumped me into sort of a drug use culture, which I was not a part of in terms of like euphoric narcotics, opiates, and amphetamines, and anything of that nature. And it it, it actually caused a fair bit of trauma to have to, when trying to treat my mental illness, bringing up my experience with psychedelics because I had specifically researched its potential, being told, well, you're not just mentally ill, you're a drug addict. And to now have a space where we are, discussing legitimately that these compounds have healing properties has been extremely validating. And I love the Jungian archetype of the wounded healer, and I would say that I relate to that strongly. And so, if I can make it through the dark night of the soul and come out the other end to facilitate the same sort of process in others, I can't imagine anything more rewarding. That's it's a little bit about my path and background and interests, and yeah, just to constantly be seeing the growth. You know, I've been following it academics. I have a strong academic or a research background. So doing the research and like watching that explode has been amazing. But now seeing all of these groups of people who, with the taboo gone, are no longer afraid to say, this has been healing for me. Like, this is not only has been healing for me, but the potential of it is something that that restricting access is an injustice. And so I am happy to be grateful to be in an age where that is coming to fruition. And it couldn't be more obvious than having been in this meeting and listening to all of you wonderful folks discuss a variety of topics that, when I was a teenager, I had an intuitive feeling we would get here, but I was told by society that we wouldn't. And so it's great that we're at this point. And so if I had time to actually do a little lit review, I could have gone into the topic of sexual misconduct specifically. Unfortunately, I didn't, and it's a little late where I am right now. But yeah, if uh, hopefully that gives you guys a little bit more of an idea of who I am, and yeah, if anyone else wants to either ask questions, chime in, change topics, whatever it may be.
I have one question.
Sure thing.
Are you hydrated?
A little bit, probably not enough. How did you know? Or what made you guess?
I'm feeling it. I'm also a channel, but that's one thing that as you were talking, I was getting really thirsty, and I know I'm hydrated. So I know that in order for you to get the most neuroplasticity, you need some water.
It's so funny you say that because as soon as you said that, I just realized my mouth is really, really dry right now. It's really dry. That's funny. I like that. I like that. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah. What was the term that you used to describe yourself in terms of picking up that?
I'm a channel.
Channel, yeah, channel. I like to use. I consider myself to be an empath, you know, and I don't know that they're different, but similarities in terms of just being able to get energy off of people, you know, and feel that sort of, you know what I'm saying. So anyway, that's funny that you said that, and yes, you're right.
So the empathy is just with emotions. Channeling is when I can pick up body sensations and other things. So I'm definitely feeling what's going on, and you're wide open, so you're broadcasting, and in this space, just as a speaker, have some water.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. I think I've probably said the bulk of what I will say, but you know what? I'm gonna grab some water while we're still continuing. That was funny.
Peter, welcome. Are you feeling inspired to share anything into the space here?
Oh, I'm a little nervous and a little uncomfortable because I don't have that much experiential in spaces like this. I feel like I might offend somebody for saying something naive due to lack of experience. The only reason why what's that word? I shared my camera was because I was smiling at that little interaction about the needing water, and I thought, oh, you know what? Maybe it might be a good idea for me to share that smile and just let that convey as it is.
Thank you, Peter. Good to have you here. I know you're a friend of Patricia's, and you met her. You told me you met her back in New Mexico, I think. I think you said. Beautiful. Well, it's good to see you.
Uh, yeah, but I was also interested in other topics too, because although I don't have, no, at least not that I'm aware of, any memories of sexual misconduct, for whatever reason, this topic really hit me really strongly. And curiosity and a desire to learn was what brought me here, not just Patricia. And unfortunately, my internet has been lacking for the past couple of days, and so I was only able to catch small glimpses. But I'm grateful for the words that I have been able to hear and participate in.
Thank you. Do you have any specific inquiries, Peter, that you'd like to hear us go into more deeply? Thank you.
I'm thinking. You know, the only thing that kind of sticks out to me right now is I consider myself to be in a privileged position as a cis male. And I guess I'm trying to find the words, but that's failing me right now. And so I'm just going to be blunt and take a risk of being a bull in a china shop and asked, with the intention of being supportive and kind, I would love to know how and in what way and what considerations I can be of that support. And earlier, I had thought about similar things as about the, oh gosh, about, sorry, speaking out if someone else is transgressing. But then I remember about the triangle where you had the victim, victor, and the villain, and I realized that not being innocent, not being innocent, not being an innocent bystander and speaking out may not be the most helpful thing. But at the same time, I wasn't sure how to navigate that versus the what I felt was also a bit of an injustice of being a bystander and letting something transpire. So I guess that's my question in a very roundabout and inefficient way.
Should I take that one?
Go for it.
Okay. So when something is going on, sometimes your presence is enough. So to just get closer and let them know that they're being observed. And then instead of stepping in the victor space, you may become more inquisitive and ask, is everything okay here? Is there a reason why this is going on? So to be in the victor space, it is, I'm going to come in and save the day. Well, there's a lot of assumptions there. And so the way we deal with assumptions is by asking questions. And so if you're seeing something that doesn't look right to you, but you go over and ask a question, if they're saying, no, we're okay, then you're like, okay, well, I did what I could do. Now, again, if there is a container that is not supposed to have that sort of activity, then you can, speak to whoever is in charge of the container and say, something feels a little weird over here. And you can call attention to them. But ultimately, it is the responsibility of the person that's creating the container. And it is, each person is responsible for speaking up for themselves. And so, again, when I talk about the triangle, I also add, option over obligation. And so if you're in a space where you feel obligated, is that really a space for you? Now, if someone is being harmed, like physically beaten up or something, and, or if someone is, choking or passes out, then, I may not be, I took CPR, but I've never had to actually use it. So I don't know how I'm gonna act if I absolutely need to go into that. I do have a little bit of an idea because I've done compressions for people, but I wasn't the one that initiated it. So so in that situation, if it's if someone's got a weapon or something like that, then yes, you can step in and be in that space. However, there are times where you might be putting yourself at risk by doing something like that. And so if it is a space where there is an agreement in place, the first thing is to, ask, is this part of the agreement? And if they are not, let them know they're being observed. If it continues, then go to the person that has taken responsibility for the container. So that way you've done all that you can do.
Can I piggyback off what you were just saying for a second?
Sure.
I like what you're saying. So I pulled up, I was reading an article, Developing Guidelines and Competencies for Training Psychedelic Therapists. And one of the things it says is, the therapist acts as an empathetic listener, as empathetic listeners, trustworthy guides, facilitators of deep emotional expression and catharsis, and supports the participant's own inner healing intelligence. The therapist's role is often to follow rather than guide the participant, as she or he explores new and unexpected perceptions and realizations. At other times, it may be helpful for the therapist to remind the participant that facing painful experiences is actually a path towards healing. In this situation, it's valuable for the therapist to intervene and guide the participant back to his or her internal experience. In this case, guidance should be offered as a possible choice without implying that it is expected or that is the only correct course of action. So really, it goes off of what you were saying in terms of that sometimes somebody may just need for somebody to hold the space for them. Then I was saying, yeah. Anyway, basically that, it's not always, and this is a whole Rogerian sort of concept notion anyway, that his whole thing was that the notion of psychotherapy is not that the therapist is going to solve the problem for you. What the therapist does is, by utilizing three qualities, they create a therapeutic space. And within the therapeutic space, the individual is able to speak and reflect on traumas, talk about opinions, and by verbalizing their emotional experiences and memories and fears, they're able to essentially work through it themselves, because they're utilizing skills that are not capable of being done within a person's own mind, because we often are able to hold opposing ideas that cause inner psychic tension that we don't realize until we start to express ourselves and realize, oh, you know what? I believe one thing, but I'm doing another. And sort of by creating this space where, I think I said this earlier, his three things were empathy, genuineness, and unconditional positive regard. By allowing a person to fully express that, they can sort of find their own healing process. But what is required is that therapeutic environment. And it's not the therapist that is curing them. The therapist is really just creating the environment. And in some sense, you can think of psychedelic experiences in that manner, is that it's putting a person into an altered environment in which they come to realizations that they couldn't do outside of an altered state of consciousness, and have realizations about themselves, about their connection to other humans, their connection to the environment. And so I think that there is potential utility. I think there is utility in combining it with psychotherapy, but I also think that it is not necessary. Firstly, for the neurological reasons that I mentioned, but also because there is an inner journey. And like you said, that inner journey may not need somebody to guide them and may just need somebody to hold the space. And so, yeah, what you said just sort of brought that to mind.
Well, and also to go along with that, there is the concept of scope of practice. And so many people who are facilitators and who are coaches are not therapists. And so it's important to understand the scope of your practice and to know that, like, for me, that's my minor. So I do know some stuff. I am not a clinical therapist. I chose not to go that path for my own reasons. And it gives me some, as Peter was saying, it gives me different privileges that therapists don't enjoy. And yet there are therapists who have different privileges that I don't get. So it's important to know that each of us has a different set of privileges. And so as a cis male, there are some privileges that we have. However, Brian's privileges are a bigger set than Peter's, which is a bigger set than mine, because of the other labels that can be attached to us. And so it's important to realize that privilege is not an all or nothing thing. It's different sets for different people. And so we can definitely look at that and figure out, you know, as a facilitator, what is your wheelhouse? And where would you need an assistant that would fill in for different things?
100%. And I have two trains of thoughts here, but I'm also a certified peer support specialist without having licensure yet. And you don't need it for that because you are able to, with lived experience, provide emotional support, which I think is an amazing thing to have in the mental health care field. And then I was also going to say that being licensed as a clinical therapist, first of all, doesn't make you a good therapist. This is where the Rogerian qualities comes in. He says specifically, I like this quote that he says that therapy is an art and not a science. And he continues to say that you can give the most expensive violin and the best violin teacher to an individual, but you do not know if they will produce beautiful music. The same will go with a therapist. It is not something that can be strictly learned, although it is a learned skill, but it requires personality characteristics that allow you to connect with individuals. That being said, a licensed therapist also would not be implicitly equipped for guiding somebody through a psychedelic experience. And right, and somebody with psychedelic experiences without a license may could very well be much more equipped, you know. So so you know that's what I find to be the good thing about the fact that we are currently designing certification programs specifically for psychedelics. So, you know, whether or not you will need to have a base licensing as a professional counselor or a clinical psychologist, I don't know how that will play out. But there's multiple ones being developed, and there's no gold standard, and this is all brand new. But you know, thankfully they are coming out with guidelines, codes of ethics, and ways of training individuals specifically for psychedelics, because like you said, Everyone has different skill sets, and credentials doesn't mean they don't transfer equally across different things. So this is all very much a work in progress, and I definitely validate the points that you made.
And let's also remember that when you get into the licensure, and this has happened with massage therapy, there are people who've been doing it for 30 years. They aren't going to start back at level 1. And yet you're making them more pariahs because they don't have the piece of paper that was arbitrarily designed, And again, one of the things that I took a class, or actually I've had several classes that were on the pass fail. And I would, go, and because I've always been the A student, and I would go and say, well, on a quiz, I'd be like, well, this answer, I believe, and it's like, well, and my instructor would constantly be like, well, do you want a bigger P? Because it's all P or F, and I was like, I want the biggest P I can possibly have. However, there's also the idea that when you go to a doctor, a lawyer, or whatever, there are people who were C students that actually ended up with the piece of paper.
Very
And
true.
so, do you want the A student, or do you want the C student?
Yeah.
And that there are nuances, and this is one of the things that that is problematic when we talk about the medical model, is the fact that they're looking for a medium, and there really is no medium because it is bio-individual. And so even in a space of microdosing, every time you get a new batch, you're going to have to retitrate for how your body reacts to this batch. And there's, if you start trying to medicalize it, you will get to a place where things are synthesized, where, and of course that's in the long run, but you're going to get to this place where they're trying to, there won't be a homogeneous batch. And people aren't going to be doing the work. And so you're going to need to have people that are psychedelically informed to handle all of these things. And this is actually getting out of the sexual aspects of it. This is truly getting into the psilocybin of it. And this is where I work. This is the space that I'm in. And yes, I'm a self-acceptance coach. That's how I started. But right now, when I'm dealing with people who come to me to facilitate their microdosing, and again, I'm doing the integration part, and I'm giving them rules of thumb on how to figure out their own dosages. I'm just there as a sounding board to make sure that they're doing their integration work along the way. And so we do need more of people like me. And I am trained by the Condor approach. And we're looking for more people in rural areas, because there are lots of places that don't even have a psychiatrist, let alone someone who is psychedelically informed, let alone, other types of counselors. And so, but people are going to be trying different things. The psychedelics are out there, people are trying things, and then they're out there and they don't know. And then
That's why we so desperately need a system to provide that guidance.
But what I'm saying is that we also need to have coaches, and it's not going to always be in a clinical setting.
Right.
Because there are certain things that people with clinical licenses are not allowed to do that we are allowed to do. There's certain spaces. Your clinical therapist is not going to move in with you, and it's not going to spend the night. A coach can do that, and not that everybody's doing it, but that may be something that is necessary for a journey, and so we can definitely understand that, yes, a piece of paper is great. However, that also can be binding because it is a contract. It is agreement in and of itself.
I agree. And these are all flaws of the current system. And I agree with what you're saying. And I see a system evolving in which those roles are no longer underground, but are legitimate, because I do believe that they are completely necessary. And I see that we just ran out of time. So I just want to real quick ask, because you touched on this, and it's just a real short question. You said that you work with psilocybin. Were you you said homogeneous. Did you mean heterogeneous, like in terms of the fact that like it's got different alkaloids in it, so you don't always know exactly what you're taking when you take a certain amount, how it's going to affect you in terms of like, because I know like Compass Pathways is synthesizing like a psilocybin structure that should be like consistent. And in fact, I said I took psilocybin, but in fact I took 4-ACO DMT, which metabolizes into psilocin. And the reason I did that was because I could order it legally for analytical purposes only from a lab that comes with GCMS reports saying it's 99.8% pure, milligram scale. I knew exactly what I was taking. I knew how it would affect me, and it was consistent every time. And that's one of the things that makes me a little bit nervous about mushrooms specifically, is that with the way they're grown and the constituents of them, it's different every time. And I don't know. There's some naturalists that say that's better, and there's some purists that say it's better for consistency, and it's up to each his own. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that you had mentioned that.
Well, from a scientific point of view, and I'm going to speak as a chemist right now.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you pick up a mushroom, a fruit body, there's going to be different levels of psilocybin and psilocin in different areas of the fruit.
Right.
So it is not the same all the way down. If you have a 10-gram dried fruit, which would be about this size, and you call yourself microdosing, you don't just take a nibble. What you want to do is, especially if you're doing a microdosing protocol, you want to take all the ones that you have, grind them up, and now you have a reliable dosage.
Right.
And then you titrate to see what your microdose with that batch
Right.
is.
Yep.
And that is something that we lose when we go to the medical module. Because people are going to, they're looking for a blanket statement, one dose for everything. And it's not a one dose type of thing. It's just like diets. All diets work. The thing is, for whom, for how long?
I like that. Very good point. I like that. Well said.
So if you're interested in the Condor approach, you can go to condorcoach.com and find out about what we're doing. And there's also a lot of different free things that we do offer. And if you're interested, if you're interested in coming for a training, it is a year-long training. But if you're interested in coming for a live, reach out to me and I can give you or actually it's in the chat, but it's kind of far up. So just reach out to me.
Definitely, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, for offering your hour there. We're waiting for the next presenter. I'm not seeing him in here, Steve. And yeah, I'm reaching out to him. Hopefully he will pop in. I think he's over in the UK. Perhaps not. But until Steve shows up, hopefully Steven's showing up. He has a nice topic for us. Oh, Chief Bill wants to enter the room. That's a blessing. Hi, Chief Bill, welcome. Welcome into the room. Late night hours. I'll unmute you. I'm attempting to unmute you. There you go, Chief.
All right. Yeah, I'm just checking in, Toja. And I'm gonna make sure that I had the link and everything ready for the morning. And
Yes.
so I did a little writing today on this issue, which I sent to you. And
Yeah, it's a very beautiful writing. I'm not sure if you saw that I just shared it about, I don't know, like 40 times, but I'll keep sharing it.
great. Yeah, I had and thank you for putting the links up there. I also added them at the very bottom, but it's really good that you put them there. I never even thought of that. So you had them really nicely down. So I'll look forward to seeing at 9, right?
It's 9 you're in PST. Yeah, yes.
9
Yes.
PST.
Oh no, it's actually 10. I
10
apologize.
10 PST.
10.
Okay, perfect.
10 a.m.
Perfect.
PST. Do you want to share us with any late night wisdom here? We're waiting for someone to show up. So if you have anything for us to share.
Well, Toja, I think that as I shared, this issue is really at the core of so much healing that's needed. And I shared that what I'm sharing in the morning is not based in some kind of intellectual study. I was sexually abused when I was 12. My wife was raped down in Bolivia when I was 1970, and 2 daughters were sexually abused, and a sister sexually abused, spiritual sister. And I've seen this, in my work with residential schools all over Canada, and in the US too. I mean, literally, thousands of relatives I've gotten a chance over the years to be with, and I quote certain statistics in what I've shared, but I didn't put in there that really these are just general population statistics. If you go to you might say marginalized communities, you'll find those rates are much higher in terms of child sexual abuse and so forth and so on. And so I think that so there's that side of it. But I think as well, as I share, that the current global system of justice in most cases is not about healing. And I'm not saying, by the way, that takes precedence over the person who's been victimized or abused, because that's the first care. But through a unitive or restorative justice process, if the person really wants to address the root causes, there's this process by which you can either choose to go the old traditional way of punishment, which really, if you think about it, there's no treatment inside a prison for these kinds of deep issues, many of them going back to childhood, literally. I mean, when they themselves were sexually abused or whatever happened, that because I don't believe we're born that way. There may be again, I'm not any scientist, but certainly there may be relatives, and we don't know all the reasons why this is part of creation, that this might, be kind of amoral or immoral. I don't. It's. I believe though that in looking at our indigenous societies on the high plains, where we had very, 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 severe penalties for this kind of behavior. But there was hardly ever that behavior because of the fact that everybody was open, and of course we live in small communities and so forth. And that's why we knew such a thing would not only destroy the person who was being abused, but the abuser, and then could destroy an entire camp because everybody's interrelated. So anyway, those are some of the thoughts. So and so I think that we have to really look at a whole new justice system, and that's what I, of course, wrote about in terms of okay, so here's the issues. We know what we dealt with in the past. Castration, person to be killed, or would be banished, which some people say is worse than being killed. You're just banished. That might seem severe, but you have to really understand the context. And again, I don't understand this as well as the people there, but it's shared with me. You have to understand the context of well, we can imagine in a very small, interrelated family circle, this kind of behavior would just destroy the camp because it went against everything we knew about the sacredness and intimacy of life, and this intimate power we have, this power that we possess that literally can create life. That's powerful. That's a powerful force, and it's a force that really is at the very heart of our energy, so to speak. My father shared with me, that this is after I'd been sexually abused when I was 12, and I was about 14, 15, I remember. And, again, when you get sexually abused, all kinds of, especially when you're young, you get screwed up. And he was a little bit older, I think. And I'd gotten myself involved in a relationship because you attract, if you're not, if you're hurt like that, you attract other hurt relatives. It's kind of like you're come almost see each other, and then you hurt each other. And so I'd really been hurt, and probably this is my young days, there was other factors in there, all the pain and hurt and so forth. But was passed on from boarding schools from both my mom and dad and so forth, although they never saw any kind of thing from them. But I can remember so clearly, the I guess the underlying rage and anger that this causes inside somebody, and the destruction it causes to your life. And it's just not in a male sense, but as human beings. This is the most intimate, the most tender, delicate part of our being. It is, on one hand, it's something that can be the most beautiful, sacred, of course, passionate experience you can have in life. But if this holy power is not treated respectfully, it can really hurt you and hurt others, because if it's not respected. Now, one thing I want to correct a little bit when I was writing, And let me know when the person comes. I'm just kind of just babbling. I knew he was going to do this, but anyway, here we are in this late night session
Yeah,
here.
I want to make sure you get some rest, Uncle
Yes,
Phil.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome to share. The person isn't here, but yeah, maybe there was a good preview, but I want to make sure you get rest.
No, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good. I was just going to say this, that I'm going to kind of rewrite something, because I was thinking, I talked about, how, and why and how hurtful it is when someone is seeking spiritual healing or spiritual knowledge or truth, and the person who is supposed to be the healer or the spiritual teacher, sexually abuses them, or you're calling it a nice way, sexual misconduct, or has some sexual misconduct, because that's, I think, even even more so describes this. But I think that, and this is, I'm going to close off here. I was just thinking about, after I wrote that I think it'd be important to have a group of men and women of different ages come together who know ceremony. And I think it's really important that we really sit together. And I was thinking men should come together, women, but I think we all should come together and talk about, what is, to each of us, uh, uh, sexual misconduct. Because, some people, if you've been abused, they don't have very good boundaries. And I think that it's really important to know. Let's give you an example. And I'll probably get into, I don't know if I'll get into tomorrow or not, but for example, you don't, if you are a ceremonial leader, I mean, and somebody's just new, doesn't really know what's happening, and you tell them to take their clothes off, for whatever reason, with that, whatever, that's not right, under any circumstances. Unless you let people know that the ceremony is going to come, and whoever tells you to take your clothes off is fine, or what do they want to do? So I'm saying there's different levels. Now, that might be something that's done. The person that's touched, but it's a terrible abuse, because the person comes with spiritual trust, and that they can be helped, and sometimes can be innocent and not really understand what abuse is. So I think we have to talk about it. So those are just some thoughts, Tosha, yeah, at this time. And we'll look forward to seeing you.
Thank you, Uncle Phil. It was
Okay.
really perfect timing that you popped on here for a moment.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to make sure that I could get in the morning.
Yes, we'll see you 10 a.m. PST, Pacific
Okay.
time.
Alrighty. Talk to you
Okay,
later.
have a good
All right.
rest.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, beautiful. Our next presenter will be on in just 5 minutes or less. They send their apologies, but they're about to be here. Yeah, we'll just give a moment to do any self-care as we're waiting for the next person. Steve, he's gonna share with us about etiquette, rave etiquette for psychedelic ceremony, organic ritual, mindful conduct, and matriarchal containers. That's his topic. And he will be in here in a moment. It's a good time to pet your animals, drink some water. There's Steve. He's just going to get connected with his sound and video. All right, beautiful.
Ceremonial, everyone.
Welcome, welcome,
Getting me out of
Steve.
bed. I see that my vital tutor has even been texting. She's not here as well, is she? No?
Who is it, sorry?
Just a mere coincidence.
Sorry, I didn't understand all the way.
Don't worry. Various people have been texting me
Oh.
the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've been putting out all the radars. Where's Steve? Where's Steve?
I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
No.
I was up very late both nights arranging this.
No worries. We're grateful that you're here. And so we'll start your hour, and we actually don't have someone directly after you. So it's going to be an
Marvelous.
open. If you need a little extra time, totally cool.
That's very
and so
cool of you.
Start your next hour, and I'll give a good welcoming to Steve. Welcome to NPO Society's May Talk, a 24-hour live conversation about sacred sexuality, safety, sexual misconduct in ceremonial, psychedelic, and healing spaces. I'm posting in the chat our safe space agreements. If you haven't yet checked those out, please take a look. And Steve's topic this evening, if it's still the same topic as before, is rave etiquette for psychedelic ceremony, organic ritual, mindful conduct in matriarchal containers. And now the floor, the room, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you. Loads and loads. Hey, everyone. So my name's Steve Bill. I met Annie Bahila, who's here as well, on a training course called Vital from Psychedelics Today. And that is essentially now, I suppose, very much the sort of leading non-formal academic. I mean, if there is any sort of formal academic course either, which there isn't, apart from maybe the MAPS therapy program, that's now the sort of eminent psychedelic training course of its kind. And I ended up on that because I'm a journalist, and mental health is one of the few things I write about that isn't really a young man's game. And I wrote a few psychology textbooks over lockdown, and the client told me I should maybe look into do it for a living. He said, you've got to have a psychology degree. And I spoke to a clinical psychologist called Dr. Stephen Blumenthal, who's quite high profile over here, or as high profile as kind of clinical psychologists are. He's written some very famous books about male toxic behavior. And I said to him, what do you think about me retraining in psychology at my age? And he said, well, you know, you're far too late, really, amongst other things. But maybe not just to get a conversion master's or a degree, but what you got to do is you got to get speciality, because it's just like any other career. This, you know, the framework will annoy you, the customers will annoy you, clients will annoy you, employers will annoy you. So you get your specialist field, and that's what will see you through your passion for the specialist field. And at first, I had no idea what to choose for my specialist field. Absolutely none whatsoever. I was going to do sport and performance, which is what really expands to kind of corporate and well-being. and self-improvement. And I'd started doing a bit of work experience. I did sort of somatic experiencing, 2-day course and anger management and all these things. It soon became completely obvious that there was an emerging field of psychology, mental health that I knew a little bit about already, or I knew a bit about the modality, quite a lot about the modality and the process. And yeah, that's how I ended up on Vital. And I'm pleased to say I've been formally accepted to a psychology master's at Exeter University in the UK, which is also the first major university or any university worldwide that is going to start offering official psychedelic qualifications. So that's all worked out really well. Oh, look, there's Annie in the club. She is. Annie, I had a text from Joanna. Is that kind of some kind of setup on your behalf? No? She literally was texting me while I was late for here and asleep. No?
Nice. That's awesome.
No. Was that coincidence? Yeah. Anyway, well done, dude. You're a pro. So I got asked to kind of fill in here quite the last minute, and sort of abuse within ceremonies, certainly abuse by the sort of ceremony leader. It's well out of my pay grade. I can't say I've any lived experience of anything like that. But there's I've seen a few things in my own life and in a work that we won't go into straight away. But on this year-long psychedelic training course, we liked to have ideological discussions in our study group about how everything's going to be when it gets made legal. And I'm just fishing out my notes. Pardon me. Here we are. And it's an area, this one in particular, that I really have to fall back. So this talk I'm going to give isn't really about, say, narcissistic abuse, one-on-one, control-based. What it is about is the kind of faceless, impersonal, toxic, bureaucratic orthodoxy that we manage to sort of abuse ourselves with at the moment, that sort of technical side of the machine that makes the inhuman every day, and everyone seems to agree is ghastly. And well, they also say it can't be stopped and is almost certainly part of the Anthropocene, the geological era where technology becomes more of a indefatigable, unstoppable force than anything natural. Is bureaucracy part of the Anthropocene? Certainly Hannah Arendt, who's the journalist and the Nuremberg trials who came up with the term banality of evil, she was referring to that sort of cold-hearted bureaucracy more than she was Nazism as such when she wrote the phrase banality of evil. And there's a place for yin energy in arguments and debates. I'm trying not to be that guy. I'm a bit old these days to be that guy who's kind of fighting the cause down the front. And I think control is something I've learned you can't do to other people. as much as I agree with all that, I thought it would be fun if we took a right sideways look at the question of what the ceremonial scene could maybe learn from underground drug use. And I'm just looking at these notes and realizing I made them at 3 a.m. and we're trying to sift through. And before I go into these notes about how the contemporary hypermedicalized space could learn a bit from underground drug use, talk a bit about me now, and this is something I wouldn't do in Britain, but obviously I should say that I am obviously a cis white male, and I'm aware of the stark privilege that I have enjoyed compared to most people that would ever take part in this discussion. And I'll give you one example. Is when I first took LSD a couple of weeks short of my 17th birthday, I was able to do so amongst the gorgeous Somerset countryside that people or the culture now practically associates with psilocybin and druidry and magic mushrooms in the West Country of England. We were actually studying in our English literature lessons the metaphysical poets like William Blake and Coleridge at the time, John Donne. Those are later metaphysical poets, of course. And I found all the books like Tom Wolfe's The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test and Carlos Castaneda. I found them all in the school library in the following weeks. So that's how privileged my early life and psychedelic education in particular were. But the sacrament, of course, was still very, very, very illegal at the time. And Annie and I back in Vital were talking with the rest of our study group who take quite a different attitude to me and Annie. And Annie made the very good point that because psychedelics were illegal back in the day, and of course there's quite a bit of snobbery for us sort of middle-aged people who grew up taking LSD, that because the drug was so illegal at the time, and if we'd all been caught doing LSD when we were younger, it would have been really serious. So we learned to be very, very careful and sort of police ourselves quite rigorously when we were outside. Yeah, I mean, the modern medical space can't even dream of taking people outside and has to write extensive academic papers proving that it's okay to go outside when you're having a psychedelic experience. And more of that in a minute, because the other point, apart from the point Annie made about how in the underground we have our own codes of harm reduction, common sense codes of harm reduction. The other thing that made me think about what can ceremonial space learn from rave culture, and it sounds trite as well, and I'll go into why it's not patronizing. The other thing is I've now experienced a few group psychedelic therapy sessions, and it's very much an evolving field, the Western notion of what a psychedelic ceremony looks like. And it's I'm not talking about ayahuasca retreats here. I'm talking about what's going to happen in America and Europe and Britain to normals, basically normies, who want to come for the vanilla mainstream official bureaucratically rubber stamped psychedelic experience. In the future, I've been to a few events where that model is being pioneered, and it's a very new science, let's just say that. And what they've got going on, I think, is kind of a cross between like a holotropic breath work ceremony. I'm sure everyone knows what holotropic breath work is. I didn't before I started all this, but it's a technique invented by Stan Grof and Christina Grof in the 80s when they couldn't get anyone to do psychedelic therapy. That uses breath work to replicate the psychedelic experience. And apparently, according to absolutely everyone who's done it, you would be incredibly surprised at how effective it is. Now, yeah, I've now been, as part of my psychedelic training, to at least one more of those. And I really identified the first time with the people putting it on, with the organizers, with those accountable for both the aesthetics and the safety and the quality of the experience. I really sort of over-identified with them, perhaps because my own media career takes in both the niche and the mainstream. And I don't know how many people can identify with this. But I've worked on events and other projects where you're taking a subculture to the mainstream, and it's kind of where the work is really. Again, I hope people can identify, but sometimes it can kind of be easier to be an indie band and always be cool and never have to entertain and satisfy and fulfill a large amount of people. And sometimes it can be harder to be Miley Cyrus or a Taylor Swift and get the job done with the wider market. And I've kind of felt terribly supportive of the people who are attempting to do that, to take something as uncompromising as the psychedelic experience, the ceremonial experience, and kind of try and make it work in that very Western, disenchanted way. And when I saw people, when I saw the sort of the attempt to do group psychedelic ceremonial therapy in the West. So imagine a psychedelic ceremony that the average angry, depressed, neurotic Western person can go along to and not find something to complain about and still get a beneficial restoration from it all. So I thought maybe we could have a look at rave culture, which has been terribly successful at spreading quite a extreme subculture through the world that is still thriving. I've got raver friends, old raver friends, whose children are bang into this subculture. And they've now grown up and they want to be DJs themselves, which I find slightly ridiculous. That one documentary about rave that's quite recent that I really recommend to you is called Everybody in the Place by an artist called Jeremy Deller, who's a wonderful artist who's made things like a vast inflatable Stonehenge, like a bouncy castle. And he made this fantastic rave documentary, Everybody in the Place, that you can find out there. And the rave footage from the 80s, it looks quite bizarre in many ways. I mean, what kind of cool youth culture is that, with everybody wearing silly clothes, doing rather esoteric dance moves in a field. And at one point in the movie, Jeremy Deller takes the footage and shows it to these very, very sharp, switched on, diverse group of politics students in East London, school children. And they say to him that you could never go raving anymore because someone would film it and put it on social media, which is terribly sad, of course. And there's these really switched on young Muslim girls who just find it crazy that someone would want to do that with their lives, make that sort of spectacle of themselves all weekend dancing. You know, the sort of hedonism is quite noticeable, and Jeremy Deller puts that hedonism down to an explosion of libertarian, Epicurean, hedonistic beliefs after the grey Thatcher years, Margaret Thatcher years. And these things are supposed to be fun. There's a Dionysian revel aspect. And part of that is the sort of the popular wellspring, the sort of raw human vitality from which it springs. And obviously what we see and what we're doing here is talking about what the rules are going to be. And there's already tons and tons of rules for modern day psychedelic ceremonies. And I sat as the patient in the modern psychedelic ceremony, and I wasn't allowed to go outside for a joint. And it took me a long, long time to work out that that was for apparently my own safety. And not only that, but the organizers didn't believe me when I said that I would just go outside for a joint. And as soon as I'd had a quick smoke, I would come straight back in, because really there's nothing I like better than sitting there with ambient music on, bombed out my head on psychedelics, doing a bit of inner work. And no one would kind of believe me that I would firstly be safe if I went outside and had a quick joint, and secondly that I would come back in. And also my sitter buddy who went under the next ME, we got special dispensation as middle-aged men to go to the toilet a bit more than everyone else. And that this gives you an idea of the sense of controlling nature that obviously was very apparent, but we were all very sensitive to when we were tripping. And for ages I just lay still saying nothing, because I didn't think I could sort of look in my bag for a chewing gum. There's a girl who felt scared to ask if she could go to the loo. All things like this. And if it ever did go wrong a little bit, those accountable really accepted that and were honest about that and took it on the chin. And I'm kind of sounding like I'm maybe being a bit snide about the the emerging medical sector, but I can't tell you how brave I think these people actually are, because that they've got to put their head above the parapet and stand up for their production, as it were, the direction, and that they're going to have to take it completely on the chin when everything goes wrong. And so I think they're quite brave taking that sort of accountability. I don't know if I would. So I want to stress that it's just kind of so easy for us, sort of especially sort of smug psychedelic underground people, to sneer at the medical sector and the well-being sector, trying to take psychedelic experience to the normies. And I want us all to have a bit of humility there, and I want to kind of stress my humility there as well, that what they're doing is very difficult, and what we got to try not to be judgmental about the decisions they make. So when I was putting together my little list of ideas of how ceremonial, like sort of the Western interpretation of ceremonial medicine, could learn from raves, then I took inspiration from I think he's definitely Peruvian originally, academic called Dr. Luis Eduardo Luna, who those of you in the field will almost certainly be aware of. I gather him and Terence McKenna both took Yahe for the first time together. And he is a wonderful guy. You can find his videos on YouTube. He's quite an established anthropologist who has had held the same seat as Percy Fawcett, the explorer, who Indiana Jones is based on. There's a movie called The Lost City of Z about him being one of the first explorers to hold a dialogue with the indigenous people. But anyway, Dr. Luis Eduardo Luna, he has a similar plan for how the Western medical sector can learn from indigenous ceremonies, which will be water off a duck's back to all of you. I'm going to read a few of them out. Specialized institutions built in beautiful natural settings is one of the ones that Eduardo Luna thinks the medical sector could benefit from, rather than just sticking everyone away in ketamine clinics and trial centers. Ceremonies in small groups, lectures in which indigenous views are presented and discussed, live music, special diets. I mean, it's crazy to believe that a lot of this stuff isn't mandatory, isn't it, really, for the medical sector? So a lot of it seems sort of blindingly obvious to us of why the medical sector isn't doing all these things. And it almost always comes down to safety or perceived safety and the cost thereof of maintaining that. And as well, how what the rules are, what the bureaucracy is, thrashing it out. I mean, that's what's happening right now. We're all attuned to the legalization news as much as we are the scientific test news. It's like, well, when do we know if everything's rubber stamped and when we've decided what the rules are and all this? Whereas in the rave scene, particularly the illegal rave scene of the late 80s. Just Leo with the text message. And in the rave scene, we didn't spend all this time sat around thinking or sort of discussing what our sort of container was going to be at the rave. Instead, these codes of behavior for how we should all behave together while we were in an altered state, these the rave etiquette, as it were, that etiquette emerged quickly, organically, and sort of disseminated across the scene, was communicated across the scene very, very quickly. So what I'm getting at is, as much as the psychedelic space loves to spend time debating what it shouldn't do, that back in the rave days, what we sort of shouldn't do with the way we interact with each other was really effing obvious, or at least that the doctrine established itself very quickly. And everyone was aware that just because the girls weren't wearing much and were moving their bodies in a very expressive way, that didn't mean that they wanted to have sex with you. And everyone kind of knew that. And that was instilled within us very, very quickly. And obviously it kind of came from the sacrament, as it were, the MDMA, that was the drug that powered the rave scene. And on the psychedelics training course, I even heard during one of the many discussions about whether it was okay to go outside or not. I think someone commented, oh, wouldn't it be fantastic if we could enjoy these modalities as a group in the countryside, maybe with music playing as well and dancing. And it's like, yes, this is raving, right? This is raving. And all kinds of people, including Christopher Partridge, who wrote the 2 volumes, The Re-Enchantment of the West, have spoken about the rave scene as a partly by accident, partly by design, spiritual community Dionysian ceremony that happened because it kind of had to, because people had to find something in the same way that they have sought out psychedelic ceremonies as well, something in the way of re-enchantment and restoration. And certainly the bit of raving I've done since recovering from very traumatic life incident, the little private rave I go to has helped me enormously. And that has a very rigorous container where you're allowed to bring whoever you want. I say invite only, you're allowed to bring whoever you want. But if they, if they hurt themselves, they hurt someone else, they stagger around making a spectacle of themselves, then they'll be thrown out, you'll be thrown out, and you're never coming again. So there's this very rigorously enforced container. And I was thinking, how can you bring that container to the psychedelic space, that that kind of container, where you're given what the rules are, and then you're comfortable to have your own experience within it. And that's kind of what I mean by matriarchal containers. And it's a container where the women decide and execute it. And obviously, Star has done a magnificent job at that today. So that's what I mean by matriarchal containers. Someone has said, what's a matriarchal container? And the other thing people said was, Steve, you can't possibly be saying that a ceremonial space can learn about respect and ethics from the rave scene, because how about all those horrible sex pest DJs from recent times? Eric Murillo being a famous one. I think he killed himself, didn't he, while waiting to know whether he was going to be charged. And it's a funny one, isn't it? Because let's face it, all the dubious shamans used to be DJs, anecdotally. And certainly I know some people I've worked with who've had a dubious former DJ shaman who was enjoying himself far too much and got out a DMT vape and started asking people, telling people they should get on that at the same time, which to me seems pretty ridiculous, on top of a psilocybin mushroom trip as well. People who never had it before, and this guy's passing around the DMT vape. That is terribly terribly irresponsible. And when in the sort of early 90s, when it started to become sort of cool to be a DJ, what we kind of remember is people would identify. That's when people started sort of self-identifying as a DJ, and to get the kudos that came with it, or the social leverage that was attached to being a DJ. And so this would be my first point number one, about what the ceremonial scene can learn from the rave scene, is we need to have a fearless moral inventory, as it were, about the sort of lived experience of people's their authenticity, as it were. What is the what are their credentials as a ceremony leader? Because, and it's been said a lot, there's a lot of folks who want to practice psychedelic therapy, psychedelic ceremonies, who they don't have particularly extensive experience of psychedelics or the culture of them. And that this sort of inauthenticity is something that I recommend challenging. Otherwise, you end up with exactly the kind of creeps that you guys have been talking about in terms of abusive shamans, and exactly the kind of guys who have been locked up and exposed in the last 3 years for sexual abuse and moral abuse, workplace abuse, while being a DJ. So I think as well that partly comes from less of a sort of fetishization of the ceremony leader role, because back when the rave scene came through, the DJ was inconsequential, and it was more about the crowd. And what that phenomenon of trying to turn the DJ into a role model, a star, a celebrity performer, what we've ended up with is the DJ goes on the stage like a band, and the crowd, you've probably seen in sort of ghastly Coachella or whatever, the crowd then lines up in front of them like a rock and roll crowd and sort of marches in time to the DJ on the stage. And no longer is the ceremony in the round where everyone can see each other. So immediately that there is more potential for abusive situations, and the communal aspect of the rave that's all about the crowd, where everyone can see what's going on with everyone else, is immediately lost as this very sort of Western idea of fetishizing one individual and celebrating them bastardizes the original purpose of the ritual. And instead of a communal bottom-up healing experience, you get a top-down, non-participatory audience experience that fits a lot more snugly into a business model and disempowers the audience members. Now, would anyone like to clarify anything I've said or pick me up on anything? Because you must call me out on stuff, because I'm a journalist and I don't have the same experience of this space in terms of exercising compassion and curiosity and tact and sensitivity to all concerned. And you can, whenever you want, this isn't going to be a speak now or forever hold your peace moment. I want to make sure you know you can jump in and say, Steve, sorry, you're talking shit. You need to rethink that. All right. No. And so I was just talking about the bastardization of the rave ritual and how too much attention's been put on the DJ, and in the past too much attention has been put on the substance, and there's a lot of talk about ceremonies right now, Western ceremonies being too much about the substance. They even have this what they call ayahuasca, which is just some DMT and a MAO inhibitor. So it doesn't have the other sort of 26, 27 plus ingredients that go into the jungle brew. It doesn't even use psychotic avidris, and the ayahuasca fine, it uses it. Yeah. It's completely a sort of a plastic simulation. And most importantly, it doesn't have all the other elements that make up what I gather is called forca, the efficacy, the power of the healing power of the ceremony, which is about so many different things other than the brew. It's about the spirits, of course, and the music and the people and the environment and the quality of the ceremony. And we've got to remember that it's not just about these really obvious tropes that boomers can get their head around, like there being a a star musical performer who's going to be celebrated besides the audience. It is about the audience And that is what is kind of so subversive, isn't it, about something like rave culture, is the audience participates. And as a, as a white person, it's easy to get self-conscious about lots of things. But I must say, one of the most embarrassing things, and I'm joking now about being a white person, is how bad white people are at enjoying themselves at raves and festivals. And the way they stand in the crowd, staring forwards, just sort of waiting to be entertained without realizing that they are the entertainment. And of course, now we have a weird situation where the people who create the atmosphere, the vibe at raves, nightclubs, ceremonies, whatever, they all get in for free on the guest list, and all the normies have to pay the 20 quid so they can come along and get a bit of these folks refracted sense of embodiment and liberation. So I digress. And how did we sort of enforce our matriarchal container, and how do we carry on enforcing our matriarchal containers in the rave scene? And firstly, there's a London DJ club promoter called Nikki Holloway, who always famously said, advertise for the women and the men will come in their in their sway. And but one always thinks, oh, it's it's men buying flashy cars and stuff like that, and consumer purchases are actually driven by women, 83%. But men are mugs. They just do what the women kind of tell them to do in some ways, in some kind of social ways within the West, in the middle classes. And we've seen over the last 12 hours or so how good A Star has been at implementing that in a way that isn't maybe quite as toxic as it may have needed to be if there was a guy running the show. And I've been a manager myself, and I hate it when I have to kind of tick somebody off. And I love the kind of the red card system where you just go that I'm not going to make you feel bad. I'm just going to do say you've got 2 strikes now and the third and you're out. And there's no emotion involved. And I think women are much better usually, or women who are good at this sort of thing are very good at not shaming people when they correct them. And they can also, I've heard some female commentators in the psychedelic space speak incredibly clearly and elegantly about difficult issues. I did hear recently that's something that ayahuasca in particular helps with, a bit like one's vision. It helps one sort of choose one's words when sharing one's emotions and ideas a lot more succinctly, and I'm very envious of that.
Yeah. Hi, Steve.
Hey,
I'm Rick. I think Asteria is going to try and get a little bit of shut-eye for a couple hours. So before she signed up, oh, she might already be gone. I was just going to.
Yeah, I got a text off of Leo saying about 5 minutes ago saying, do you mind sort of carrying stuff for a star? Because she must be quite pretty beat by now.
Yeah, cool, man. And I got here a little bit late. I had to take I'm on till like 6 or 7 in the morning, so I was taking a nap too. So unfortunately, I missed most of your presentation. Oh wait, we got someone with a raised hand. 1 second. Hold on. Go for it, Christina.
Thank you, Ray.
I'm not sure what she's trying to say.
I think I might have to unmute her. I think we've got quite
are we still? Oh crap. Jesus.
Yeah, so you look into that, mate. I'm gonna put
Yeah, okay, hold on 1 second. Oh man, I'm gonna ask you, so I have to, okay.
I think you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm gonna try and, so we had some like trolls hop on the call and like start posting some porn, but that was like 10 hours ago, and so I
It was a
think
long time ago.
so I'm gonna start laxing up the security. If you would mind taking the floor for a second, Christina, I'm gonna get this sorted.
No, I don't mind. Hi, Steve. My name's Christina. I am part of Entheo Society, and I also missed most of your presentation. I was busy. I really wanted to check it out, but what I did catch was you talking about how the culture has changed, and that originally the rave culture was about the audience.
Yeah.
And when I hear about rave culture back in the day, it always sounds so beautiful, you know, plur, peace, love, unity, respect. And I actually didn't really get much of a taste of it when it first started. I wasn't really old enough and or daring enough to sneak out and just go anyway, like some of my friends went. But I did start joining the rave scene super late, like let's see, like 2013, 14. There's been this resurgence in Seattle, and then techno's been really big over the last handful of years in Seattle, and I love all of it. However, I have noticed what you were saying is that there's this very strange glorification of the DJs, and some of them are producers, which makes it a little different, but it's this very strange phenomenon where everyone's just, like you said, zoned out, staring at a dude. You can't even tell what he's doing. Like, he could just be hitting a button. Like, sometimes they're really, what's the word I'm looking for? Transparent, and they'll hit a button and walk away and go to the bar. And I just,
they'll make a thing of it. Yeah, absolutely.
That cracks me up, and I love it. But then there's some people, I don't know. Anyway, that wasn't my point though. I wanted to say that I agree with you. And there has been efforts in certain communities in Seattle where we've gotten together outside of clubs to talk about safety, because there's been a lot of people getting drugged and taken advantage of and all of this.
Yeah.
And I've been a victim of that. I've also seen it happen, and I've tried to help accommodate making more safety. And so one thing that I really appreciate is that there are sometimes conversations about it. So I've made it a real big habit to actually turn around and face the people that are on the floor and dance with them, and just trying to get people to do that. And there's like a whole crew of us that do that. And I love it. But it's still not enough. Anyway, so I just tuned into that. I'll have to come back and listen to your talk, but I have a very big beef with the rave scene now because of how dangerous sometimes it feels. And so absolutely. I was really curious what you had to say. Yeah.
There's two bits there that firstly is the actual abuse, and secondly is the perception of danger. And of course, within a psychedelic ceremony, it's all about sort of super heightened perceptions, and it's the kind of thing that we've almost sort of lost. What have we done? That's sort of desensitized the term, because it's the kind of thing we all say. Oh, senses are heightened in the psychedelic experience, and we kind of forget what that really means. And it's why we have containers, isn't it? Not to look less because these are the rules, but more because then everyone knows what the rules are, and there's no room for the kind of cognitive dissonance that causes suspicion and really negative experiences to kind of sneak in.
I missed the rules. Like, can you break down
I
rules?
don't think I'm not saying these should be the rules. What I am kind of expressing is the importance of a container.
Seriously important. And that's something that I got really interested in starting right before the pandemic. I started producing events to cater to what I thought would facilitate community, focus on arts and actually healing arts. I took the alcohol out of the equation and had all kinds of elixirs. And, anyone who knew me knew that I would be totally fine if they showed up on microdoses or whatever, And so that was a really fun experiment. And I only got to do one of those parties, but it was.
Yeah, they were never alcohol-based events in the first place, were they? I mean, if you think of what one of the influences of the format was the loft parties in New York, where I don't think there was any alcohol served, right? And one of the seminal clubs in New York of the last 20 years, I think, called Body and Soul, which was also a very, very black and gay crowd, and there was no drink served there. And I actually was shown around a very big, quite famous local church that has had a huge sound system put in, and they asked a number of contemporary artists to do religious art and put it in there. And of course, all these fine artists said, "Oh yeah, I'd love to do that actually." And they were having electronic music gigs in there. And of course, they couldn't have rock gigs because your rock crowd needed a beer. And it's part of the culture, but a electronic music crowd will come along and watch an electronic music act on stage and not need to have a beer. And the church, what are they called? Is it the verger or the warden who looks at it? He said, yeah, we're going to have raves in here and then the service the next day. And I said, dude, how are you going to do that? He said, we're not going to serve drink. And that's how we're going to do it. And it would be, it's slightly sort of against the hedonistic nature or the Dionysian nature to say no anything, really. But the original raves didn't have any booze. And recently as well, what I've found is a bit of a return to the rave being intentional, as in it's about going along and being on the dance floor and summoning that rave energy as much as it is about, and I love this as much as anyone else, as much as it's about, maybe meeting a member of the opposite sex or catching up with your friends or being, sort of a regular night out and just going and having it at the rave. And this is how these cultural totems get watered down, is the attendees are attending because they don't know what the fucking hell else to do, and they just do what they think they're supposed to do. And they rock along. And I read a blog post the other day about how the table service clubs in Manhattan are half empty, those kind of VIP nightclubs of the meatpacking district. And the reason they're half empty is because all the girls are in Peru on ayahuasca retreats, and all the ghastly bros who follow along those girls are wondering where they are or going off to ayahuasca retreats looking for them. All right.
I love this so much. I have to just say, I came to Maui to start working on ayahuasca to escape the rave scene in Seattle. So I'm one of those girls.
You are. And I mean, when I mentioned those table service clubs in Manhattan, I mean, they can, but we're still talking about this same guy, aren't we? And of course, we're slightly kind of othering. And we maybe have to be careful there, because we would love to be inclusive. And of course, what we used to have back in the day was what is probably problematically called a door bitch. And that is a commanding lady or you know, a non-binary individual who identifies as having a lot of female energy, but was sometimes used as well, with a clipboard, who just say, you can't come in. All right, you people who want, who you know, you're kind of following everybody else, you can't come in. And the reason they always used to give, which became a cliche, was it's not your sort of thing. And of course, they were right. It's not their sort of thing. And they're going to go inside and they're going to kind of giggle at everybody else and make fun of them. And then people are going to make fun of them back. And maybe there's going to be a bad-tempered incident and it spoils everyone's night, all because individuals who came along to something that they weren't going to enjoy, that they didn't really like, that was antithetical to them and their own journey in life, but they kind of had to go along, didn't they? Because everyone else was there. Everyone else. All right, not everyone else, just a certain kind of energy that they wanted to essentially vampire in a very sort of low level, perhaps innocent way. And I feel kind of bad saying, you know, talking about boundaries and containers in this way where they actually get implemented. And I think the therapy space talks about boundaries without really allowing for what happens when you enforce boundaries, and what boundaries really are, which tends to be a declaration of a threat of violence or you know, a physical barrier. And so I feel kind of bad saying people who aren't suited to it shouldn't come. But I think the only reason they would come is because of inappropriate sort of capitalist dynamics or extractive economy dynamics more than anything else. And I don't, if it's going to be my life experience, my journey versus somebody else's, I choose mine.
Yeah, it's okay.
And Zach Leary, son of Timothy, is very fond of saying, my father was not a pacifist. And I think what he means is we have to kind of stick up for ourselves, and we can't be so much about sort of cosmic union that we become disenchanted ourselves. Yeah, does that make sense? It's like burning karma.
I got a little distracted. What was your last sentence about cosmic union? It
I
got
think
really deep, really fast.
I'm going to kind of offer it out because I feel confused as well. What are we allowed to say that certain human beings aren't allowed into the space because otherwise they will corrupt it? Because that's exactly what we're talking about here, really, isn't it? Is certain elements, and I know it'll happen kind of whatever, certain archetypes
I think it's okay, honestly. I mean, you're just reminding me of, so part of the reason I wasn't in the rave scene for a long time is I was in the goth scene, and we also had what you called a door bitch, and they were like very, very, very good at their job, being goth and all. And so, and I actually really appreciated that because it didn't have just like a bunch of jocks coming in after the Super Bowl to come and see what are often scantily clad women and men dancing. It's a very erotic type of scene.
I've always wanted to go out with a guy.
And so the thing is, like, having that boundary and having a dress code. There was always a dress code.
Yeah.
It
Now,
really
I mean, that's another thing that's quite complex, right? Because you don't want to think that there has to be a dress code. And
right.
often these things start out without a dress code because no one who would come wouldn't be in the dress code. And then you have to start enforcing the dress code.
Right. And the funny thing is, like, I actually, one of my first times going, I was totally not dressed in the dress code. I had like a Jimi Hendrix tie-dyed t-shirt on and like a pair of blue jean overalls. I don't know how I sweet talked my way in there, but I did. And I mean, I never left that club. Yep, the goth club. But I think it's just that the what you called the door bitch, or I'll just call her the door girl, they got to have an excuse to not let people in, but they could also see when someone was genuinely curious and probably not going to cause a problem.
I've actually done the job myself, and I know some people who don't, and they say it's all in the eyes. And you know,
well,
you'll be allowed in.
I really seem to think that I'm pretty cool. So
Yeah.
I'm saying I think it's okay to exclude people when it doesn't feel safe, and it allows people to be more free in their expression when they feel some protection with the boundaries. And then I will say that particular club I'm thinking of, they started getting a little more lax. And I do think that it had to do with numbers dropping and them needing to make more money.
Yeah.
But they do like a monthly membership drive where anyone could literally come in off the street and sign up to be a member, even if they've never been. And it used to be that you had to come with a friend like 8 times before they would consider membership. So I do think that a lot of boundaries and standards diminish when, you know, the capitalistic.
Totally. Because what happens now is with here in London is everything is kind of tickets in advance, and the enchanting, shall we say, rather than the better clubs are emerging are ones where you can't buy a ticket, and there's that kind of spontaneous nature to where it doesn't have to be quite so sort of rigorously pre-planned. Your enchanting sort of semi-religious cultural, sacramental experience doesn't have to be planned sort of weeks in advance until it begins to lose a bit of the magic.
The Renegade, was that original rave thing? Because there's a lot of renegade parties and just like random warehouses. They might be illegal.
Yeah. Originally, it was kind of all illegal because a bit like the kind of the block parties in New York, the hip hop block parties. That the idea was you'd just turn up with the sound system wherever, and especially like in the countryside. And the rave idyll is a glade in the woods with a sound system, and you don't just go all night. You go during the day as well, and so that was the earliest times, And I think again, right now here in the 2020s, the most curated rave experiences will mimic that, and that there'd be sort of less organic and sort of DIY. They'd be very arranged, shall we say, but it will be within that sort of agrarian.
I think anything that like starts off underground, but then just gets like slowly saturated and mainstreamed and made more for profit as the years go by. Like I remember even back in like the mid 2000s, the people I knew that went to Burning Man were like, oh, it was so much cooler 10 years ago, you know? And that just like continuously just like kept happening, even up until today, where it's like now only like CEOs and it's like some of the countries that are leader, the only people that can even afford to go, you know, or take a week off or whatever.
A friend of mine just got back from, what is it called? Electric Daisy Carnival or something in Las Vegas. I guess it's like one of the biggest raves in the world other than Burning Man, but
right.
It just sounds overwhelming. It's like, how are you supposed to establish any connection when there's like thousands and thousands of people just drunk and high, and I don't even know.
Again, it kind of got, I think, initially because the sense of being that the energy of all those people, what was something those experiencing it hadn't really had before. You know, the drug and the music and the energy of the people all going, oh, like that. And it can be quite distinctive. The first time someone else sees it. And it's testament to, you know, the power of the spirits and what else might be going on in our perception apart from, you know, our common senses.
I've experienced a lot of entities in situations like that.
Someone tried to tell me that there were MDMA entities, and I said, "Brilliant! How much MDMA do I need to take to meet the MDMA?
You don't want them.
I think I would have probably met them already.
I most commonly hear of the entities from like DMT and ayahuasca, and then I think psilocybin comes at a third place, where like some of the people that take like monster doses and mushrooms.
They're around all the time. Entities are around all the time. It's just that when you're on these things, you're more porous, but same with alcohol. It's just that psychedelics often allow people to see them, whereas some people are born able to see them without any of that. And I have been able to see them a few times without any of that. And I've noticed that entities really just enjoy hanging around sex and drugs and debauchery.
That is a very interesting hypothesis that I have not heard mentioned in all the entity chat.
Oh, really?
Privy to. And I was actually on a call last week with, which has been, you know, had a lot of attention with the guys who went in the extended DMT machine here in London. Have you heard about all this, where they gave it to them on a titrated trip?
I haven't heard. I don't keep up on the DMT stuff that much.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, neither do I, but it is a, certainly there was a lot of entity chat there, and they said that one of them said that when they put him in the MRI scanner, he was immediately surrounded by entities who were going, well, what's going on? We do the scanning.
Oh, was it the machine, the machine elves? The machine elves?
But I'm not sure. I think folks have quite a everyone has quite a subjective entity experience, don't they? Despite the fact that there are common factors, and this is one of the big areas of DMT research is phenomenologizing. Yeah, does that make sense? For you know, categorizing.
Yes.
entity experiences, because some do come up it commonly, and what informs those entity experiences? Is it our cultural experience or not? Because the first time they looked into it, they thought it would have like a Buddhist framework, didn't they? And it doesn't really have any established religious framework, the DMT experience. Anyway, we're talking about the MDMA experience. Although I have seen DMT vapes at the rave being used very non-intentionally.
Yeah.
But I mean, that is interesting that we have all sort of agreed that maybe it is a good idea to keep certain people out of the ceremony. Yeah. But do we don't feel bad about that at all?
I don't. I mean, I do this for a living. I vet people to be part, like I help people prepare and integrate ceremonies, and occasionally I'll hold space for people too. And I have very particular types of people that I will work with, and I don't feel bad about it because it's what I can handle. It's my capacity. That's my boundaries. And if I don't feel like I can serve someone well, then I don't want to cause any harm. And so, and I think that, yeah, it's important for people to know what kinds of people they can work with.
Right, yeah. Right. I think that's a very good way of putting it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just like something I think we can expect to see more and more of, the mainstream, like I think How to Change the Mind Netflix documentary blew up all huge and brought a whole new like curious audience to the conversation. Fantastic Fungi, I think, came out a few years before that, and all the research from Johns Hopkins and all of that cool stuff. And especially here in the States, like there is a mental health crisis, you know what I mean? Like, and there's a lot of people out there that, have real problems that, have turned into like worse things like, addiction and insomnia and all the, symptoms of PTSD. So my primary concern really was, because we are kind of dealing with vulnerable people, was the like narcissistic like frauds and con artists, or the people that are just there to make a buck. And some of the like language I listen for is like, yeah, if it sounds like way more like writing affirmations in the mirror than like meditation and communing with nature and some of that stuff. Like, I guess as a person that like used psychedelics to get some serious like therapy, like I'm concerned about other people out there like me, like wasting time and money off of someone that is just in it to make a buck and isn't really a shaman at all, or what like that element. But yeah, no, this has dropped a whole new like mountain of concern into my lap, thinking about the poor women that are out there that are vulnerable and get that. That's just like, holy shit, that's just made it so much worse. But yeah, like I just don't want anyone out there wasting a day or $1 on some unproven like nonsense. On the other hand, I don't want there to be so much like bureaucracy and red tape that the people that need help can't get it, so.
I hear you, Rick. It's a fine line, isn't it? Like,
right.
Trying to protect people, and also like, who likes a bunch of bureaucracy? Nobody.
Right. Yeah.
So I think a lot of times it's just under the discretion of whoever's holding the space, whoever's holding the party. People develop reputations, like certain production companies like mine, Well Ovation. I mean, I had a great party, and people knew that next time I throw a party, like I had a certain kind of standard, same for different people holding space and for medicine, for ceremony.
Yeah. So I don't think you were there yet, Steve or Christina. So I'm going to tell this story again, because I hadn't thought of this until this event. It kind of like jarred loose a memory I have, and that is in 2011, I was dating this girl, and we had kind of like met on some dating site and like steered, some chats about like the thing we had in common was Buddhism, right? She's been doing the meditation Buddhist thing, and I've been doing it for a few years. So we just, had something in common and stuff. And then over like the course of getting to know this girl better, over the course of a couple weeks, she started saying stuff that just set off these like red flags. And I don't want to go into the whole story, but the gist of it is like, she met this guy who was like the head of this like Buddhist household, and he's supposedly enlightened. And so all these people come and like, to live with him and, get his teachings or whatever. And she started describing like meditation giving her PTSD. And I was just like, had never heard of such a thing, but it turns out this guy would make these poor people just do these like 5-6 hours long where you're like, your knees get fucked off. And if you like try to complain, the guy's just like, oh, I guess you don't have what it takes to be enlightened, and just like there's all this. So then she says like she ended up dating the guy, and like we were in there for a while, and it turned out he was a just total piece of shit. Like
Wow.
was like locked her out. He said that he locked her out in the hallway of her apartment building, buck naked once.
So he's a cult leader? Is that what it is?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah, there's I've met a lot of people like that just in the last 5 months in Hawaii.
And I was just like,
it's I mean, I laugh, but I tend to laugh when things make me really uncomfortable. And the fact is there's a ton of people who are ego tripping. Psychedelics don't always help people have healthy ego. Sometimes they come back with like a super on steroids ego.
What I think it is? And it's like, as I've been there, man, when you make that deep, like profound connection with the universe, like it's something so special and so just like, radically like mind changing and beautiful, like drop to your knees and weep, like just like beautiful and comforting and cradling you and shit. And like it makes like it's something just so out of like the norm, like when you feel that you really feel like you were selected by this like divine force to fucking like like everyone else can go to the concert but you get backstage passes, right? And I think, and especially like when you hear stories like from the Bible where like Moses was the only one guy out of the whole freaking tribe that was like got to go climb up this mountain and meet God and talk through this burning bush and shit. And so I think a lot of people start to see themselves as that, like the bush chose me, when really it's like anyone that applies himself to this path can get some serious fucking therapy and spiritual insight. But I know what you mean, man. It can pump some freaking
I had this explained to me actually. And the profound, deep, special nature of those visions apparently comes from the collective unconscious, which is of course timeless and eternal, and has that very deep, profound nature.
Like the archetypes, like archetypes that are within us all and stuff.
You hit the nail on the head there. The archetypal experience is very deep, but really it's it's just kind of referring probably to some very down to earth, very human relationship things going on in your life. And when the goddess says, I need you to be ready, she probably means for that new person you're going to meet, rather than the psychedelic revolution that she wants you to lead, because you are the next incarnation of the Crowley Leary
right. I had this like series of trips where like you know, I was like, it was encountering the like same divine, you know, presence that psychedelics can bring about, except it was like distinctly feminine, right? Like this was like a, yeah, the goddess experience, right? And like that happened a few times over the course. It was like one time when I was, you know, here by how, another time like out in the park, like I was just seeing the, you know, face of the mother and like all the bark and stuff like that. But the next real mind-blowing experience, it was like coming from inside of me, right? Like that switch to this point where it was like I was, you know, making contact with like my inner feminine or whatever, you know. And it, like I said, just one of these, like I'm the least woo-woo dude you will, like I'm all Carl Sagan, baby. But like this shit, you know, I mean, like, you know, it's like the best, like that Jung kind of explained it with the animus thing, and it's like ubiquitous throughout like Hermeticism and alchemy and all that, like symbolism of the Rosicrucians and all of that shit. Like it's like that path of spiritual transformation is like, yeah, out there in the ether for us to kind of pluck out, it seems.
You're speaking my language. Yeah, I think that, you know, not everybody does get that stellar gnosis. I like that terminology for that divine union. Not everybody receives that download in this lifetime, but as we know, psychedelics do make it more likely to speed up the process.
I'd say sometimes it'll take some different stuff. One of the the like sound of like women singing, like I listen to a lot of this like ancient Norse, like Viking shaman music, and like, yeah, something about just like that ancient like female voice, like just kind of like brings that, I don't know, kind of like opens up third eye a little bit for me, however the saying goes. Catapults me. Same with like some qigong exercises and like meditation and kung fu, like, yeah, all that stuff. Like, yeah. It gets me there, I guess, sometimes.
The sound of ceremony is all the girls talking to themselves, and it kind of sounds a bit like speaking in tongues.
Yeah.
It's a kind of contemporary psychedelic version of speaking in tongues, and it's a lovely noise, I have to say.
Yeah.
Now there are various things that have come up here in my rave advice, and the first thing, a friend of mine called Jenny Valentish, who's written a couple of books, one called A Woman of Substances, about her addiction and psychedelic healing, and her new book is called Harder, Faster Than Everyone Else, where she essentially, she was with what they called Ironman marathon runners, where they do the triple marathon, and she spent some time with a guy called Jack Aloka, who's a rising star of the space over here, who's very much about lived experience and very, very much looks the part, and as a result gets all the speaking gigs, or the Burning Man type bro conferences.
Yeah.
And she was talking about, she lives in Australia, and she says there's a really ghastly kind of plastic shaman scene over there and in Bali. And she was, in her very journalistic way, beginning to become concerned by all this talk about the divine feminine. And that got me very self-conscious, because of course in Britain, if you want to look at the indigenous tradition, it's very much sort of nature worship, goddess worship,
right.
It's a big thing here.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I even finished up that sentence or not, but like I'd never heard the phrase "the Great Mother" too. It was like after a night on mushrooms, I got on Google the other day. I was like, let's see what this, and I just found this whole like catalog of like goddess worship going back to the fucking like caveman days, like, you know what I mean, like stuff carved out of like mastodon bone and stuff, these like large breasted fertility goddesses and shit. Like
we just entered that age again, and that's the direction we're heading.
Right,
Time
man.
of the alchemical mother, the great
You
mother.
know, like, you know, it's yeah, it's like like there's just like something about psilocybin for me at least, just like activates this very like ancient like ceremonial part of the brain where it's like for me just the fact that it's like chemistry happening in my brain, that nature provided this at all. Like I eat this mushroom and like have this just amazing experience. Like it still is, but yeah, it like blows me away sometimes how cool it really is, how fortunate we are. Oh, but yeah, there's been a few times where I've brought some of that knowledge like back over to this side with me. It's pretty cool.
Thanks for sharing that link. I'll check it out.
The link there, that's by one of Annie and my colleagues. Fantastic article. Girl called Mackenzie Amara wrote about her father's sex offending. And I mentioned it kind of briefly last night about how Mackenzie believes that self-destructive compulsive behavior patterns are from the mother wound. And of course, we all seek to heal that mother wound to an extent that no human mother can be expected to provide. And it's from that sepulchral feminine energy that we're talking about that it can come. And so that is the sort of very positive notion. And Jenny, and I notice critical voices beginning to be a bit wary about bros like me talking too much about the psychedelic divine feminine and kind of associating it, I think, slightly with maybe one or two popular voices. Where you sort of bring the divine feminine into a sort of deconstructed modern female, you know, the trad wife thing, the cottage core thing, a sort of a de-feministization of modern women. And I wondered if you guys had a more up-to-date take on that than I have. And what we'd used to do in the rave scene, of course, was we had no truck with these slightly pesty, emo nice guys. At the time, we knew what they were like, really. These guys who get the guitar out at the after party and stuff like that. We knew what they were like. Yeah.
Right. Oh man, I'm sorry. I know you just said. Can you ask the question one more time again?
Yeah. I've noticed that talk of the divine feminine is beginning to attract sort of problematic,
right? Okay.
You know, elements apparently.
Yeah.
And I think what I worry about personally is becoming one of those guys, you know, with this is what the psychedelic divine feminine looks like t-shirts.
Oh, right.
Where you're kind of a supposed ally, a nice guy ally.
Yeah.
And I wondered if anyone had any take on that. There's the shadow side of the
man. No, I've known like plenty of those like hippie, like man bun dudes that act all like gentle and peaceful, but really they're like trying to get your chick's phone number behind your
I've dated those guys.
Right?
It's
scary.
Right. It's scary. I
summed
think
it up
that,
very well there, dude.
I think that you know, if you really are serious about the divine feminine, you've been touched by the divine feminine, and you're, you know, developing an integration practice around that, or it's something that you want to explore. I think you can tell someone's genuine if they are seeking out to develop a practice around that. Like I have started certain practices and have been really intense with them over the last, like since the pandemic started. And it's really been really amazing and beautiful to connect with different goddesses that way. So I think you can tell if someone is full of crap if they're going on and on about the divine feminine, but they're treating their girlfriend like crap, and they don't have an altar, and like.
Yeah.
I guess I think I understood your question, so that was my best answer.
Like something I'm struggling like to like fathom. Like I've just gotten so much like growth in learning out of this medicine. Like it's done nothing but make me like better. It's hard for me to imagine like someone like going through all the same stuff I've gone through and like, you know what, I'm gonna open up a scam shaman service and molest a bunch of chicks. Like that's just like so far out of like so I don't know. I guess they were probably like had some more like deeper level problems that psychedelics couldn't fix, or I don't know what the fuck to even like make about that. For me, it's like I was like never like I had 4 sisters, right? And it was like I've been in some pretty like toxic relationships, but I've never like hit a girl or like messed around with a drunk chick or something. But yet when I was like in front of this divine like feminine presence, still had like a long list of stuff that was like regrettable now that I'm like older, right? Just some of the like heartless, careless, selfish, whatever it is. But yeah, no, I was just like signed into service by this divine presence too. Like we just like made this pact where like from this day forward I was gonna protect and defend like women. And yeah, I don't know, it's brought like the like balance of like how I'm balancing this feminine stuff within me is like helping me in harmony with the like my girlfriend, like the relationship I'm actually in with a female. So yeah, I've just gotten so much growth and learning out of this that I'm still struggling to find that like pieces of shit can't infiltrate, or that's just like, yeah, it sucks. But I'm hoping that like, a lot of that women do have their spidey senses going and pick up all the creepy, with the intuition and whatnot. But there's going to be like vulnerable girls that, just don't have that in their tool belt yet, and that's sort of like, fuck.
Even if you have a lot of intuition like I do, I still find myself in unsafe situations because there really is not always a way to protect yourself, even if someone is creepy, because other people don't always listen. So that's why this whole event happening is really important.
I mean, I think that's super interesting, and it was what I was trying to pick at, and I know it's wrong to sort of be implicit in that way. Last night when I was kind of saying, I think we're slightly disempowered against abuse, and the way we're not allowed to sort of make decisions for ourselves or sort of regulate ourselves. It might kind of be part of that, because the book The Sociopath Next Door says that the sociopath thrives in decorum, because no one can call the sociopathic behavior out, because it would rupture the social surrounds too much. It would make everyone feel too uncomfortable. And having been in abuse situations myself, you really get a understanding of why abuse victims don't want to come forward, or how abuse accusations maybe come out in ways that aren't ideal or aren't the expected way for them to play out.
Like, so what some of the first stories I started hearing about people that had like some significant opioid addiction or what other mental health issues, and actually they were making this pilgrimage down to South America, Peru, to take part in these ayahuasca ceremonies. This is like when like Joe Rogan first, kind of like blipped on his radar back in the late 2000s or whatever. But I remember it didn't take long before stories started coming back from South America of like the market getting saturated. It's now a for-profit tourist industry. So all these fraud shaman are popping up out of nowhere because the real shaman are all booked up. And yeah, next thing you know, girls that spend thousands of dollars to go down there and get, some peace and healing and enlightenment, got touched inappropriately. And I can't, like, that's just like the biggest bummer. I should have guessed it was, I just like didn't realize how widespread the issue was, but I should have known because martial arts instructors too have recently in my last year like popped up on my radar because I train martial arts, and via online YouTube communities and whatnot found out like from coast to coast there's all these martial arts instructors that some of them already had domestic violence charges or some other stuff on their record, but they snuck through or ended up molesting dozens of kids before they
I'm in that world as well. And I'm aware.
Same thing of just like how you just wanted to learn some self-defense and that happened to you instead. It just fucking it breaks my heart, man.
I think it's often in areas, isn't it? I mean, people tell me that their martial arts instructor was the first decent male role model they ever had.
So
especially in contrast to say TV hard men who are who are either unrealistic or they're kind of bad guys at the same time, and like you can't be tough and good at the same time. And then people go to martial arts classes and they meet these guys who are tough and good at the same time, and they have this very positive masculinity to them. And I think with in the same way that the sort of the spiritual bond and hope is crushed by with shamanic abuse, which I know zero about, but by the way, it's the same with a martial arts instructor or someone close, and abuse happens where it can, in my experience, and probably none of us are immune from the lure of being able to take advantage of someone. And having said that, of course, there does seem to be abuse where you draw a boundary and somebody says, "Oh goodness me, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize." But they're quite rare, aren't they? And I don't know where I'm possibly going with it, because saying, "Oh, we need to call out abuse more," that doesn't necessarily go well either, does it? Or doesn't go completely smoothly either. And
I never have answers for any of this, but what I really feel that's important to mention is that shadow integration is really important. Learning how to face our shadows, and like you said a minute ago, that that we all have the capacity to be tempted when we have power. Those aren't the words you're using, but this is what I was thinking. Power is the issue, and how well our shadow is integrated determines what we've repressed and what might come out in those vulnerable moments.
I just realized that I didn't take the microdose I was going to. Guess I was rushing to the keyboard because I don't mean to keep going back to my rave stuff. I just want to make sure you guys get the value out of it. But we had these movies that were very if anything, they were that there was too much of a sort of a warning story in them. If you think of Quadrophenia, you guys know Quadrophenia, the movie, right? About
mods,
which is all about not putting too much too much of yourself into something else, or projection is, but he projects, doesn't he, onto the Sting character about what life should be like. And we had all these kind of cautionary tales in these movies and elsewhere, maybe a bit too much, really. And the sense of kind of self-policing and looking after yourself is something that I think we've kind of lost. And martial arts, it is part of that, or can be part of that journey back to self-empowerment that one needs for individuation and self-actualization. You're muted, dude.
It's kind of like the Jedi and the Sith, like we see it, some of the symbolism there. You know what I mean? Where there's like a quicker, path to like strength and power, but ultimately it just like ruins you inside. Or even, I go on this one all the time. There's like in Superman 3 where he fights the Bizarro like Superman. It's like evil self. It's like, it's something that these people learning how to handle the responsibility and the temptation to like strike out at your enemies,
Yeah. I mean, the responsibility is one thing, and to themselves. I mean, we're talking very much, aren't we, about a authority dynamic, and I think we as Westerners want to put our faith in a sort of spiritual authority figure. And because the institutions that we kind of signed up for mentally that would protect us and give us guidance, what we kind of feel haven't, and we're maybe looking for these other institutions, and we turn to Shipibo curandero healing, and we say, oh yeah, you are, but we then project our need onto them instead. And this sense of projecting need all the time that can only come from ourselves. Lenny Gibson, the thinker, psychedelic thinker, who I think owns psychedelics today, he talks about LSD, and I think he gets this directly from Hoffman. That LSD is the next stage in the evolution of psychedelics. I know this is controversial, in the sense that it democratizes the shamanic experience. And then the shamanic experience is no longer so exclusive, in the sense that you don't have to go out on the hillside at a certain time of year to the field that the livestock have been in to get the sacrament. The sacrament is in this sort of colorless, odorless liquid, and you can fit enough of it to turn on a city in a mayonnaise jar. And do we have to kind of learn to hold space for ourselves a bit, not just at the ceremony, but outside in the real world as well, because we're getting eaten alive by toxic employers, toxic relationships, etc. Right now, toxic shaman. Right now.
I'm sorry, we'll get right back to that in just a sec, but I know the 1 o'clock hour came and went. I'm not sure if we had anyone scheduled to speak, or if there's anybody out there that has a burning desire. I believe someone's supposed to come on again at 2, but if nobody else is coming on for 1 o'clock right now, then yeah, Steve, go take it away, my man.
Carry on talking shit, right? And you'll be pleased to know I'm going to go to church in a bit. And about half an hour or so, I've got to go to church. And let me see if I've got any particularly good anecdotes left on my list of pointers from the rave scene.
What kind of church are you going to?
Mate, it's just the basic Christian one round the corner. You guys will like this. I'm in central East London, and the nursery rhyme, Oranges and Lemons, the old pagan nursery rhyme. Do you guys know the movie The Wicker Man?
Oh yeah, was that
Yeah,
Nicolas
with
Cage?
Edward Woodward with the
Oh,
Equalizer,
boy.
where they put the Equalizer in the Wicker Man, like at the end of Burning Man. Yeah.
And
Yeah, but
yeah.
there's a scene in that where they're doing the pagan profession and they put the swords over everyone in the village's head, and everyone in the village has to go underneath the swords.
Oh, right,
And they
right,
sing Oranges and Lemons, I think,
Okay.
the old nursery rhyme. And
Right.
and Oranges and Lemons is all about the churches. They used it to teach the children the names of the churches in London. And one line says, "When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch." And it is the church from that. It is the bells of Shoreditch, St.
Oh, cool.
Leonard's.
Oh, wow.
And it used to be where one of the various points around London where they would have public executions,
Oh,
which were a highlight of the social calendar. And they used to have the gallows and the stocks. You know, they used to put people in the stocks and shame them. They used to have them in display in the foyer of the church, and they've made them into the
little
crucifix.
kids would come up with sharp sticks and poke you and stuff. Yeah.
Oh wow! Yeah. Maybe that was considered a bit beyond the pale. So it's that, and that they took the crucifix. They took the stocks and made it into the crucifix at the front.
I can't. Yeah, that's just like that would torture. I can't imagine. Yes, and one of those things where your hands and head. Like if my nose had an itch on it, I would go crazy. Like I don't think I could last a half hour in that thing. I'd just go nuts. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's why it was torture. Right?
And I mean, I think I know that there's a lot of problems about with the established Christian church. I don't necessarily consider myself, like Damien Eccles, I would not call myself a Christian because of the implications it has. Also very near here is Bunhill Row, which is the cemetery where they would bury you if you were what they call unorthodox. And that in itself is very privileged, because you could only really explain your unorthodox faith and justify it if you had the education. So there are nonetheless a lot of very interesting people buried there, William Blake being number one, who's essentially a saint of the the esoteric movement. You're muted, dude.
Right. Is what a Protestant is consider is Catholicism like unorthodox to the Protestants over there? Or is it...
I'd say it's kind of half and half over here with Protestantism and Catholicism.
Okay.
You don't want to get me onto the prophecy and right. We're back to the kind of the eagles and condors, aren't we? Right. The whole how the esoterists like to think of it is Elizabeth I, the Queen, seeing as we're talking about the divine feminine, Madonna Magdalena Regina. Elizabeth I, Anne Boleyn's daughter, was queen. She was like a genius level intellect, and she was heavily into Neoplatonism and the esoteric teachings that have been discovered in the Renaissance. And that it was kind of fashionable across Europe, and they were all paying huge amounts of money, like an arms race, to try and turn lead into gold.
Right.
And they were kind of fighting all the different nation states over the top alchemists. And obviously all the alchemists would say, yeah, we do keep telling you that lead into gold is just like a metaphor for the whole process of personal evolution.
Right. And some of the punishments, like if an alchemist didn't deliver, like some of the punishments they had in store for, like if you swindled a king out of like hundreds of dollars, like they had some good punishments waiting for those dudes, I'd heard. In certain cases, like no, it wasn't real. Like nobody could actually really do it. You know what I mean?
No, of course not. And John, what they would do was, and modern day alchemists will tell you this as well, is more what's called occulture, which is not doing rituals and spells, but the idea that manifesting a business or a band or a painting or a 24-hour Zoom call is a magic spell in itself. I imagine putting together a 24-hour Zoom call is a particularly powerful magic spell. And this is magic, you know, not waving a wand around like Harry Potter, you know, having children, bringing up children is magic. You know, tidying up the kitchen is the strongest banishing ritual that you can do. And that was the idea. So John Dee, who was Elizabeth I's court magician, the first ever 007, he invented MI5, the security service. He said, look, we got all these different independent spies. Let's put them together in one agency. He also said, for better or for worse, I've got this great idea. It's called the British Empire. And the angels and the Whore of Babylon from Revelation have told me that we have to create it. And it's going to be
also like the guys that like created like Shakespeare was supposedly like a fictitious character. Yeah, have you?
Yeah,
like,
there was
Bacon, John Dee. Was that like the same?
Yeah, it was the same era. And Francis Bacon said, we have to take this to the people. We have to stop it being an intellectual pursuit. So he was like the kind of Timothy Leary of his day.
Okay.
And what happened eventually is it just more and more different elitist groups started springing off the back of it. So they created, the Elizabethans created the Royal Society, which was like a kind of scientific explanation, right, and a kind of establishment, you know, look at religion and metaphysics, essentially.
I think
the
it started off,
if
I'm not mistaken, it started off in secret, didn't it? Like, wasn't the Royal Society was like underground until, you know, like after Isaac?
And they there was the notion of an invisible college. Somebody did a kind of situationist art stunt where they said, right, we got an idea, which is for our new religion, our new kind of form of Christian mysticism. The whole idea is we're not going to have an established church, because they hated the established Catholic Church. And it was all about getting rid of the established Catholic Church, whether that's personal spirituality, political spirituality. And these guys published a pamphlet saying, all you have to do to be part of the invisible college is create work that is in the spirit of the invisible college, whether that's a painting or a piece of writing or whatever. And they said, you cannot actually join the invisible college. There is no center for the invisible college based in Vienna or whatever that you can write to and say, please, can I be part of the invisible college? It doesn't really work like that. Clever, right? Yeah. And of course, what happened was loads of people wrote to them saying, can I be part of the invisible college? What does it take? Can I pay you? All this. And they just didn't get it. Like at all. I do see a bit of that happening with psychedelic therapy and things like the likes of Bill Richards, you know, the don of the medical sector, will say things like he's only ever had 2 mystical experiences. The first one with his first ever trip, and the second one was the time when him and Stan Groff said, hey, why don't we try taking it outside? And those are the only 2 mystical experiences he's ever had. And he slightly questions the fetishization, the universalism of the mystical experience. But that doesn't seem to have stopped the medical sector chasing the mystical experience. And are we not all aware? Isn't it the first hard lesson you learn as a psychonaut, that the mystical experience is not something that you can chase? Or am I getting that wrong?
I think you're right about that. I mean, my experience, I didn't know So I didn't read books on psychedelics. I took some psychedelics in high school, and then way later, I took some more, and I had the mystical experience, which it felt like just a total surprise and an accident, and like, or that I was chosen, like you said earlier, Rick. It did really feel special. I felt like I was the master of the universe, and yeah. So I think that chasing it is not conducive to finding it, because, you know, I've definitely tried to go back there since, and I found that the more I grasp at it, the further it like slips through my fingers like water or something, you know, just and I think that we find the mystical experience and integrating it. It's quieter, it's in us, we never forget it. And yeah, the chop wood, wait, how does it go? Carry water, chop wood, or whatever.
Chop wood, carry water. But before ecstasy, take out trash, do dishes. After ecstasy, take out trash, do dishes.
Well, I love that you were talking about all this psychedelic alchemy and stuff, because that's my current, I don't know, I would call it sort of an obsession, a healthy obsession. It's added a lot of richness to my life. And
yeah,
I use alchemy with my clients for integration. And since this whole talk is about, you know, sacred sexuality and things like that,
yeah,
I'm about to launch a new program, and I haven't told anyone what it's called yet, but it's essentially very much influenced by the alchemical mother, Babylon, a lot of things that I've learned from teachers like Crowley, even though Crowley was not a very great example of how to be in life. He definitely was channeling a lot of wisdom, and there's been a lot of teachers after him. Like, I really enjoy reading about Jack Parsons and all of that. And it's just really exciting to hear more people talk about alchemy again. I feel like there's a resurgence in psychedelics, and there's also a resurgence in psychospiritual alchemy, and putting them together is awesome.
Right. Yeah, you know, sometimes I think of it like, you know, like for people like me that just weren't buying like Christianity and the whole like Jesus thing. Sometimes like that's what I think, like dudes that were like atheistic and science like minded kind of dudes. Like it provided a secular path of, you know, spiritual growth and, you know, transformation and whatnot. It's like undeniable. There's like, yeah, aspects of like mushrooms that just kind of like pick me up and just like kind of shove me directly into it. Like how I look at it now, or like the best way I can describe like is that I think of like Zen meditation and you know, like science and a life of compassion as like the cake, right? And then I think of things like kung fu and plant medicines as like the frosting, and then stuff like, you know, Hermeticism and Jungian psychology are kind of like the little dollops and kind of like little frills and stuff on it. So I try not to like you know, have a diet of like frills and whatnot, like, you know, keep Zen meditation as like my base. And yeah, that way I can like, you know, kind of keep my feet planted on the ground, but just let my head roam the stars. But it's undeniable, like, yeah, there's been spiritual transformation that I've undergone since, you know, beginning when I, you know, my path with psychedelics. And I've seen bits of that transformation within the symbolism of, you know, alchemy going back hundreds and hundreds of years, particularly like serpent, feather, sun, moon, kind of like, all like that stuff, like really speaks to me. But yeah.
So we had a whole day on the course, me and Annie, with the I'll just get this out while I quickly can before I go to church, and then I'll be back on the call for some of the day. But about the the MDMA trials in the States, where they've been working with veterans and rape victims who've never had psychedelic experiences before, never had therapy before, some of them, or established psychotherapy, and they find that people explain their visions in relation to their trauma work in the language of both kind of Jungian dream analysis, visionary analysis, alchemy, and internal family systems, that they use these kind of languages naturally to talk about, as a framework for understanding their growth, the patterns of growth that they need to take, the demands of their subconscious. And they don't even have to feed them terms and techniques, but people will say, they'll come out, take the bloody blindfold off, and they'll say, oh, I was wrestling the Minotaur inside me, without even having to have it explained to them in the way that psychobabble kind of has to be explained to people, often by human beings who aren't perfect and don't really understand the meaning of half of those terms either. And it is how do we, you guys have all spoken about that the key is kind of that understanding of the shadow and non-dual thinking. And Crowley spoke about the age of Aquarius and the new age, and I've spoken about, do we get too easily seduced by this sort of uncomplicated, unconditional love that we expect from shamans, the medical sector, the psychedelic renaissance, all these things, and we're not mature enough emotionally and intellectually to accept the shadow side of it all, and we get abused. One way or the other, it happens as well, doesn't it? With employers, people seek belonging from I know I certainly do, but belonging and purpose from the work environment. And of course, it's not there to provide that, and it can't really be expected to provide that. And as much as abusers abuse, how much do we, I know this is terribly controversial, sort of allow ourselves to be abused by ignoring the shadow aspect of things? And Crowley spoke about the eon of Horus, that is the shadow of the age of Aquarius, and that involves a lot of self-determination, certainly. Guys, you carry on. I'm gonna nip off in about 10-15 minutes, and I will be back later today. Thank you very, very much for your support and conversation over the last hour and a half. I'm very glad I didn't have to talk for all that time, like I've seen Mother Jaguar and others do very sportingly on this call. So if I don't chip in and get to say bye again, thank you very, very much indeed. I've learned a lot from you both
right on,
in the last hour and a half. And I'll see you again in a couple of hours. I'll be around for another.
All right, buddy. Take care, man. Thank you. So there was a gentleman named Peter. He had just popped back on the screen, and I've been been meaning to ask him if he wanted to check in or anything, just because I hadn't heard from him in so long. And then as soon as I went to check in, he disappeared. But
well, I was just tuning in for this little section. I'm actually gonna go to bed pretty soon. You gotta be exhausted, Rick.
Yeah, I try. Normally, I'm able to catch a little nap between 10:30 and midnight, before I have to stay on all night. I believe there's another speaker coming on in a half hour. So
pretty cool. Well, I wanted to punctuate, my brain's not working so well. It's bedtime for me.
Yeah.
What Steve was saying about, there's a aspect here where maybe we need to sometimes take responsibility for our own shadow. And because I'm so tired, I'm not sure if I interpreted what he was saying right, but the way I interpreted it was like, sometimes we do get ourselves involved in situations where we're not paying attention to our own intuition. And then there's that aspect of how often we will find ourselves in traumatizing patterns because there's a wound that needs to be healed. And so we're actually attracted to it. Our own shadow is attracted to these unsavory type of circumstances, which is not to say that it's, that we're at fault if we find ourselves in that kind of magnetic pattern, but it is something to be aware of. And there's no victim blaming here. Like, it's never okay for someone to abuse another human being.
No.
But to be able to be accountable,
Yeah.
to be able to open our eyes and start noticing certain patterns that we find ourselves in. I speak from experience that I've had a lot of abusive patterns in my past with family, as a child, and then friends and boyfriends. And then I found myself again in the psychedelic space with repeating patterns and going, well, while it's not my fault, like what energetic charge am I bringing into this to keep attracting myself or being attracted to, finding these. And it's just a really interesting phenomenon. I do find that it's true. And a lot of people talk about how you have to be reactivated in that trauma sometimes to heal it. But I think there's more mindful ways to go about it.
Yeah. The times where I was able to get like a whole bunch of trauma addressed in one night, I'd never, it just wasn't something I'd like planned on, It was just another night where I was gonna, drink a cup of mushroom tea, and then, I ended up just like going into this, space where it's where I could like have that big cry over, stuff that I've been bottling up or running away from for, who knows how long. So man, just the thought of like, someone coming to you for guidance so they, to get into a state like that and to have it turn out like this, prick just started feeling me up in a way. I was just like, that's, it's like, I wish there was more I could do to prevent that from happening to people,
Me too. And that's a big reason why I have gotten involved in psychedelics and have been training. And, the more I learn, and it's cliche to say, but the more I learn, the less like I feel like I know. I'm so humbled by all the education I keep receiving. Just realizing like this learning is never going to end. And
have you ever heard of the BITE model? It's a method that it's put together by a dude that also used to belong to a cult. I can't remember which one. It was the Moonies or something. At some point, he signed over his house and life savings or whatever, but managed to like escape. And then now is like a therapist that helps family members get people out of cults. And has written books and toured speaking on this, and he developed the BITE model, and it's to like gauge cults or cult leaders by whether they try to control BITE. So it stands for behavior, information, thought, and emotions. Right. So if they start cutting you off like from your family, trying to isolate you, only letting you, check up on certain news sites or having your phone for a short period of time, all these like methods that have been tried and true for cult leaders to keep people within their control.
I just got away from a place where I wasn't even allowed to use my cell phone.
So that could be it, and like, yeah, long. So if it's same with like they're controlling your emotions, like you get penalized for wanting to speak your mind on something that bothered you, you're not allowed to feel this way or encourage
Yeah,
you.
got penalized for saying good morning because it
Yeah.
sounds too much like morning, like sad. You can
Oh.
only say grand rising.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Dude, I'm so sorry to hear all of this, and of course it's all horribly familiar, and it's the kind of the normalization, isn't it, of something that is downright weird. And the last thing I'll say before I go to church is I've never felt so close to the macabre as I have in abuse situations, even fiddling around with like alchemy and stuff like that. Even where it's got to, scary points. I've never felt that kind of chill of the monstrous archetype as much as I have in, abuse situations. And I wonder kind of where that comes from. Is it just our mind trying to fill the space where logic and ontology, our framework has disappeared?
Yeah.
Christina, is your second name really Castle Burning?
I go by castle burning.
Amazing.
But it's actually Castleberry. It's English, but I was a performer, and it feels like my identity now. So I may even have it legally changed. Yeah.
I love it. That's very alchemical to come up with your own name. And this is, of course, what David Bowie and people like that accidentally or otherwise were doing when they invent kind of Ziggy Stardust, or like Madonna will invent a new incarnation, won't she?
It's fun. I think it can be a lot of fun, and it can really work well in psychedelic work. If somebody wants to reinvent themselves, thinking of like the archetype that they want to embody, and then what would they sound like? What would their name be like?
I mean, yeah, Robert Anton Wilson recommends it, for this age of uncertainty that we live in. And I could even drop another what we can learn from raving, and the way the rave scene would constantly reinvent itself with like different music, different setting, different clothing, and would examine different areas of identity in the way that the alchemical practice encourages us to. So I'm going to go and do a bit of that now and have a bit of a sing song. And guys, hopefully I'll see you in a bit. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For today. See you later. Marvelous.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah,
Cheers. Bye-bye.
buddy. Oh boy.
Okay, Rick, I'm so tired. I have to go to sleep. So
Okay. All right. Well, I guess,
you
yeah.
just gonna take a break, take a 20-minute nap, or
I guess so. Yeah, someone else is coming on it too. I'll just hold it down till then. But,
yeah, go get a little stretch in.
okay.
All right. It was nice to see you, Rick.
Yeah, you too. It's good talking with you.
Bye.
Hello. Oh, we got someone coming in. Hello. Hello. We got. Uh, well, I'm sorry, guys. For those, if anyone can hear me, I guess we're taking a 20-minute chill time, but I'll be right here if anybody has anything they want to say or they want to join the call or anything like that. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water real quick, and yep, I'll be here. Hey, I think we're just chilling. Someone's supposed to be coming on at 2. Is that you, Maren?
That's me.
Oh, right on. I got left all by myself. So if you wanted to just hang out, I think Astaria is supposed to be getting back up and we can start in a few minutes. Or if you want to chat with me, I'm not doing anything. But yeah,
Sure.
it's one of those nights. It's been a slow one.
No worries.
Have you ever done any of these events before?
Not with Enthea Society.
Oh, cool. Well,
Yeah.
welcome. I'm Rick. I've been on the night shift for these things since like last November.
Nice.
Yeah, it's been a cool experience.
Cool. Yeah, I really dig your background. I was like
Oh,
earlier during the sessions, I was a little mesmerized by it.
yeah. Yeah, it's kind of captivating. I like it's fun sometimes when I'm like, winding down from a journey. It comes with like some kind of cool meditation music too. So yeah, it's fun to look at the pretty colors sometimes. And it's a cool background.
Nice. I'm just gonna grab my computer charger real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, take your time. I'll try sending Astaria a message. Right. Astaria made it sound like she was going to be rejoining us at 2:00, but I haven't heard back from her yet. So yeah. You're muted. I think you're muted. I tried unmuting you. Oh no,
You're
wait.
right.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Hey,
I can
she's
hear
probably taking a much needed break.
you. Yeah, she was at it for quite some time.
Yeah.
Well, if you wanted to start, then I guess we could, and hopefully some more people will join us soon.
Sure. All right.
Trying to let my dog was scratching at the door.
Nice. Well, I'm a little curious about you. And is Luna your real last name?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the one I was born with.
That's beautiful.
Thanks. Cool.
Yeah. So are you in DC?
No, I'm actually in Seattle, Washington.
Okay,
That's
nice.
where I know Leo through the NTO Society is who's putting this on. And so yeah. I volunteer on the AM hours on the night shift.
Nice.
Yeah, and there's usually at least like 10 people on the call this time of night. There's only been one other time where it's it's just me and someone else. So hopefully some more people will be joining us soon.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not in a rush.
All right. Where are you broadcasting from?
I'm broadcasting from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, cool.
And 5 a.m. and I haven't gotten up this early in quite some time.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling it.
Right. Did you at least get a cup of coffee in, or are you just no?
I'm not really a coffee person.
Oh,
I'm just here.
yeah, I haven't spent much time. I was at the airport in Newark, New Jersey, and you can kind of like see the Empire State's Building from that. But like, I was on my way to Dublin, Ireland. But other than that, I've never been on the East Coast except for the airport.
Well, swing through.
Yeah. How did you end up invited on this event?
So I've been a part of like the psychedelic events and like Northeast network of psychedelic folks for a little while now. And yeah, I just saw Leo posting about different events, and he was calling in for more moderators. And so yeah, I just spoke about the things I was passionate about and the things like the realm that I work in. And he was like, oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm curious to find out. And it's been kind of a dark night at times. Like the subject matter is just like not easy to cover. And like, as someone that's gotten a lot of healing out of plant medicine, that I just it breaks my heart to think that there are people out there that are just getting screwed and touched inappropriately. And yeah, it's just it's rough. So yeah, it's been some heavy subject matter at times tonight, but for the most part, it's been really cool hanging out and talking with everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I would say my topic and the work that I'm talking about is something that came out of my own experiences of violations and like learning how to transmute that energy. And I was listening to some of the conversations earlier, just like feeling really moved by what people were sharing and really resonating with what people were sharing. And I might talk a little bit about my experiences, but I would say more so what I'm sharing is like practices to really support the healing process of like the transmutation of that energy, the healing, the awakening, the being in that energy and allowing it to alchemize into healing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Cool. Yeah, no, it's been nothing but growth and development. And so I like to say I grow the mushrooms and the mushrooms grow me. I started cultivating cubensis like maybe 3 years ago, and in an effort to treat some like otherwise untreatable depression and anxiety and insomnia and opioid addiction and the works. But yeah, no, it's just it's been amazing. I've been in like seeing therapists and stuff since 2016, and I've gotten more therapy done in like 5 hours of mushrooms than like the whole 5 years prior to that of like seeing therapists and being on pharmaceuticals and the whole shebang. So yeah. Yeah, I'm a walking testament to the healing power.
Yeah. Nice. That's so beautiful to hear. Mm, fabulous.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a great learning experience.
Yeah. Are you growing now?
Actually, I started fighting a pretty significant mold outbreak. There's this like trichoderma, it's this green mold. If you don't dispose of it properly, it can wreak havoc in your house, and particularly in your grow area. So yeah, I've been trying to, but prior to that, yes, I was pretty good at it. But yeah, so like I have to bleach balm my room and get a air purifier and these like special HEPA filters that go over like the floor vents, and I still have some moves I can make to get things back on track. But yeah, it's been a discouraging year as far as cultivation goes. But yeah,
Dang. I hope that gets sorted.
yeah, me too. In the meantime, like there's just been so much I've brought back from the mushroom realm that I get to like, integrate, process, like so yeah, no, it's been all right. um yeah, I've made sure to, do lots of like growth and healing in between, journeys too. So yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, integration is, I work as an integration guide and, supporting people and preparing for and integrating their experiences. And
yeah,
man, there's just so much gold in that space.
Yeah.
It's so juicy. And I found that like in my deep integration process, when I really like use the tools that I have, like particularly meditation and breath work, and not necessarily breath work when you're laying down, eyes closed. I'm talking about breath work when you're driving to work, breath work, when you're, cooking dinner, breath work, when you're doing life.
Yeah.
Like oftentimes, so through my integration work, I found that oftentimes when I am consciously tuning in to the energy of a plant or fungi ally, I can sense and see as though I'm on like working with that plant ally. So for example, like if I'm walking on the street and I call in the energy of the mushroom, I'll start seeing like I'm tripping on mushrooms.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Wait a second, like
yeah. So with meditation too, like I've had experiences where when I like start to meditate where I have these like on mushrooms but not on mushrooms kind of like meditation sessions. Yeah, so I think I know what you mean. Like sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Visuals. No, it's okay. Yeah. Like literally like the visuals, like the seeing the shapes moving, seeing the earth breathing, like those are things that I can tap into like really at any moment. And I think it's through like very intentional integration work.
Right. Yeah, you know, I was just kind of like winging it by myself in psychedelics too for the last like couple. It wasn't just till like in last November I kind of got like, you know, brought into the psychedelic community via activism. I'm working with a nonprofit in Washington State. We're trying to get it legalized. But yeah, like sometimes I do wonder, like it, you know, would I have gotten to the where I got like faster, or you know, maybe in a more healthy way had I been working with a facilitator or like professionals that like do that. But I mean, I've just done like amazing growth on my own, you know, too. But no, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to next is like learning how to have those third eye experiences within a group. You know what I mean? Is the next I feel like it's just gonna be like the next step in the journey.
Nice. Excellent. Yay, I'm so excited for you.
Right.
Because I feel like that's a part of the work that these medicines do as well, right? There's a lot of personal work that needs to happen. There's things that only you can go through by yourself. But really, like in my experience and my understanding, the real work happens when you're working with community, when you're working with friends, with family, with strangers, and deepening that connection to community, because
Yeah.
it's so harder.
Mm-hmm.
So much harder.
Yeah.
And so it's provoking a lot more things. And so, yeah, coming to like even like group ceremonies, in my experience, are a lot harder than going through it by yourself, right? Group integration, group circles, a lot harder than doing it yourself. But you also grow a lot more because you get to hear and witness and see other people's experiences and see how those experiences mirror some of your own. And oh man, sometimes there's triggering and aggravation. There can be a lot more discomfort and, you know,
Right.
a lot more growth times.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, have you ever had any like bad trips or just like really like scary trips? Yeah. Yeah, me too. They don't happen often, but like the one time I did, like it was intense. Like I had never been gripped in terror like that, you know, like it was just a whole new level of fear. But at like the same time, there was like a purification ceremony happening. Like I was like burning it out of me, you know, like the next day,
Wow.
like I felt like I had like grown from it in some way, you know. But it was like I was close to calling 911, man, and that's like I know how to handle my psychedelics, but yeah, I was tapping out. It was pretty fucking scary. I was all right, you know, I just kind of like rode it out. I have to go to the emergency room or anything, but I don't think I've ever been that scared in my life either. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
Was the Fireside Project available like when you were taking that trip?
No, I was, you know, I have like housemates and siblings and stuff. But like, no, yeah, it's maybe like I usually do good without a sitter or anything like that, but that might have been one of those nights where, well, like I said, once I wrote it out, everything was fine. But yeah, it really was scary. The crazy thing about it too is like I've been, you know, off of hard drugs for a while, and this was a couple of summers ago where I did like have this couple of weeks where I was like really close to like relapsing, or you know, closer than I had been in years or something. And so, you know, I ended up steering clear of that. But the next time I did mushrooms, like that's what this experience like felt like all the like chaos and insanity and like anguish I would have reintroduced into my life via this going out and being self-destructive was like visited upon me in that like terrifying 90 minutes on psilocybin or however long it was kind of how that felt in retrospect. But so yeah, it was just like the message, like this medicine will remain awesome to me if I remain awesome to myself, was the overall message I got, I guess.
That's beautiful. Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, I often I genuinely believe that there are no bad trips. There's a deep lesson and like showing in the really difficult journeys, but like say that to someone who had a really bad trip and like still hasn't cultivated the gem or the lesson or whatever it is from excuse me.
Yeah.
And so I try to be empathetic to that because I really deeply understand that. Like,
yeah,
I felt like I went through several psychedelic experiences where I felt like I was going to die and like,
right,
was resisting it and fighting it. And then would get to a point and be like, oh, I'm going to die. Yeah, this is it. And then, gave in, released.
Yeah.
It went on for a little longer and then I got out of it. And so, but I feel those experiences absolutely prepared me for the work that I do now in integration work. A lot of people find me and work with me because of their often traumatic experiences. And so we work through those experiences, we integrate those experiences, we dig through them, we do a lot of shadow work and shadow play to like uncover what happened. And I feel like I would really only be able to do that work because I've gone through a lot of that darkness on my own and in my own journeys.
I think for a lot of people, it's that they're like resisting, right? And like I'm a veteran like psychonaut, and there have been times where like I need to remind myself to like give myself over to the experience, and having that moment be where like you're just like, dude, this is why you grow mushrooms, just to fucking enjoy it, man. And then like, have that
let go.
The most like mind-blowing like nights of my life, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So do you think we should just get started?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do it.
Ooh.
I am all ears. I'll even mute myself. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rick. Yeah, it's a blessing to be here and to be able to share my story. And I hope that some of the things that I share can support you in your journey and anyone else who gets to see this. I don't know, is it being recorded? Okay, cool. Yeah, so I hope it gets seen by whoever needs to see it. Yeah, so today at 5:20-ish a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm here to talk about entheogenic ecosexuality and an exploration of the embodiment of the elements. And so I was talking a little bit to you, Rick, before about how this is a space that I have arrived to after many years of working with psychedelics recreationally and then ceremonially, as a way of integrating my experiences with psychedelics, as well as a form of transmutation and alchemy. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. But I can give maybe a little quick introduction about who I am and the work that I do now. So I want to share a little bit of gratitude for the land that I'm on here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is the land of the Lenape and the Susquehannock. And in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, there's an area where 3 rivers come together, and it's a very powerful area. Just had a text come in. Let me just turn off my notifications. There we go. Where the Ohio River, the Monongahela River, and the Susquehannock River join together. So it's a very, very powerful point in Pennsylvania. And also, a fun fact, the Susquehannock River is the longest, it's the oldest river in the world that's been continuously flowing in Pennsylvania. And so there's a lot of wisdom in that water. There's a lot of wisdom in those rocks. There's a lot of wisdom in those plants. And I just want to show gratitude to this land. And also for all of the teachers that have guided me and the lineages that I've had the pleasure of studying with over the years. Some of those include the Quechua in the Amazon in Ecuador, the Yawanawa in the Amazon in Brazil, and different curanderos in Bolivia. So I just really honor some of the teachers that I've had who have really helped me to get to where I am today and to be able to share this information with all of you. I don't even know if I said my name. My name is Maren Spence, and I work as an entheogenic integration guide for Entheogration. It's a business I started last year, but I've been doing this work professionally for the last 4 years, working as an integration guide, and doing it informally since I was 15, so almost 15 years ago. And my psychedelic work really started like as soon as I took mushrooms for the first time when I was 15. I was pretty active in the rave scene and different party scenes and was using these drugs recreationally, and kind of became an informal educator, an informal space holder, and worked in harm reduction, again, informally, like without knowing what these things were, for my friends and for strangers. And I really like found myself every single weekend, like space holding for people, again, without knowing what that actually meant. And over the years, just kind of became a point person for my friends and friends of friends to kind of share the knowledge of the mushrooms and among other drugs. I saw them as drugs at that time. And it wasn't until during my years of college that I really saw the value in ceremony. And when I had the opportunity to live and work and travel in South America, did I really sit in ceremony and study ceremony, and be able to work with different lineages throughout South America. And this just completely changed my understanding of what I then saw as medicines, right, and allies. And yeah, that supported more so like formally coming into the work that I do now as an entheogenic integration guide. So yeah, that's just a little bit of part of my story there and how I got to where I am. So I guess I'll share a little bit more about the combination of ecosexuality and psychedelics and how that infused into my life. And then I'll share about what ecosexuality actually is. So during that time, during the years of exploring and like coming into like what the power of this medicine is, I had a few experiences growing up that really kept pointing me in the direction of working and playing with nature. And it just, the breadth of it just evolved so much over time. Like when I was a young girl, I had felt what I now understand as psychic abilities. But when I was a little girl, I didn't understand like what were these sensations, what were these thoughts, what were these things that were like in my psyche, in my body, in my field. One of the abilities that I have cultivated over time is clairsentience. And when I was a child, I was like, oh, what are these feelings? What are these sensations that I feel in my body? They're not mine. Where are they coming from? I don't understand. And so one of the things that really supported me was being able to go into nature. There were like different small forests around where I lived in Pittsburgh. Like when I talk about small forests, I mean like a bunch of trees that felt like a forest to me, you know, as a 6 or 7 year old. And I would go to these spaces. I would go to these spaces and I would talk to the trees. I would sing to the flowers. I would feel bugs crawling on me and, you know, like dig holes in the ground and put my feet, like bury my feet in the ground to be like underground, and just find everywhere I could to like relieve the sensations that I was feeling. Like as a clairsentient being, I was feeling and sensing other people's emotions sometimes and like receiving memories from other people. And it just felt like a very overwhelming experience. And so going into nature and practicing these things helped to alleviate those things and actually helped to transmute and alchemize those experiences. I didn't know that that's what I was doing at the time. But those were some of the things that I was doing to help have an understanding of what was going on in my being. And that really activated what ecosexuality is for me, and how I kind of got involved in that process more intimately.
I'm not sure what ecosexuality is actually.
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually read the Ecosex Manifesto, so you can have an understanding of exactly what it is. So I'm just on my computer here.
Yeah, lay it on me. It sounds good.
So this manifesto was designed by Vanessa Van Gogh several years ago, about over 10 years ago, as a way to understand a different relationship with the earth, right? So I would say maybe the vast majority of us who have a connection, who feel like we have like a relationship with the earth, might see the earth as a mother, right? Mother Nature, Pachamama, Madre Tierra, right? Like Mother Earth. And this is a really beautiful relationship, right? To see the earth as your mom, as like your nurturer, right? The person the being that nourishes you and holds space for you and has birthed you, right? It's a really beautiful visual. And that was kind of the visual that I had most of my life, the understanding, the lens that I had for most of my life. But an ecosexual is someone who shifts that perspective and thinks about the earth as a lover instead of a mother. And so what that does is that shifts our understanding of like maybe a little bit of a top-down approach of like, oh, this is my mother who's nourishing me, right? Like she's giving me everything I need. I can't do much without her, to making that relationship more lateral, to like, I'm responsible for you and you're responsible for me. We're responsible for ourselves and each other together. It's like, if I'm committing to an intentional relationship with someone, to be intimate with someone, I'm going to intimately take responsibility for my desires, for my needs, etc. And I expect my partner to do the same, and vice versa, right? And so it's a way to shift the perspective so that you're really taking responsibility for yourself. And you really, like, when you commit to being in that relationship, you're also taking responsibility for this other person in a way. And so there's more of an activation to do something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I grew up in a surf town, and it's like sometimes I've heard surfers describe the ocean that way, maybe, or like
okay, cool.
like mountain climbers,
Yeah.
So like kind of like so yeah, I think so.
Cool. So I'm gonna read the EcoSex Manifesto, and it gives some like really explicit examples, so it might make a little bit more sense. Okay. So I'm just reading it off my computer here. The EcoSex Manifesto. We are ecosexuals. The earth is our lover. We are madly, passionately, and fiercely in love, and we are grateful for this relationship each and every day. In order to create a more mutual and sustainable relationship with the earth, we collaborate with nature. We treat the earth with kindness, respect, and affection. We make love with the earth. We are aquaphiles, terraphiles, pyrophiles, and aerophiles. We shamelessly hug trees. We massage the earth with our feet and talk erotically to plants. We are skinny dippers, sun worshippers, and stargazers. We caress rocks, are pleasured by waterfalls, and admire the earth's curves often. We make love with the earth through our senses. We celebrate our E-spots, and we are very dirty. We are a rapidly growing global community of ecosexuals. This community includes artists, academics, sex workers, sexologists, healers, environmental activists, nature fetishists, gardeners, business people, therapists, lawyers, peace activists, ecofeminists, scientists, educators, revolutionaries and evolutionaries, critters and other entities from diverse walks of life. Some of us are sex ecologists, researching and exploring the places where sexology and ecology intersect in our culture. As consumers, we aim to buy less. When we must, we buy green, organic, and local. Whether on farms, at sea, in the woods, or small towns, or large cities, we connect and empathize with nature. We are eco-sex activists. We will save the mountains, waters, and skies by any means necessary, especially through love, joy, and our powers of seduction. We will stop the rape, abuse, and the poisoning of the earth. We do not condone the use of violence. Although we recognize that some ecosexuals may choose to fight those most guilty for destroying the earth with public disobedience, anarchist, and radical environment activist strategies. We embrace the revolutionary tactics of art, music, poetry, humor, and sex. We work and play tirelessly for earth justice, global peace. Bombs hurt. Ecosex is an identity. For some of us, being ecosexual is our primary sexual identity, whereas for others, it is not. Ecosexuals can be LGBTQI+, heterosexual, asexual, and or other. We invite and encourage ecosexuals to come out. We are everywhere. We are polymorphous and pollenamorous. We educate people about ecosex culture, community, and practices. We hold these truths to be self-evident that we are all a part of, not separate from, nature. Thus, all sex is ecosex. The Ecosex Pledge. I promise to love, honor, and cherish you, Earth, until death brings us closer together forever. Aho. Mm. So that is the Ecosex Manifesto.
Great. Did you write it?
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, it is. Did you write it or did someone else?
No, it's put to Vanessa Van Gogh, who started the movement.
Oh, that absolutely. Yeah, you said that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, yeah, it's still pretty cool for sure. For sure. I like it.
Yeah, I really resonated with it. And the first time that I read it, I was like, oh, duh.
Yeah.
Like, me to a T, like absolutely
Right.
like resonate with essentially the whole thing. And it really stirred something in me that was like a remembering. That was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's why I've done all those things. That's why I feel the way that I feel in nature. And like,
yeah,
something that I had expressed so intimately for so many years that the people around me were like, wow, you really like nature, huh? And I'm like, you don't understand. And like, that manifesto just clearly describes like exactly what I had tried to convey to many people over many years and like often felt misunderstood. So
yeah.
That's
like how this whole thing started for me, actually, was the year of the pandemic. So fall of 2020, like I kind of just needed an activity where I could be outside with my dog but not have to be near any people. And so I started going into the parks looking for psilocybe cyanescens, is this pretty potent little mushroom that grows up here once after the first frost or whatever for a couple months. And so, yeah, I could be out in the parks, combing through the moss and bark and whatnot. And then like it took me a while, like I covered some serious ground before I ended up like coming across some mushrooms. But by then I'd like, started photographing like every different mushroom I came across. And like every park I went to, I'd find like 10 or something new species of mushroom. And I just like got obsessed with it. But yeah, it totally brought me back to like my communion with nature. And like it just became something like it's like living in Seattle. I'm like one of the few people that actually looks forward to the cold rainy season when it comes around. but yeah, no, so it's definitely, bonding with nature is like a huge part of it. Psychedelic experience, or like it's a whole new, like its own type of third eye experience, I guess, like different than meditation or stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to dive in a little deeper and share a little bit more about the integration of my experience and that understanding, and then I'll share some practices.
All right, sounds good.
Cool. Yeah, so if I can maybe share some of the integration of some of my sexual trauma, especially in medicine spaces. So one of the ways that I felt intimately supported by psychedelics was this feeling of all-encompassing oneness with nature, with all that is, with that deep understanding that I am a part of all this, I am this. And at the same time, like really understanding what my boundaries were and limitations were as a human being on earth. And not to see that as like a duality, but as like a spectrum of like, I can feel this deep oneness, and I can also feel not necessarily a separation, but like kind of this separation in that in a space where some of the violations that I experienced occurred. And so in terms of my own sexual violations, that included coercion, that included boundary violations by force, that included manipulation during medicine ceremonies and around medicine work. I made the mistake of unknowingly working with a shaman who he called himself a shaman, but he truly wasn't. And he worked with black magic. And I didn't know that until several months of working with him, and became very sick working with him. And my body began to deteriorate. And during that process, the boundaries that I had understood for myself dissolved and became very vulnerable and easily manipulated and coerced by him. And so when I was able to step out of that space, which took a lot of time, a lot of strength, a lot of like personal reflection, and honestly some more deeper journeys of medicine on my own, to pull myself out of that, this understanding of the spectrum of what I experienced in psychedelics, right? This very deep, pure oneness, and the understandings of my boundaries and limitations as a human really helped me to see, oh, okay, yeah, this is not for me. This is not integrating. This is not integrative. This is not supporting my wholeness in working with this person. And it really helped to.
Was he like trying to become like romantically involved or something?
Yeah, he forced himself upon me, like during ceremony.
Yeah, that's horrible. Damn, that's not romantically involved. That's just fucked up.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, and it was right when those intentions come forth, like even if it's romantic, right? There's such a large entanglement that happens, not only when you're romantically involved in a sober conscious mind, but when you're in also working with medicine, it's just like weaves so many more threads together than we even understand. And so that in itself was a large process of untangling and integrating. But as I moved through that, I stepped more fully into my understanding of ecosensuality, ecosexuality, and like fully coming into that relationship because of the work that I was doing to really embody what that meant. And to really feel in my being, those practices helped me to transmute and alchemize the heaviness and the weight and essentially the trauma that I felt from those experiences. And so this understanding kind of goes back to thinking about the earth as a lover versus a mother, right? As a mother, it's like, okay, I can release these feelings and this energy back into the earth because the earth can take it. She's my mother. She can hold everything and anything, right? And so I'm just releasing back into the earth. But if I'm thinking about the earth as my lover, maybe my lover can hold, maybe my partner can hold at that time, but maybe they can't. So what kind of work can I do on my end to help to alchemize that energy? Like I'm not just pouring that energy onto this being. I'm going to alchemize it and transmute it so that it shifts into a different state. And so this being, the earth in this case, doesn't have to take all of that on, right? And doesn't have to necessarily cleanse and purify that energy or shift that energy on their own, right? It's like I'm taking responsibility for that. And so that's where I really stepped into, right, the embodiment of this understanding, the embodiment of this practice is not just like, okay, yes, I'm releasing back into the earth. It's like, no, I'm doing the work to help to transmute this energy so that it can go back into the earth as pure energy, right? Not anger, not resentment, not violence, not grief, not suffering, but like as an energy that's been transmuted. And so also that helped me to strengthen my ability to alchemize and to shift the way that I work with energy in my being and in my energy field. So that was a really powerful experience for me and continues to be. Yeah. So I wanted also to talk a little bit about love languages and how that's aligned with ecosexuality, and also like relationships in general. But thinking about that in terms of what it means to be in partnership with the earth, right? So oftentimes in a relationship, maybe we might think of love languages, how we give and receive love, right? This isn't like an end all be all for how you give and receive love, but it's a framework or like a lens to look through for a concise way of thinking about how to give and receive love and in like a tangible way. And oftentimes we think about it in terms of giving and receiving with humans. But I love to think about the love languages in terms of giving and receiving love with other beings, right? With animals, with plants, and other energies. So just a reminder in case someone isn't aware, some of the main love languages are physical touch, acts of service, gifts, words of affirmation, and quality time. And so if we think about this in terms of the earth, physical touch might look like touching a tree, climbing a tree, laying on the ground, right? Like laying in the grass, petting an animal or holding an animal, allowing bugs to maybe crawl on you. I love that feeling. It took me a while to like really enjoy that feeling because I was like, oh. But after some time, I like really, I would see an ant crawl on me and just like watch it instead of brushing it away. And just to like share maybe a caveat, when I share that I'm an ecosexual to like friends or strangers or like share that information, they're like, ew, you have sex with the earth? Or like you have sex like outside or like, and it's like not the way that we are taught to perceive sex, right? Not in like a penetrative way. It's like, when I feel a bug crawling on me, that feels pleasurable. It's almost like, it's like a being is like caressing you, right? When you hug a tree, like sometimes you can feel like that magnetic force that you're connecting with, like, and the firmness of a being to be in connection with. And it just feels so powerful. So like, it's not thinking about sex in the way that we as humans often think about it. So when we talk about physical touch, like hugging a tree, right? That's incredibly sensual in itself, and like accessing all of the senses as we do that, right? So just offering like a different perspective about that. So if we think of acts of service as a love language, like what's an act of service that I could do for the earth? One thing that I like to do is making compost. I make compost for my garden, right? Like I'm taking things from the earth and consuming them and allowing them to nourish my being, and then making a practice of giving that back to the earth to give back that nourishment to the earth, right? That's an act of service, a specific act of service that I love to do. Gifts, like what's a gift that I could give the earth? What does the earth even want from me? Right? But something that I love to share as a gift to the earth is offering tobacco as an offering. Maybe when I'm harvesting some kind of medicine, or partaking or helping to facilitate some kind of ceremony. Right. And then quality time. Quality time is one of my favorite love languages, right? Just chilling with some trees or laying in the grass, right? Hiking, climbing mountains. Like these are all ways to spend quality time with the earth. And again, right, having that perspective of like, I'm in relation with the earth as a lover or a partner holds more responsibility than my mother who's nourishing me. She gives me everything. Like, you know, I come from her, like I can't survive without her, right? A partner is like a conscious relationship, something that I'm committed to. I'm responsible for myself, they're responsible for themselves. And our relationship is heightened because we commit to caring for each other. We commit to supporting each other's needs, supporting each other's desires, right? It's not just one way, it's both ways. It's a both way channel. So yeah, in the last few minutes, how many minutes left are there? Just a few minutes, yeah. I'd love to share a practice if you're interested. So I see there's some new people that popped on. Hey, welcome. Excited to see you. So let's just take a few moments in a meditation. You're welcome to close your eyes if that feels comfortable, or maybe gazing towards the ground. Maybe finding a focal point if you don't feel like closing your eyes. And just noticing what's happening in your being. Maybe if you feel like it resonates, placing a hand on the heart and noticing if you can feel your heartbeat, the rhythm of your body. And as you inhale, become acutely aware of how air is moving through you and within you. So as you inhale, feeling the air move through your nostrils, maybe it tickles your nose hair, really feeling as it moves down the throat into the lungs. How far does the air move through your body? And does it reach the end of your lungs, the capacity of your lungs? And as you exhale, feeling that contraction. Feeling that air exit. Once again, it's transmuted within your body and turned into a different chemical as you exhale. Right? This is a form of alchemy. Just the simple act of breathing. And I'm aware that we're all inside, but begin to imagine what the air feels like on your skin. Can you become aware of the energy of the air around you? If you are outside, maybe you could feel the slight sensation or tickle of the wind, activating sensations on the skin, maybe even raising the hairs on your body. And the wind carries an energy, it carries a memory, it carries life force. Imagine as though you're outside and the wind is caressing your being. Notice how that sensation feels in your body. And maybe begin to imagine that you're barefoot on the earth, that your feet begin to get a little dirty, maybe even muddy. And just notice how that sensation feels in your body. To be intimately entangled with the earth, with the nutrients of the soil, with the nutrients in dirt. Taking a deep breath through the nose and sighing it out through the mouth. Begin to come back to the present moment, just noticing how those visuals interact with your being, and notice if that's something that you'd like to do actually, maybe in the next day or two, actively communing with that way in nature, being aware of the intimate sensations that nature is always in relationship with us. There's no difference between the sensations in our inside environment, right, within a house and outside within nature. There's actually not as much separation as we think. So with that, I thank you for listening. Thank you for being present and for being a part of this. Thank you, Astaria, for holding space for the opportunity to share, and all of these incredible speakers that have been sharing over the last many hours, over 12 hours, 15 hours. It's really an honor to be present, and yeah, I hope to share more about eco-sensuality and sexuality in the future. And I'm excited to listen to the next person. So thank you. And thank you very much, Rick, for your questions and your presence this time.
Yes, it's my pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Marianne. I apologize. I was taking a little bit of rest, but I was listening to the audio. Thank you so much for your share and your offering. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for that beautiful ending. It's like a very nice transition. We are transitioning. And we are moving our next hour. And Shane, welcome to the space. I'm going to unmute you here. And I'll just share briefly that Shane is in a potentially vulnerable space in this moment as he's just arriving out of ceremony. So just holding him in a more gentle space. It's not always the funnest to come out of a ceremonial setting and be in a technological setting, but we're very grateful for you showing up in this way, and open to hear how you are, where you are, what you need, and all of those things. So yeah, passing it over to you, Shane.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Maren, for that nice close to your hour. I needed that regrounding. I hope you all can hear me okay. I am just stepping out of ceremony. I live in Tampa, but I'm in the Oregon mountains, so I hope my signal stays okay. I am sleep deprived and have been subsisting on ayahuasca and rape and a little bit of hummus the last 48 hours in service to this medicine, and we've got tomorrow to go. But I'm happy to be here. Thank you all for the marathon you're running. I hopped on for a little while earlier today, and you guys were all here, and you're doing an amazing job. And this is a very important discussion, a very important discussion to be had. It's rather broad, and I like that because I don't have a whole lot prepared, but I notice people touching on all sorts of different stuff as they weave their way through their own hour. I'll just tell everybody my name is Shane Ali, A-L-I. You can find me on Facebook, and on Instagram it's midnight_prophet_. That's actually an artist name that just carried over to what I now do. Anybody had any questions about that? But also, I would ask the moderators, you all have heard a lot of things in the last, whatever it's been, 12 or 15 hours. So one, you asked a story what I might need, and I'm good if people have questions. So if there's things you've heard throughout the course of the day, I'm pretty open and I can talk about most things. So if you guys have any questions about anything, that would help me, because then I can go off that assist. I'm going to start out anyways by focusing on this sexual conduct or sexual misconduct in the entheogenic healing space. And that's the reason why I wanted to be part of this, even though I knew sort of how uncomfortable it might be, all things considered. And I want to start with touch during ceremony. I find in my practice, there are very few times when I actually need to touch someone in a quote unquote energetic or quote unquote healing way. Now, in other words, if someone needs help with a blanket or get to the restroom or to stand up or whatnot, that's a different story. But the problem with, as I see it, in my humble opinion, with the possibility for misconduct, well, there's so many reasons, but these practitioners too many times think that they are the healer. They call themselves healers and shaman. And these are terms that I understand are used because they are terms that people understand broadly and are familiar with. But any, I think, true medicine server who is in their integrity knows that they, in fact, are not the healer, that the person communing with the medicine, with the great help of that powerful tool, is in fact healing themselves with the help of their higher self and being able to get in touch with that. I think sometimes people want to do too much in ceremony because they think that they're somehow helping or healing somebody or guiding them through their process, etc. And that touch is powerful. Some may know how powerful it is and do it anyway. Some may not even know, but believe they are doing the thing they think needs to be done because they've seen it done before. I think what's also really important to remember is that people who come to these ceremonies, people who come to these spiritual communities, are often the most desperate, the most traumatized, the most quote unquote sick, if you will. And when first getting into these communities, they think they have found something that is going to save them. And they also do not resonate very easily or effectively or efficiently in the 3D matrix that we live in. There are people who have divergent opinions and spiritual beliefs. So they are vulnerable. The people that come to, and not everybody, of course, but many who come to these ceremonies and find themselves in these circles, in these communities, are very vulnerable people. So even who are who seek love, who seek healing. And so a simple touch, particularly when you're communing with these medicines, is such a powerful force. And I think people are touching too much. I've seen it in combo. I've seen it in ayahuasca. Seen it with bufo. Trust the medicine. Trust the process. We hear it a lot, and then it's easier said than done. There will be time after the ceremony, after the journey, after the process, if hugs need to be had. But mid-ceremony, I mean, and this is a little different if it's a man for a man or a woman for a woman. I'm speaking about opposite sex here. Let me be specific. There's no need to touch their heart. If anything, direct their own hands to their heart, just like Maren did when we were doing the exercise. Redirecting them to themselves is where the power lies. And such a slippery slope, because somebody who's vulnerable and wide open emotionally and energetically and spiritually can very easily misinterpret the touch, no matter how it's intended. And so it's incumbent upon the medicine server to control that, to be aware of that, to be hyper vigilant of that. And I think that's missing in a lot of these so-called medicine servers, because they think they're the healer. Obviously, there is no place for sexual tension in the ceremony space, full stop. Seems obvious. Those of us who maybe have been doing this for a while and are more familiar, it sounds like common sense to us. But I feel like the common sense is not so common all the time. And it doesn't even have to be a touch. Let me tell you, besides the occasional looking at somebody to make sure they're all right, or give them a head nod or smile, I don't even look people in the eyes. It's not even necessary. I have a presence there. They know I'm there to support them. And again, it's different. Women for women, men for men. I'm speaking now for myself personally with females in ceremony. Even something like eye gazing is an energetic manipulation. And somebody who is conscious will recognize that. And again, whether it's intentional or not, it needs to be, we need to be made aware of that. And people serving these medicines need to be made aware of that if they aren't already. You know, we've all heard all the, all the horror stories. And you can talk about why someone did the dumb shit they did. But ultimately, it doesn't matter why they did it. If you are going to step into this space to serve any of these medicines or facilitate, you need to know that there's no place for sexual tension there. And this is easier said than done as well. Because, I mean, let's face it, I mean, when we were younger, maybe some of us didn't have the best social skills, or maybe weren't the most attractive, or what have you. And so you now find yourself in this space where you are sort of in a position of quote unquote power. And again, people are very vulnerable and wide open. And so it is, I think, for most, extremely difficult to navigate that energy. And I don't think everybody has it in them to do that. That's also why I don't think everybody needs to be serving medicine, which is an issue too, because how many of us have seen somebody who's been at their first or second ayahuasca ceremony, they come out and they say, I'm going to open a fucking center. Like, I'm going to start organizing retreats. I mean, people contact me wanting to know like how I got where I am. And you know what? I don't even know. I was thinking about it the other day. I'm not even sure how I ended up here, but I can't tell somebody else how to do that, particularly since I don't know most of them that well. So I don't know. I'm very passionate about this, and I'm a Sagittarius, and my fire burns bright. Thank God it's been cranked down several levels, thanks to the medicine tonight. And I hope that my passion on this matter does not come across as anger, because I'm not angry, but I respect this medicine so greatly. And I think it's a huge disservice to this medicine, to the people who seek it, and ultimately to the world at large, to mistreat people and energies, even in subtle ways, in ceremony. Does anybody have any questions at this point? If not, I'll keep rambling. What's that say in the chat? Leo? Leo?
Oh, I was just saying that I agree. I don't necessarily have a question. I was just emotionally kind of responding to a lot of what you were saying in agreement. And I could extrapolate if you want me to for a moment, or I can just share that and then mute myself.
Extrapolate away.
Okay, okay. So I used to be more active in the Santo Daime Church, and there was a lot of structure there, and there was a lot of structure around touching and like basically saying, please don't touch people unless you're a guardian and unless it's like absolutely necessary, like what you're talking about, like going to the bathroom, that kind of stuff, or if someone's unsteady on their feet. But I really resonated with what you said about how these are people that are often like the most broken. Often these are people that are very lost, that are looking to plant medicine as some kind of like savior or path for redemption or finding themselves. So they're extremely vulnerable. It's like writing on a blank slate. And I feel like we don't discuss enough like that predatory energy, whether it's like demon energy or devil energy or whatever you want to call it, that sometimes we're not even aware that we're transmuting or being a conduit for. And a lot of us have sexual abuse histories that we don't even acknowledge to ourselves, that we've stuffed away and compartmentalized. We do these medicines, and then what comes up is this ache for healing, like, please heal me, please acknowledge this giant wound. And then I feel like there's not always a safe container for exploring that or talking about that, so we can unravel after these ceremonies and our lives can fall apart because we never knew how big that wound was. And often we were molested or raped or what have you by authority figures. So it's such a re-traumatization to enter these communities. And what if your pastor or your priest or your rabbi molested you? And now you've got this shamanic dude, and maybe you've had abusive men in your past, and you're like, oh, this guy seems so sensitive and such a new age guy, and he would never hurt me like my dad did or something. But these women can be particularly vulnerable. And I don't mean to just say just women, but where I struggle is I feel like when I did the Santo Daime ceremonies afterward, everyone would kind of have this group hug, and I would always walk away because I was like, I'm feeling very vulnerable. I don't want to be touching anybody because I am like an empath and I pick up on people's energy and take that on. So, I didn't care if people thought that I seemed like antisocial. I was taking care of myself, and I would leave, the hugging part of things. But it did almost feel sexual in nature because it felt disauthentic to me, like people that would never be there for you if you were homeless, right? Or your house burned down or your kid needed rehab, but they're like, oh, I love you and I love you. And they would like smush up on each other. And so for me, it would kind of make me feel nasty, I guess. And I just remember coming home from one ayahuasca ceremony one time, and this guy put his arm around me, and he was a guardian, and it felt very sexual. And I remember telling a head guardian later about the incident, and he totally gaslighted me. And he's like, well, I'm sure he didn't mean that in a sexual way. And when you're on the ayahuasca, I feel like it's like a conduit, like ants, like your antenna is vibing with everyone else's that takes the medicine. So I feel like to dismiss someone's experience and say, well, no, that wasn't sexual when you're not there. Like, I think sometimes men don't want to hear that about other men in our community. So they gaslight you. But anyway, I strongly feel that there are so many people that care about the decriminalized movement, and they don't want the laws on this medicine. They want people to be able to practice safely in the underground. And, I used to lead the decriminalized movement for Seattle, Washington. So I've totally been there promoting the decriminalized effort and the right to practice medicine on the underground. But I do think we need to hold these people accountable. And I sometimes feel like you need to stand up for victims because they can't stand up for themselves. And that might be a controversial opinion to have. But I know young people that maybe they're still in their early 20s and their prefrontal cortexes are not done developing. And they might say, I'm fine. I worked it out with that dude. We took mushrooms. And even though he like molested me, it's totally fine. We talked it out. But, sexual trauma can play out for like the rest of your life with your autoimmune system and your mental health and your physical health and gastrointestinal issues and academic stuff and school stuff and job stuff and relationship stuff and intimacy stuff. And I just feel like sometimes those of us who have sexual abuse histories, we can become more sexually active almost because we almost like reshaping the trauma and trying to reclaim the power of this situation. And so these incestuous kind of relationships can develop within the community that we think are empowering, but are actually just re-traumatizing. And so I just struggle because I don't like what I see when it comes to sexual trauma and how we're dealing with people that come from sexual trauma backgrounds. But I also don't like the idea that we don't get to stand up for victims unless they choose to tell their story, because I don't necessarily always agree. If someone doesn't want to tell their story because they're frightened and scared and have kind of gaslit themselves, I kind of feel like developing a web page that says, Florian Ritter is a pedophile, or, you know what I mean? I feel like sometimes I just don't care. And I just want to get the word out there. Even if this person never faces any criminal charges, let them face some kind of shame, I guess, in our community, so that people who think they're these great people on Facebook, like actually find out that they have hurt and traumatized vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of good stuff in there. The website, you said, sometimes I think about like starting this website just to call these folks out. I think is a good intuition. I think it's a good thought. Obviously, it would be a little tough to navigate, only because then if you are making claims about people, then you need evidence to back it up, and there might be libel suits and that sort of thing. But I like where your head is at on that. And also, you mentioned like, so that our communities would have a place to go. And unfortunately, I find that these communities are very sort of like fragmented and sectioned off, um, for a couple reasons. I think it's a lot of ego in the quote unquote leaders of these communities or the medicine servers. Um, and they tend to have, some of them, almost like a cult like feel to them. In other words, this is our great medicine server, and you dare not speak ill of him or question him or her, and you don't go to other medicine servers. I mean, I've experienced this firsthand. One of the first people that I sat with many, many, many times. And again, everybody in those circles that knew him, all the organizers, I got to know them all and the ins and outs of the whole thing and all that. And we were family, they're family, and we love you. And they would tell you all the things we always hear. Find your path and speak your truth and follow your heart. And then lo and behold, you start to do that, and they're not so keen on it anymore. Because maybe you've gone to another medicine server. So it saddens me that these communities aren't more connected. And I would like to see that change. I don't know if it will, but the website's a good idea if we could get these communities together more. And I think things like this, I mean, I don't know how tightly the organizers of this event know each other, or any of the other presenters and what communities they're a part of, but I think events like this are a big part, a big step in the right direction. So I just want to thank everybody again for that. Going back to what you said, I think is very important about people who have suffered from sexual trauma in their past, and then trying to, what they feel is somehow reclaim that power by being promiscuous or less than ethical with themselves and with their partners, because particularly for females who have been violated, they feel like, oh, well, I'm in charge now. I'm gonna, this dude is mine, and no. And then even though there is, even though they are quite literally being penetrated in some way, they feel that they have control of that, and they just don't know that they're doing more harm to themselves. And that is a very difficult position to be in. And I understand the thought process, the mentality behind it. And it's unfortunate. And maybe, and I don't know because I'm not a female who's gone through this, but maybe that is just part of the normal process for some people. And it's a gnarly process. As all this healing is, that's another thing. We get into these things and these beautiful medicines and these communities, and we think it's all going to be love and light. And then the healing begins. And then the leveling up begins. And it is not all love and light. It is gritty, grimy, difficult shadow work that takes time and patience and discipline and lots of hard work. It will yield beautiful results and a more fulfilling life and greater healing for yourself and for those around you, because we cannot heal anybody else. We can only heal ourselves. And then when our cup is overflowing, then others can drink from it. So yes, again, thank you for this, and maybe just that activity that some women who have experienced trauma go through, this over sexuality, is perhaps just another gritty, grimy process in their own healing. And again, I do not know because I'm not one of those people. And it's unfortunate, but I trust this whole thing, and maybe we can get the word out, and maybe some people can be cut short before they take destructive behavior on that. Also, you mentioned, the energy that drives some of these, and I mainly here again, I'm speaking mainly of men, as a man. What drives these, you know, is it is demon energy, is it this and that and the other? Call it what you will. I call it weakness. I call them weak men. They cannot control themselves, and so they have to control other people. So I see it as weakness, and this to me is very clear in the Western version of Tantra, right? We have now, Tantra is a beautiful, secret Eastern philosophy that does have sexual elements. But just like we do in the West, we have bastardized it. We have taken the thing that serves our egos the most, the sexual part, and we have elaborated on it and turned it into a fucking monster. And you know, you go on YouTube and it's like, you look up Tantra and all it is it's just all the sexual part. I mean, most of those teachings are secret anyways. We don't even fucking know. These people out here that are doing Tantra, most of them don't even fucking know. But they do know they want to get laid. They do know they want vulnerable people around them. They do know they want sexually open people around them. Now, I'm a little old school, so the polyamory and things of that sort, I get it in theory. It sounds good. I don't think I can manage it because, and I can barely handle dealing with one person and their issues and, you know, their traumas and you know, that's such an energetic ordeal already. A relationship is such an ordeal already. I can't even consider having to do that with more than one person. And not only that, while I'm on that subject, I think there's a certain leveling up in our spiritual growth that one just cannot attain without a partner. So, in other words, I've done great work on myself, very disciplined in so many ways, great strides. I mean, 180 different human being completely. However, there's a certain level that I just cannot reach without a dedicated partner, because it's going to take somebody else, that mirror, to really pull that stuff out of me. I can't do that on my own. If I don't have somebody to trigger me and to test me and to question me and to love me, I can love myself. I do love myself, but like, that's a different kind of power there. So I am of the firm belief that there's a certain leveling up that we just cannot reach without that partner. And again, with the energy scattered amongst different people, I personally, in my humble opinion, at my old age, think that would be very difficult to attain. Yeah. Anybody else got anything? Evolution of a relationship.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. I'm Sean.
Hey, Sean.
I just wanted to say I just really appreciate what you said about like leveling up with a partner. Basically, I think it's very true, and it's I don't know, it's changed me a lot for sure. I think we can only get so far by ourselves before we need someone beyond just like an acquaintance in ceremony or something like that, you know. So I just appreciated that. It's really awesome.
You're welcome. You know, and I know our biology would speak differently than my opinion on, say, polyamory or open relationships, right? So our biology says, for men, sow your seed. For women, it's, you know, at least historically, evolutionarily, biologically, it's find, you know, the best genes and, you know, produce those offspring. But I also believe evolutionarily that we have come to this generally one person with one person because through hundreds of thousands of years, it has been proven to be the most beneficial for the human race, which means it's more beneficial, most likely for individuals. That's just my opinion on that. But and I think it's important to distinguish what separates us from the animals is that we don't just let our biology run everything, right? Because we have the power to focus, transmute, control, et cetera, et cetera.
I did want to jump in a little bit about not allowing our biology, offering just grace in that conversation. You know, a lot of us have a hard time resisting pizza and donuts because of the microbiome, because of the memories that our bodies hold, and you know. Yes, much of it is conditioning and colonizing, and not the recent colonizing. I mean colonizing of the human race. But I'm curious on where you stand as it relates to navigating just like body itself. You know, like yeah, I can go without sleep for a day or two, but my brain is going to start to do things. You know what I mean? I'm a man conditioned to, or I'm a man who is conditioned for rewards because of ownership or perceived dominance and power. These are still hormones that that fire off and give messages. So in relation to what you're saying, I'm curious, like, what is your perception or your stance on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think it's important, again, coming back to the ceremonial setting, that these medicine servers are doing their own work. And again, I don't think many of them are. So how do you learn to control that biology? I mean, it's daily practice. I mean, it's daily practice. And this is the problem, because this is not easy. It's not easy. If it were easy, everybody would already be there. And it takes discipline and patience and daily practice, which the discipline and the daily practice takes self-love, which these plant medicines can help us with that, right? So these plant medicines can show you the path, and they can illuminate the path, and then you've got to walk the path, because it doesn't matter how much gold you get in the course of a 4-hour journey. If you come out and you just let it all fall to the side and you don't follow up on any of those lessons, you know, we get those lessons in ceremony. I need to do this. I need to eat better. I need to speak to my daughter this way. I need to like my relationship at work. I need to do this. So we get all these things, right? We have this deep meditation with ourselves, and then we come out of it and we don't do any of the things that we were just shown. And so that's why, for me, and this is a great point, and I preach this constantly to anybody that knows me, is the integration part of these ceremonies. And integration for me means essentially 6 things, and there's some that you could give or take to this list. But one is a daily meditative practice, and this all goes back to sort of you asking, like, how do you control that biology? You know, the brain, if you will. A daily meditative practice. That means, with no excuses, every single morning, sitting down, closing your eyes, and quote unquote sitting with yourself. We hear that term all the time. Just sit with it. Just sit with it. People going through existential crisis will reach out in desperation, I don't know, on Facebook about their situation, and then somebody with great intentions will say, just sit with it. You know, what does that even mean, dude? What does that mean? it means a daily practice. It means sitting in your meditation. Because in that moment, you have a chance to feel all those things, to feel all the fear and all the anger and all the lust and all those things. And you have a chance to process them. If you're being honest with yourself, why am I feeling this way? That's really sitting with it. Why am I feeling this way? Why is this coming up? Could I have said something differently? Do I need to apologize? Do I need to have a conversation with somebody? Do I need to have boundaries here? When you sit with that stuff every single day, it's like going to the gym. You don't go to the gym 1 or 2 times and like, where's my muscle? You have to have faith. Again, trust the process, something we hear all the time. What does that mean? That means doing the damn thing and then trusting it even when you're not seeing results right away, because if you stick with it, you will see results. But what happens, people will come to me and I'll give them suggestions. Do your daily meditative practice. I'll call them a week later. How's the meditation going? Oh, well, it wasn't working. Dude, you did it for like 5 days, man. Stick with it, you know? But again, this is what makes it hard. And again, it's the self-love part, because if I know I deserve something better, if I know I deserve results, and I can, in fact, have some faith and trust this process, then I'm still, even though I'm not seeing results yet, I'm still going to get up and I'm still going to do my meditation every day. So the daily meditative practice is huge. And also when you're able to quote unquote sit with those things and your feelings and your aches and your pains and your joys and your sorrows, when you're able to sit with those first thing in the morning, and I recommend first thing in the morning, because then when you go out into the world and the guy in front of you at the grocery store is being annoying or triggering you, you know, you've already processed so much of the things that would normally be bothering you in your morning practice, that, and you're not going to be perfect, but perhaps you won't unleash some of your own stuff onto him. Also with the practice, someone at Ceremony here asked me yesterday, like, what do you do when you get triggered? I told him, like, daily practice is where you start, right? Because then you're working through these things. And also like deep breaths is the reason why when they send people to anger management class, you know, they teach them, like, I don't know, to breathe deeply. So this daily meditative practice is really key to sitting with yourself, so you're not exploding on people. And of course, you're still going to lose it. This happens. But I think you can begin to learn how to transmute and redirect in real time. And again, I think oftentimes people think meditation is somehow freeing your mind of all thoughts. That's just humanly impossible. That's, in my opinion, that's not what it is. It is a practice. It's a training of your brain and your thoughts of constant redirection. So somebody's going to say something, I'm going to get pissed, but I don't have to react. I can constantly redirect. So if I'm sitting with myself every morning and I'm redirecting my thoughts, the things are coming up. Okay, I'm pissed about this. Okay, I see that. Now let me bring it back to my breath. Same thing. You go out into the world, something triggers you. This dude's fucking pissing me off. It's okay. Let me redirect, bring it back to the breath. This is the practice. This is the hard work that nobody wants to talk about. This is what has to be done if you're serious about your own healing. So the daily meditative practice is key in integration. The second thing is gratitude. Oh, I think Bob Marley said, every man thinks his burden is the heaviest. We've got such issues here in the first world country. We don't have cell phone service, and I didn't get my fucking paid vacation approved, and I didn't have to walk 10 miles for a cup of drinking water. People around the world are dying out there, and we think we've got it so bad. So gratitude is so key as far as I'm concerned, because we have so much. We neglect so much, we overlook so much, but we have so much. And why would the universe or the creator or God, call it what you will, give you more when you don't appreciate what you've already got, when you've got so much? So the meditative practice, the gratitude, also going back to the body and specifically about the pizza and cookies or whatever that was, and I love all that stuff, right? Diet is key with integration as well. And again, I think this gets lost. So leading up to ceremony, particularly ayahuasca, there's the dieta, right? And we all know this well. You know, there's no sugar and no fats and no oils and no sex and no beef and no dairy, and you know, it's all the stuff that I love. But then after ceremony, we've been completely cleansed, purged all the things spiritually, energetically, physically, emotionally, mentally. We go right back to eating the same way we used to. So I think the diet leading up to ceremony is basically how we should be eating anyhow. And please don't get it twisted. I do not adhere to the diet oftentimes before and almost always after. But diet is key. Diet is key because this is our vessel. This is our vehicle. This is what God has given us. And again, the self-love part that these medicines can give us. When you know you deserve to take care of this vessel, this is a gift. This is the gift. This is the gift we've been given. So diet is really key for me. And piggybacking off of that, the fourth thing would be like exercise. You know, like these bodies are meant to move. You know, they're meant to grow, and such a key part of this spiritual growth is the physical aspect that I think gets lost on a lot of people because everybody desires to get to the fifth dimension while their 3D body is crumbling on them. This is our foundation. And so this is where it has to start. So got meditation, got gratitude, diet, and regular exercise. The fifth one is getting out into nature. I think probably most of us here on this Zoom call realize the power of nature. Nature is our source. It's where we came from. It is the place that we will return one day. And anybody that has spent some time in nature will attest to its powerful healing properties. And I don't think I need to say any more on that. And then the sixth one is, and again, I find a lot of people making excuses on this, is doing the things you love. Joseph Campbell called it following your bliss. This is taking time. Again, all these things, if you're serious, again, in my opinion, this is the list that I have that I share with people. All these things are things that must be done with no excuses. And we've all got 24 hours in a day. And when people tell me I didn't have time to meditate or I didn't have the time to do this, that, or the other, it's like, you had time to scroll through Instagram for an extra 30 minutes or watch the Netflix movie, right? So this is the hard work. This is what it really takes. This is the stuff a lot of times that gets missed. But finding what you love, I mean, it can be fun just to find out what you love if you don't know what it is. Try a bunch of different things, you know, but finding time to do the things you love. I don't care if it's singing or dancing or glass blowing or mountain climbing or whatever it is. Because then when you're happy here, you know, as we all know, when you're fulfilled, when you're doing things that your heart knows you should be doing, when you make yourself do those things, you know, then I find that it makes sort of everything easier. So circling all the way back to you having asked, you know, sort of like, how do you control that? It's hard work. It's hard work, and it's dedication, and it's discipline, and it's patience and faith. That would be my long answer. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything? Astaria, what do you got?
Yeah, I have Leo wrote in the comments. She has a question here. Got 12 minutes on the clock. She wrote, do you feel men have a specific responsibility to call out men in the community who prey on vulnerable women? Why don't they do this? Why uphold the allegiance to bro culture?
Mm-hmm. The short answer is yes.
Mhm.
Yes, I do believe we have a responsibility to call these people out. And I have a hard time talking about myself, what I do, but I um, do men's retreats specifically as well. And if anybody wants to reach out to me, I have a men's group, and I think it's important that men have this space now. Let me answer the question. Yes, full stop. It's important that other men hold these men when they're aware of it. Of course, they can if they don't know, accountable. Now, if I don't know who the heck somebody's talking about and I hear so and so did something, I don't need to get involved. I don't know that. I don't know that guy, and I'm not just going to go put somebody on blast when I don't know that guy and I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, right? But if I have people that I know and trust, and I know somebody, absolutely, absolutely, they need to be called out. And the space for men right now is very important because I think I think in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, when the women started to claim some of their power, I think there were two camps of men. There were either the camp that resisted so hard, which most of the time empowered the women even more. And then there was another camp that ceded so much of the masculine ground. And the women swung into that masculine space. So now I feel energetically in the world today, I feel there is slowly a balancing out of this, but now the men need to figure out how to be fucking men. And that means strong men, it means powerful men, but it also means vulnerable men and nurturing men and patient men. Um, um, and so yeah, this space for men, I feel right now, specifically in time, is very important. I think I I feel I'm Sagittarius, I'm optimistic. I feel like we're slowly coming to a better place and we need to be patient with this. But I started doing men's retreats because I was so jealous of the women. The women were having all the fun, man. They were doing the full moon things and they were steaming their yonis together and they were just like having a blast. And then like the guys were like, yeah, well, we're not, guys suffer alone largely. Guys largely suffer alone. There's not a real sense because, it's ego and many of us didn't have fathers. So we don't even know how to even accept other men and powerful men into our lives. And we're triggered by other guys and all this and that. But the times are changing and there are places for men. And a lot of these men are trying so hard and they just have nowhere to go and they don't know what to do. The majority of the men I meet are good people. They just don't know. They just don't know what to do or where to go to do it. So I hold this space for men and we discuss all the things. And, I need to be careful here. The women that have slid further into this masculine role, and I understand why. Many of them were single parents, right? Or for whatever reason, they are reclaiming their power, and this pendulum may have swung too far. So the women that have slid into this more masculine role, many of them are the breadwinners, the tough part, I think, for the ladies now is that if, when, hopefully, but if and when they meet somebody who is now able to fill that role, they are now going to have to cede some of that masculine ground back to a man that's able to fill that spot. And they're going to have to be able to receive that. I don't know if this is triggering to anybody. I'm not trying to be triggering. I hope you can understand the energetic complications of this, implications rather. And so I think sometimes it's hard for women to give even just a tiny bit of that masculine back because they are so hyper independent. They have become so hyper independent that they feel any sort of ceding energetically to any aspect of their life is giving their power away somehow. But again, just like we were discussing with the relationships, I think there's a balance here. And so just as the men have to learn to fulfill that divine masculine role and be firm and patient and compassionate and understanding and be the energetic leader. The women, when that is available to them, and of course they need to be discerning about whether or not that's actually happening, are going to have to learn to slowly cede some of that, at least masculine ground back, so that we can meet in a healthy middle somewhere, if that makes any sense. Yes.
Hi, greetings again. So I want to ask questions for clarity in this discussion. When we're talking about men and women, I understand that as gender. And when I hear masculine energy, feminine energy, I do not associate this with gender. I associate this with body. And so assuming woman deals with feminine energy and men deal with masculine energy, which then also completely dismisses people that don't even subscribe to the dichotomy and the binary way that we have been programmed. I would love some clarity on what we mean when we say men this, woman that, in relationship to masculine energy and feminine energy. As I understand it, all bodies hold this. And there is a request for balance in the body around it. So I would love for some clarity around that, because I feel the sensitivity of what you're saying. And I understand the triggering nature that it could have. And I feel the essence of what you wish to share. And I just would love some clarity.
Thank you so much for that question, Nikki. Thank you so much. And what a beautiful question it is. Let me clarify. Yes, I'm a little old school, so I'm speaking in very traditional terms, right? As a heterosexual male, I'm speaking in very traditional terms, and much of this has changed, and I love it all. So let me clarify. I'm not even necessarily speaking about body, but rather, like you said, the energy, right? Divine masculine and divine feminine. And there is feminine and masculine in all of us. And so for gay or lesbian or trans couples, or any couples for that matter, there is still going to be a more masculine energy and a more feminine energy. In some of those couples, that may be fluid, right? And that's up to those people to decide how they, that's their work. They've got to sort that out, but still it's the yin and the yang. Either way you cut it to make the whole, if we're talking about people in a relationship here. And so, yes, it's more of an energy thing rather than just a man and a woman. I think it's the firm, quote unquote, leader, right? Energetic leader, sort of, as the masculine, and I'm simplifying that greatly because I have 3 minutes here, and then it's the nurturing feminine energy, powerful and whimsical and wild in her own right. So I mean more energetically the masculine and feminine, not so much a man and a woman. Does that help at all?
A little bit, but thank you. Yeah, certainly.
And Nikki, you can reach out to me, and I would love to discuss this further with you at any time, because I would love to hear what you have to say and gain some knowledge from you as well.
Well, I hope you can stay for my session. I'm right after you.
I will stay. Look, I don't know how I made it through the hour because of you all. Thank you so much. I'm really tired, but I'm gonna stick around and see what Nikki's got for us as long as I can. So thank you all for your time. Thank you for this discussion. I hope somebody somewhere at some point watches this and gets one little nugget from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you. Do you have any last nuggets, any last closing statements before we pass it over to Nikki?
Nikki's ready to rip. I'm here for it.
All right, beautiful. Thank you for showing up after your ceremony. Yeah, grateful for you, and we'll put these replays up, and yeah, more people will be able to access your wisdom. Thank you, Shane. And
They even got little dessert, like yogurt,
yeah,
such
we're
fruit,
moving
or
into the
pancakes.
next hour. And we have our next presenter, Nikki Keither Morgan. I'm going to post in the chat thread our safe space agreements, just in case anybody's new or jumping on, hasn't read them yet. Otherwise, it is all our Nikki, and if you want to introduce yourself, introduce your topic, and yeah, take it away.
Gratitude. Astaria, thank you so much for how you've been hosting. It's been quite a pleasure. And I see you holding it down for these full 24 hours. Bravo. And holding up quite nicely. You're not even horizontal. That's a real thing. So thank you. So yeah, and thank you for reposting the agreements as well. So greetings, everyone. As it has been said, I am known as Nikki Morgan, or Keither, or Keter. And I've been a clinical sexologist now for 20 years. My astrological.
Got a little dog with him.
Oh, we may need to mute Leo if there's a background. Okay, thank you. No, you're all good. Thank you, Leo. Yes. So I'm a clinical sexologist for about 20 years. And I have been working in our sacrament work professionally, formally for about 10 years. However, I have been working with sacraments in life. It's been seamless and support of all kinds of sacraments in my family, in my community. And my topic today is sexuality, spirituality, and cosmic consent. And that's with assistance. We're going to be talking about decolonizing touch with the help of our psilocybin family, or our mushrooms. Now, everyone has their different styles, and I recognize that it is 7 a.m. on the East Coast and 4 a.m. going strong on the West Coast. And so I recognize that we've also been doing a whole lot of intellectualizing. And I certainly love to get into the body. Part of my work is the alchemy of intimacy. So that's why I was very excited when Shane was talking about evolution evolution through relationship, because certainly as we are, the common conversation that we're having is that we are connected, and in that connection, we create with one another. We create a situation by our question, our answer, by our call and response. There is no argument if there is not an exchange. And the exchange doesn't always have to happen between bodies. That exchange, that argument, or the discussion can also happen within. So in my work, and I moved through intimate alchemy, or specifically it's intimate alchemist. I ask and call for all of the intimate alchemists to find themselves, to speak out. You have the capacity to shift and change, and intimacy with yourself, intimacy with the world that you're creating, and intimacy with others is so key. And what does even intimacy mean? And what does any of this have to do with sexuality and entheogen? So now I know there's not many people in the room right now, so I'm going to do this exercise regardless. So when you watch it on YouTube, you can do this exercise. All right, so I want us to talk a little bit. I want us to tap a little bit into these bodies and see what those conversations are. So I want you to take a deep breath in if you can. And breathe out slowly. And this exercise, you don't even have to be sitting. This is something you can do on the run. I just want you to take some deep breaths, breathing in through the nose. Expanding that belly when you breathe. Make sure that you can feel the air coming in, and breathe out slowly, 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 making sure that that belly then falls. And I want you to continue those breaths. Just continue those breaths, being conscious of your breath. And I'm going to say 3 words. I'm going to say 3 words different times. And I want you to identify where you feel those words in your body. So the first word I'm going to say, and Shane, I really hope that you're nearby. I know you're off camera, but I know we were kind of chatting, so I want to see what you can feel in this. And thank you, post your ceremony. Where is it in your body that you feel the word love? Love. Where is it in your body that you feel the word love? Love. So just take note, wherever that is that you felt it. Okay? Now, the next word. Where is it in your body that you feel the word shame? Shame. Shame. Where is it in your body that you feel the word shame? Just take some deep breaths for those joining us. Where is it in your body that you feel the word shame? All right. Last word. Make sure you're taking deep conscious breaths. Where is it in your body that you feel the word violation? Violation. Where is it in your body that you feel the word violation? So those are the 3 words. Now the words were love, shame, and violation. And just take a moment to do some breathing, because these words may have triggered something. It may have created a small, abrupt movement in the body. Is there anyone that is present that could speak to that? Or even if not speak to it, just drop it in the chat. Where did you feel the word love? Where did you feel the word shame? And where did you feel the word violation? In your hands, in your feet, in your stomach, your head. So now, please. Were you going to say something, Astaria? Oh, sure, please.
Trying to unmute. Yeah, I'll share. The love wasn't showing up immediately. I was having a hard time to find where that was. And that was concerning for me. And then I felt it like in my belly, but kind of like hidden in my belly. Then shame was coming in my shoulders. And that one came sooner, but it was still like a delay. And then when you said the violation, it immediately went to my clitoris. Like immediately, it was just like, and I was like, whoa, what was that?
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. It's so important for us to be able to acknowledge these conversations that are not acknowledged. I just wanted to mention, Marin said the word violation, I felt violation in my heart. That was surprising for me. So I just want to take a moment to explore this. And thank you so much, Astaria. I felt it. I felt love in my heart. I felt it in the center of my chest. I felt shame very, very lightly. It took a while to feel it, but I felt it in like the topmost part of my back. But it took a while for me to listen to myself say it. And then violation, I felt it in my stomach and also in my shoulders. And also a little bit in my throat. So why is this important? These bodies, as Shane has shared earlier, these bodies we use to have this human experience. And because of how the programming has been unfolded, we maybe aren't using this technology in the most efficient way or the most effective way that is aligned with our consciousness. So the intimacy between our bodies and us, and I want it to be clear, you are not your body. You give it back to the earth when you're done with it. But you are not your body. And so this exercise shows very clearly that your body is having a completely different conversation than what you are intellectualizing. And the fact that, thank you, Marin, it can be surprising to us that we can feel certain things in certain parts of our body. And this is with language, y'all. This is just with language. So now this also goes a little deeper because you think that you're having a conversation. You think that you're having communication. The assumption is that we're having a communication, but your body is having a completely different one. So now when we go back to what Leo was talking about earlier, when people say, I love you, I love you, I love you during these medicine ceremonies, what is love to one may not be love to another based on the conversation of how these bodies are involved in the conversation. Now, this is a journey I'm taking us on, okay, y'all? So give it a minute. Air it out. Have patience in our pleasure. Give yourself a minute. If you fall asleep, just come back to it, because I'm gonna hold integrity for this journey right here. So now here it is that you've just revealed to yourself that your body is having a completely different conversation than you are, which we can go on and on about that. But I want to continue. Just make a note, make a note. Now, we're also in we're in this medicine space, and I'm gonna go back to when Oprah came out with The Secret. And you think really hard, and I manifested my dress, and I manifested this new job, and I manifested my new home and my new lover. Oh my goodness, you are so wildly powerful, because you are manifesting all of these things. Now here's where it gets really uncomfortable. My divine reflection. Here's where it gets really uncomfortable. As a sexologist for 20 years, the conversation around consent, as you can see from our first exercise, became very challenged for me. Because I can say, yes, I want you all over this body. And my body is like, hell no. Hell no. So I can't possibly be equipped to consent to anything or negotiate anything. Like, yo, listen, like, this is a worldwide illness. When we talk about sexuality, and this is something that I heard Shane brought into the conversation. Let's look at the misconduct in our governance and other positions of authority. These are world leaders that are challenged around sexuality, around consent, around being okay with someone saying no, having issues with that, and power dynamics. And with great respect, I hear when we say, well, we just got to do the work. We just got to do the work. But I'm going to tell y'all, if you can't even hear what your body is saying to you, and you and your body don't agree, didn't we just see something about the Dalai Lama? The Dalai Lama? The Dalai Lama? Talk about daily meditation. Right? Whether or not it's true, even if we see, because again, even what we see on these videos may not be true, but it is we that make it true, because we are consenting for it to matter. Here are my words. I need you to hear what I'm saying. Here it is that we're working in our spirituality, and we're taking these Aya journeys, and we're taking these mushroom journeys, and we're recognizing that we are so much more than what we have been told and what we have been programmed, and we feel that we are connected to the greater something. And I'm only saying these words so that I can make sure that it covers everyone. this illness is far deeper than we are ever going to touch in these 24 hours. Or maybe, no, in a lifetime. So, here it is. I want you to follow the storyline that you've been unfolding, that we've been co-creating together, right? Because all I'm doing is asking questions and I'm just pulling things out, right? Here it is, our relationship with our bodies. We realize that we're not aligned in that conversation already. So what we consent to matter may be a little skewed. It may be a little skewed. And if there are, all we need is 4 or 5 generations of something to not exist for us to not know where we even begin intellectually. And our bodies, our communication, our sexuality, and I'm separating this, and the sensations of our arousal have all been usurped and buried in our shadows so deeply that we don't even know how to navigate these bodies, the technology that unfolds, that allows us to experience this sensational life that we have called upon. So you can see how, as a sexologist, it may be very uncomfortable for me to now sit, and I'm complaining to y'all now, right? To sit and listen to things like, we should just lock these people away. Or let's shame them and that'll resolve it. Because the truth is that we are all suffering from this illness. And there's a call and a response. There's a victim and a predator. And it's uncomfortable. So hold on. Okay, let's pull it back just a little bit. Let's just stop for a second. Okay. I'm drinking water. My earth wine, I like to call it. Now, I want to pull up, I want to share, is it okay for me to share? I know we had a situation sharing yesterday. Okay, cool. I want to share with us just a few definitions. This is important because as you are divine creators, as you are divine creators, you know, sometimes, you know, I'm waiting for it should take effect soon. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Sometimes we don't know what we're consenting to. We don't know what we're consenting to. And so sometimes we just create messes. And that's okay. That's okay, because we're a little sick, y'all. Like, we're a little ill. And we're perfect because this is the process that we've chosen to go through. It's really uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable. Sensationally uncomfortable. Okay. So I just want to put some things out here so that we get some things in order real quick, because I'm gonna get to the medicine stuff. I promise I'm gonna get to it. So But patience in our pleasure. So if you're trying to rush me, then this is the wrong spot for you. So, informed consent. Okay. Informed consent is directly related to preserving a human being's right to self-ownership, autonomy, and the preservation of the prevention of abusive conduct. Now, we live in a society where informed consent is something that we work with. Well, in particular, in our Western society, right? Now, I put in parentheses the medical industry. Now, because how this works is the informed consent is based on a majority conversation of what human right is, and what self-ownership is, and what autonomy is, and what abusive conduct is. So it's based on what a majority thinks that is. So so when we think of medical industry, if there's only one type of people that the medical industry has based this off of, then it means that if there are minority people who are being treated in this medical industry, they in essence are coerced and not consent, and they do not consent because it is based on something that is other than them. Okay, so I want you to think about that in our medicinal communities. It is primarily, although it's growing, it's primarily a masculine existence. And so when we think about the culture of imbalanced or polarized masculinity, when masculine energy is polarized, you get things like fake protectorship. You kind of overcompensate. These are aspects. So we can see this is literally what's happening in our world right now. When we're uncomfortable, the guns get bigger, so but again, that's an opinion, so you can throw that out. Feel free. The next thing that I want to share with you is implied consent. Implied consent is dependent on the circumstances that exist which lead a reasonable now, and we've already addressed that what is actually reasonable, because we don't even know what our bodies are saying, so be clear. Implied consent is dependent on the circumstances that exist which lead a reasonable person to believe that this consent was given, although no direct or explicit words of consent or agreement had been actually written or expressed. So implied consent is based on a person's behavior or actions in a particular situation or surroundings. So I want you to think about that, right? I want you to think about what implied consent could be for you, right? Implied consent can be, I just took this glass and I gestured it to you. I gestured it to you. And so you assume that I'm asking you a question to say, would you like some? And now you can consent to, I will take that glass, right? I'm going to take this glass from you because the actions say that you're suggesting this. Or how many times have we gotten very close to someone, right? Gotten really, really close, and you think you can like feel the energy, and you lean in for the kiss. It's like, wait, hey, what? No, what are you talking about? I didn't ask for you to kiss me. So So again, you know, implied consent is happening always around, all the time. And we will discuss it in a greater sense. So now I want to talk to you about manufactured consent. Again, or I would say coercion. To manufacture consent is to create a system in which citizens become willing and obedient, consenting and unquestioning, obeying certain principles and paradigms, all by way of corporate sponsored propaganda through mass media and commercialism, as opposed to obedience achieved through strongman tactics. Now, this term is developed by Noam Chomsky, aka this again is coercion. Now, remember how powerful manifestors you are, right? Remember how powerful manifestors you are. You manifested that dress. You manifested that job. You manifested that $100 you found on the ground. So if your consciousness has been programmed to believe, to think, to engage in a certain way of navigating your emotions, then what's up and what's down for you? You know, if you looked across the street and you saw a woman on the ground and a man standing over her, what would be your immediate response? What is that programming? Man bad, woman good, woman weak, man strong. Okay? So, and again, we just did an exercise a moment ago. And when we said love, shame, and violation, our bodies did not agree with what we perceived our minds thought that our bodies would do. So again, we are not in alignment with even our basic conversation. This is how deep this goes, y'all. When I say give grace, the grace that we must find for ourselves. I want to just offer one more definition. Okay. Now, some of you are familiar with this in the spiritual community. It's called egregore. Now, egregore is an occult concept representing a thought form or collective group mind, an autonomous psychic entity made up of and influencing the thoughts of a group of people. The symbiotic relationship between an egregore and its group has been compared to the more recent non-occult concept of the corporation as a legal entity and the meme. Now, I know there's not a lot of people in this room, so I'll spare the request for a greater conversation around this. Now, egregore, whether you are in practice of the occult or not, as I've listed in the bottom here, it can also be compared to corporation or the meme, where memes will have its own life. Corporation has its own life. What other cultural belief systems are we consenting to matter that is living on its own? Now, one of the things as a sexologist, I'm gonna complain to you again, y'all. As a sexologist, and I'm gonna close this for a moment. No, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna share something else with you. As a sexologist, you know, the term rape culture, the branding of that is so juicy. The branding of that is so juicy because in rape culture, the idea of the titling, the branding of rape culture already assumes that those who do not know that they're doing or feeding something are already identified as rapists. And the entry point of being identified as a predator immediately does not allow for the body to receive and process or have intimacy with the topic that is being presented. Now, again, I want you to hear what I'm saying. This is not about rape culture. This is about understanding how we communicate and how it's even challenging for us to communicate with ourselves. So before we even get to any of these things, we're still swirling around in the confusion. That's not to say that we should not protect. That's not to say that we should not stand up for each other, any of those things. But please walk with the information that you know and apply it. It would be absurd for me to assume that if there is something that continues to repeat, and I see the nature of the thing that continues to repeat, I'm gonna get upset about it and not realize that I know the nature of the thing. So if I know the nature of the thing and I'm triggered, then the trigger is still valid. But it also means that my trigger is not going to allow my vessel, my physical vessel, to find the most effective way to process or to approach the greatest resolve to bring calm back to this vessel. I'm gonna touch on one more thing, and then I want to touch on one more thing for us right here, because it is also a practice in our spiritual communities to I'm just gonna mute you, Dr. Z. I'm hearing some loud breathing right here. No offense to the breathing. I want to show you something. I want to show you that in our spiritual communities, sexuality, because the whole world has been hurt by something in connection to sexuality, because we've been polarized emotionally to the fear and the vulnerability and all of the pain and the hurt that we've had relating to our bodies, that it is completely out of the question to think and to hold space that our sexuality can be just as healing as our sacraments, because we don't know how to navigate it. And we don't know how to navigate it because we don't even know how to listen to our bodies. So how can, and we also are still practicing what it is to even consent. So I just want to take a moment to show you just some biological things of how these bodies actually work outside of the intellectualization and the triggers that we are putting forth as we consent for it to matter. So your meditation and your orgasm and your perpetual, actually your perpetual arousal, or as some may say, your kundalini in some practices. Serotonin is released. That's your happiness hormone. Your DHEA hormone levels are released. That's your anti-aging source. So when you are actually having a healthy sexual relationship with yourself, that's when you look younger and you have more vibrance. When you're having vampiric or parasitic sexual exchanges, that's when you can start to look tired and worn out. So again, I want you to know what the difference is. These are energetic differences. It releases your GABA. It offers a calming effect to your anxiety, your stress, and your fear, because what it does is it's blocking the receptors of those things. Your endorphins kick in. That's your bliss state. It also it's a painkiller. It's an internal painkiller. These are very important, y'all. The melatonin, it helps with your sleep. Y'all, your body does much of its healing when it sleeps. I just mentioned earlier that when we go without sleep for a day or two, we start to get a little wonky. And some of you who have been on this for 24 hours, I'm sure Astaria is going to sleep like a log tomorrow. And I am wishing her all of the best of her rest because of it. All the work that she's been doing to hold this space. And Leo travels while she's on her 24 hours. So I'm very curious on the conversation that Leo's body has. So oxytocin, it releases oxytocin. Oh my goodness, y'all. Oxytocin is your trust hormone. Y'all, when you release that oxytocin in your body, it tells you that you can trust, the environment that you're in. You can trust the world that you're experiencing. And you got to understand, remember, you manifested that dress, you manifested that car, you manifested, oh, you are so powerful. You manifested because you use that vessel to evoke the frequencies that are necessary to reflect back to you, what it is that your body is asking to have a conversation with. See where I'm going with this? If you don't, that's fine. You will in a second. So your meditation, your orgasm, it releases this oxytocin. So do the sacraments that we're talking about, our psilocybin, our ayahuasca, our bufo alvarius. Also in those meditative and orgasmic states, we also then tap into our alpha waves. Our alpha waves is what we're talking about when we're tapping into our daydreaming, or when we're getting into our creative mode. It also taps you into your planetary heartbeat. Do you understand that when you are in your orgasmic state, when you are in your meditative state, when you're in your deep meditative state, when you're in your sacraments, you then align with the heartbeat of the planet. So that means that the planet is your root. Now, when your planet is your root, now we talk about nature. We talk about nature all day. We're like, oh my God, I am talking to the trees. I hug the trees and they talk to me and all that. And you know what? I know I'm making fun. Yes, it's true. It's true. They talk back. And when you're in these deeper levels of consciousness, you don't even have to reach for the tree. You can feel when the plane flies across the sky up your back. You can hear the ladybugs procreating a mile away because you're actually not hearing. That's what you think you're doing because that's the conditioning. That's the perception of our limitation, of the perceived limitation that we consent to matter. Consent to matter. Please understand how powerful you are. You are so powerful that you can create and imprison your consciousness and create and be a terrorist to your own body. Because your body is just being present. So if your body was taught that violation creates this sensation, then your body's like, oh my gosh, violation. Ooh, ooh. So what am I talking about? What am I talking about? These 24 hours. What am I talking about? So what I'm saying is, y'all, yes, all the pain that we are feeling, all the things that we are, the predatorial behavior that we are engaging, all those things, yes, I don't agree with it. I do not think it's appropriate. No, I don't. As a sexologist, as a divine being who has acknowledgement of my orgasmic sovereignty, I also understand that I have a relationship that is happening here. And so in that understanding, I'm going to need to approach these situations differently than how I have been. Because yes, I am hurt. Yes, my body, when I hear the word violation, my body starts to shiver inside. I also know that the nature of what we are, we put out these frequencies. We put out these frequencies because we haven't healed about the thing. And because we haven't healed about the thing, it creates generations and generations and generations of a repeat situation. And I'm not saying this pulling it out of the air. I have been a sexologist for 20 years. I've been multi-orgasmic since I was 15. Multi-orgasmic to psychedelic spaces. So I've been walking orgasmically for that long, and then bringing in sacraments to allow the same conversation to happen in different arenas, who may not have been able to get to their pleasurable place or their aroused space, right? They haven't been able to get there. So this is what our sacraments do. They assist us in getting there. These sacraments are teachers. They are space holders. And they all do it in their most brilliant way, in their different personalities that they do. But if we are hurt and we are scrambling to think that our sacraments are going to fix it, or that the gurus that we visit are going to fix it, meanwhile, we don't even know when we hear our bodies respond differently to what our thoughts are. How can we consent fully to knowing how to deal with this? That's not to say to do nothing. I don't have the answer. Step by step. But there has to be a moment for those of us that have the consciousness to recognize that we are looking at our reflection. And so if we want to continue to fuck up the mirror, and you got schmutz all over your face, you're like, oh my God, I gotta clean my face. I gotta clean my face. Then we're working ass backwards. And again, I'm saying that gently. I'm saying that gently because, again, for those of us joining, for those of us for those of you who are just joining us, I want you to take a moment, take some deep breaths, take conscious breaths, and ask yourself, where is it in my body that I feel the word love? Love. Where do you feel that in your body? Now, where is it in your body that you feel the word shame? Shame. Where is it that you feel the word shame in your body? Where does it show up? Now, where is it in your body that you feel the word violation? Violation. Where is it in your body that you feel the word violation? And we're all going to have different parts of where we feel that in our bodies. The point is that this is so nuanced. And as angry as we want to get, and I'm not saying it's not justified, but as angry as we want to get, can we also acknowledge that there is a whole world? Our world leaders have challenges with sexuality. And you can't hear how your body communicates with a language that was built to confuse, because we're just speaking English right now. So that means, again, the assumption that we're even speaking the same language. How can we resolve this? So what I'm asking here is that we acknowledge that this goes far deeper. And Michael has said it. He said it. Michael Jackson. I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. I think it's time I realize. So you got to ask yourself, what do you even believe? Because we've been entrenched in manufactured consent. And you are so powerful to manifest your job, your money, your everything. Oh, but the moment that we manifest something that don't look good, that's them. That's them. No, wait, that's not me. That's them. I manifested this house, but no, the other stuff I didn't make. It's hard work to be sovereign. It's not a simple thing. And take your time. So now as it relates, because I'm recognizing the time, I have about 8 minutes left. Thank y'all for this is my therapy. No, No, but really, all jokes aside, now when we talk about coming into scenarios where there are gurus, medicine gurus, who are taking advantage of us. I don't have an answer for you. I don't have an answer for you. What I will say is that I have sat before many private sessions, and I've done channels for them. Some I doesn't even need to channel. And it is very common that I'll speak specifically to a cisgendered woman conversation, right? Where they have been raped several times in the same lifetime, different places, different spaces, and their mothers have been raped several times, and their grandmothers have been abused, right? Now, this wasn't having to do with medicine ceremony in one space. It's all over. It's all over. So it's information to process when we are looking at our trauma. And it is our responsibility to look at it. Because if we want to develop an environment where we all belong, we got to know where everything belongs. It's not a simple conversation. But I don't want to act like the guy down the street that just raped this other girl, it's just him and it's just her, or that it's just this generation, or that it's just it's y'all. Manufactured consent, egregore. Think about the tools that I've offered here. We've talked about implied consent. We've talked about informed consent. We've talked about manufactured consent. We've talked about your sovereign manufactured, we've talked about your consenting to matter. What systems are you consenting to matter? And I'm not suggesting that you just ignore your trauma, no, but I am asking you to go deeper. And yep, it's uncomfortable. So, while I don't have the answers in my last 4 minutes, here's what I will say, because I sat here and I was like, well, I don't really have a point to this. I just gotta be able to share the information that I have. And my advice, my offering is patience in your pleasure. My advice is patience in your pleasure. Because we are creating this uncomfortably. We are in this loop until we put it down. And it's not a popular conversation. And by no means am I victim blaming. That is not what I'm doing. I want us to understand, for those that have the capacity, because this illness runs deep amongst all of us. If you felt violation in one place in your body and you felt love in another part of your body, then understand all of this is for our primordial pleasure, uncomfortably. And what an orgasmic experience it will be when we figure out how to put it down. Because that's what orgasm is, by the way. You don't reach for orgasm. Yes, there is an intellectual, a frontal lobe kind of orgasm that you have that tells your body, oh, this feels good, this feels good, this feels good. I like this, this feels good. Yes, that's a programming, sure. When I'm talking about cosmic orgasm, when I'm talking about cosmic consent, I'm talking about the ultimate surrender to self, where we are no longer justified in our reasoning, but that we are able to feel our knowing. So I will land my plane there, and I will make an offering. I do work to decolonize touch through ceremony. So feel free to sign up on my website and through NikkiExperience.com or through IntimateAlchemist.com. My intention is to build culture. Yes, I can have all the classes for you, but it's about building culture. We are so ill about this, y'all. The sexuality conversation is so deep that we have to build culture around this. This is, you could take all the certifications you want. We are clear that if there are world leaders that have an issue with consent and sexuality, whether on purpose or because they're challenged, and let's not forget about just the people that are challenged with feeling like they have to violate and do not successfully, do not their whole lives, but sit in torture. There's no place for them to go because we're so angry, we're so triggered, and we're not looking at the information that we give ourselves. So this is my offering, y'all. This is my offering. Yeah, that's it. To be continued. It's been a pleasure. So I know that I know Astaria said that she would be right back. And is the
Nikki,
next?
I can give you a bit of relief. Hey, Leo,
Hey, thank you.
and said help her out. She's been talking all this time. Nikki, thank you so much. My name's Steve. Sorry, I'm in London. I spoke this morning barely after I got deluged by text messages telling me to get out of bed. Thank you, guys. And I just managed to catch up from one of the slides about the neurotransmitters, and I immediately leapt forward to do a screenshot. I hope that's okay, because I love this stuff. And I ended up in a very vulnerable situation at one point where I didn't listen to my instincts, my body, and it was very converse to my supposed or my perceived identity, self-identity. It laid bare things about myself, and it happened. You know, it was a part of me that can react properly in other situations. And so I'm kind of really interested in this subject. I work a bit with, I mean, it would be like, I would say a men's group, but it's not. And it becomes more kind of diverse in that sense all the time. And what I'm getting at is these are people who you've never put down as victims. And you know, and they've gone through all sorts, you know, whether they've been abused by systems or, you know, partners or anything like that. So any help they can get is appreciated, and I really like the way you put things in an embodiment context there. You know, and I'd like to thank you for that. What I mean, have I got any more time with you? Because I'm like a men's mag journalist. I'm you know, studying psychology now, and I did want to ask a question. Is that okay? Have I got is that cool with the group and the old container and everything like that? Is someone waiting to come and speak?
We have permission. We're still waiting for who the next speaker will be. So I'm open if you're open.
Fantastic. I wanted to ask about erectile dysfunction. If it's pretty early on, it's midday, lunchtime on Sunday here. It's still Saturday night over there, right? So it's still time to talk about willies or lack thereof. And what I noticed years ago, or what the doctors that I used to talk to about 2 decades ago now, they were straight on it, was the age of Viagra use dropping, and the celebrities that Viagra, the brand ambassadors they call them these days, the age of them dropping. Like it started with Pele was one of their, well, was actually younger, I think, than the first ambassador. Mm-hmm. Pele, the footballer, the Brazilian footballer, who was, I think, their second or their first, he was actually younger than the first one, and that their brand ambassadors got kind of younger and younger and younger. And of course, that there, you know, it happens earlier and earlier, like recreational drug use, stress, pornography. There are even arguments that just too much good sex can and again, it seems to be another of these conditions, not of deprivation but of overstimulation. It's a disease of sort of too much rather than too little. And I wondered, especially in an embodiment context, what you could, you know, if you had any thoughts, especially, you know, from talking to your clients about this particular topic. And I hope this is an okay topic to discuss, by the way, everybody, you know, because I think we can talk about it in a kind of wider context, right? And what the interesting thinking I see coming through is about taking the male sex drive, especially away from what you were saying about got to get something, got to get something, got to get there, and having this sort of constant, always trying to get somewhere and not releasing. And how the release is the true orgasm, and that's very Wilhelm Reich, of course, said the same thing. Now he was a very, very white, very bold, very straight guy with a surname Reich, but his you know, his politics and you know, his views were kind of anything but. And it very much reminded me of, you know, what he had to say about embodiment and release and the orgasm reflex. And so, I mean, can you talk a bit about that, the lack of the orgasm reflex in society? My somatic experiencing coach says that sex addicts are desperate for that release.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for this question. And for those listening, right, I understand that it's possible, you know, you're thinking, well, what does erectile dysfunction have to do with anything that we're talking about here? But this embodiment conversation, part of it is being okay and not triggered to talk about your just everyday conversations around our sexuality, you know, and sometimes the association with a penis, because of all of the trauma that we've undergone in connection to it, may also create dissonance in the body. And then we continue to consent for it to matter that penises are scary and anything that's attached to it is scary, right? And then it doesn't allow us to get to the actual core of what is happening. So thank you for this question, Steve.
Yeah, I was also, just to give it a bit of context, just so everyone knows, I wasn't sort of asking an entirely subjective question. I think that there's a piece here about like intimacy and intimacy within a psychedelic ceremonial context that can come quite suddenly and people aren't necessarily sort of used to it, and how they then have to start exploring it or don't, probably more accurately. And also it is something like ED, the kind of thing that maybe can be healed, ceremonially. And is there what's similar for women in terms of sort of intimacy blockages and objectification of the sexual act?
Yes, yes. So yes, I have used sacrament to support and heal ED or erectile dysfunction. For those that do not know what that ED stands for. I've used sacrament and I've used without sacrament. Yes, there is an overstimulation that happens in the world that offers lack of intimacy. When the pill came out, specifically that Viagra pill, when it came to partners, the pill would make you ready to go. And your partner has a natural curve and timing to arrive to that aroused space. So because the body, after taking the pill, flushes the body with blood and arousal, the brain doesn't have, and the hormones don't have an opportunity for us to meet. And if we don't meet, then the natural curve of things, the natural timing of arousal in tandem with a partner or partners doesn't happen. And then we go back into this conversation of shame, not wanting to tell your partner that, hey, I'm not ready yet, or feeling like your pleasure should be on the back burner so that others can have their experience. So now you're objectifying your own body, not realizing that you're objectifying your own body. So this is why the consent conversation is so important. Now, it is my knowing, and everyone can take it or leave it, that if you have external genitals and not internal genitals, and you depend on an erection to express your sexuality, I will tell you that you have the capacity to have even greater pleasures through the body without an erection. I can also tell you that because of this manufactured consent that we have been seeped in, there's a training. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little fun fact, everybody. You can have a dead body, a body that no longer has life, can have an orgasm. A dead body can have an orgasm. I'm not trying to be morbid, but I need you to understand. This is information. I want you to apply the information. Understand that if a dead body can have an orgasm, then the only thing stopping you from pleasure is you. And don't get me wrong, when I say you, I don't mean that it's a simple switch. What I mean, though, is that your intimacy with your own body when you find alignment with your body, this is where we start, y'all. This is where we start. If you can find alignment with these bodies, you will find that your engagement with others and the world that you're experiencing will shift dramatically. So it brings up a lot of questions about the choices you make in your sexual expression, about what turns you on. And we're only talking about these surface level things. We're not even talking about the cultivation of sexual energy for manifest purposes. We're not talking about how children have been taken advantage of because of the creator energy. I don't want to trigger anyone. Sexual energy is creator energy. And when you are born, you're not holding on to all of the storylines that degrade that energy. So all of those robed leaders that took advantage of these younger beings, they are feeding off of that fresh off the creation boat energy. So when it comes to erectile dysfunction, I can mention using sacrament for it, but really, like, y'all, I have had clients that have not been able to get an erection for 2 years, and they were on diabetic medicines, right? Because don't forget about all those things you put in your body. And once we had the information of what was being put in their body, we were able to then cultivate the masculine energy. And when I say, I said it earlier when Shane was speaking, okay, when Shane was speaking, I want you to know the difference between gender and the energy of masculine and feminine. They are different, but language just lumps it all together. And because you have an association with masculine, because you have an association with feminine, because you have an association with man, because you have an association with woman, you create the storylines, or your body, even if you don't have the storyline, your body has these associations. So it creates the story for you, whether you are privy to it or not. So I have been able to assist persons with external genitals who depend on erection for their sexual expression by changing their diet, changing how they shower, changing how they breathe, adding just a few body exercises. And in a month, after 2 years of not being able to get an erection, after taking blood medicines that don't warn you that this is going to affect your sexual life, I've been able to assist them to bring it back, because these bodies always look to go back to center. It always looks to go back to center. We keep getting in the way. We keep interrupting because we think we know it all. I'm angry at you. Let me continue to beat this daggone mirror when we're not looking deeper inside. If I'm surrounded by people that are not listening, I got to ask myself, what part of me does not want to be heard? And by the way, at no point, I want everyone to understand I am not victim blaming, and I will continue to say this. For those that have the capacity because this is an illness we all share at different levels. So, in understanding that, if there is someone that is in deep survival mode, if there's someone that is in very deep survival mode, their mind process is not going to be able to look at this information that is being presented. They're not capable of doing that because their belonging has been shot. Their personal boundaries have been obliterated. They don't have the capacity. So if there is anything, it is our duty to ourselves to do our work on ourselves so that we can shift the mirror. And I'm not just talking out of my butt, although that would be a really cool thing to do. But it's also recognizing that, when you choose your gurus, stop it. Choose your teachers. And they're all teachers all the time. The babies are teachers. My biggest teacher right now is my 16-year-old dog. She teaches me. She teaches me that my communication, if it's a little off, she will treat me a certain way when I am centered. When I am just, oh my God, I am out my mind, I am all over the place, she behaves a different way. Because she is not distracted by the words that we are distracted with because we think that we know it all. So look, there's nothing wrong with being angry. Every emotion has a place. But use the emotions beyond the polarization that you've been taught. Decolonize your emotions. And that's not an easy thing either. But you got to understand that, your emotional responses are programmed. How much of your identity is a habit? If you cannot stop yourself from getting angry about something and look deeper, then you know that you're ill. You know that you're polarized. So what are we going to do about that? Now that you know that you can't even hear your mind support you, what are you going to do about it? It's not an easy thing. And I'm going to tell you, y'all, like, I'm not just talking on my ass. Like I had a friend of mine killed. I had a friend of mine killed for his bike, my childhood friend. And I recognized that the person that killed him looked like him, someone that looked just like him. And I sat with the information that I've shared with you here. I could be very angry. I could be very, very angry. Sure. And there's people that are doing that. Someone else will be angry because we're all playing these roles anyway. Someone will be angry. My tears shed because it hurt me to think that this person that killed my friend hated himself so much that he killed someone that looked like him. That's where my tears came. So, yep, I might have been crying just like everybody else. It can look the same. The behavior can look the same, but what is the intention? But what is the intention behind it? And again, I'm going to keep bringing this up to y'all. I'm going to keep putting it in your face. You talk about, I manifested this job. I manifested this $1,000. I manifested my travel. Ooh, 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 ooh. But the moment something jacked up happens, the moment that something messed up happens, now I'm not responsible. It's them, and they. It's uncomfortable. And as a sexologist, and I'm saying this laughing at myself because these titles mean nothing. These titles mean nothing because we just did an exercise. For those who are joining us, take some deep breaths, feel yourself, and ask yourself, where do you feel it in your body when you hear the word love? Love. Where do you feel it in your body when you feel the word love? All right. Where do you feel it in your body when you hear the word shame? Shame. Where do you feel it in your body when you feel the word shame? Where is it in your body that you feel the word violation? Violation. Violation. And while we await Nina's arrival, right, you can feel these words in different parts of your body. And it's going to be different for all of us. So the job is to get the body aligned with you. You and your body need to agree. If you and your body can agree, then those very powerful manifestation things that you already do will begin to change. And that's how you begin to change the world. Because using shame is going to put more shame in the world. It's really that simple. It's uncomfortable, but it's that simple. Our society built on revenge. Corliss, you want to say something?
No mistake. No,
Okay.
no.
Mm-hmm. Sure. You know, so these are results of manufactured consent, y'all. And you know, before Nina arrives, I'm just going to show this to you once again because some of you are just joining us, and I want you to understand, like, it's okay. I want you to be gentle with yourself, y'all. Be gentle with yourselves. Be gentle with yourselves and ask the questions. Ask the questions because the moment you get this angry, it means it's an indicator for you to go in and say, oh, what part of me is that? So manufactured consent is to create a system in which citizens become willing and obedient, consenting and unquestioning, obeying certain principles and paradigms, all by way of corporate sponsored propaganda through mass media, commercialism, as opposed to obedience achieved through strongman tactics, as in they're not beating you up. That was during the Christian crusades, right? Where you get down and lay down. You look at this book, and if you don't look at this book, you're losing your life, right? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about watching television and looking at something on television that has been romanticized to be beautiful. Oh, that is beauty. Oh, those big breasts. Oh, that ass. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, polarizing yourself to certain body parts, polarizing yourself to certain behaviors. And then when you look at yourself in the mirror, because you have consented for it to matter that these big breasts and these big booties is what beauty is. You've consented to it because emotionally, energetically, you've consented to it. Because when you said, oh my God, that's so beautiful, because you agreed. You may not have agreed with your mouth, but please know your consent, your powerful consent, your powerful consent is is being used. It's being used. Please, Brian. Brian has a question. Hey, Brian.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm real big in psychology and various things. Not
Okay.
super well versed in sexuality and what you're talking about. So I wanted to like ask if this is what you were saying, because it's an interesting notion. In terms of like the consent of what we're sexually attracted to, I've done some like literature on like or research on literature on like where fetishes stem from, and it seems that a lot of it is first of all comes from an early age, but also comes from cultural factors. And when that happens, I'm wondering, because I know Noam Chomsky talks a lot about societal things. Isn't it almost it's like we're being like unconsciously wired to have these sort of things ingrained in us? So I mean, I guess like it would take, I suppose, some sort of like real conscious awareness to redirect that in a manner. So I just jumped in, so I don't know if that's what you were at all talking about or anything, but that just like popped in my head when you were saying these things. Would that make any sense?
Yes, no, 1000%. Yes, absolutely. So yes, and so to say that yes, it's a latent programming that happens. Absolutely. I do want to recognize that Nina has shown up. So thank you, Brian, for your question. And yes, for those that reached in late for this, it'll be on YouTube. So we'll drop the link in there. And Leo, just to address the anger piece, again, every emotion has a place. And the thing with anger and our biology is that anger burns things up, so we get to the truth of a matter. However, if we hold anger for too long, you will short circuit the vessel. So it's in balance like everything else. Greetings, Nina. Welcome.
Hello,
We've been
everyone.
awaiting. Peace. Thank y'all. It's been a pleasure.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Well, it's morning here. I live in Mexico. Good to see you all, or all of you who are listening in. It's a pleasure to be here. So if you have questions, just drop it in the chat as we are going along, and I can just shape the conversation towards what you are interested in, guys. I have some ideas that I prepared with, but I would like to make sure that you get the most out of it. So whatever you are interested in, please feel free to ask or drop your question in the chat. So my name is Nina Itzel, and I'm Hungarian. I was born in Hungary, but I live in Mexico in the Riviera Maya about like maybe 11 years now. And I'm a therapist originally. My background is in psychology, Western psychology, but very shortly after finishing my studies in the university, I went more into alternative healing, breath work, body work, energy healing modalities, then transpersonal psychology. The reason why I didn't stay with the classical psychology direction was because I was working with drug addicted people at the time, heroin addicts, while I was in school, excuse me, and I noticed that these people that I can't help these people, everything that I learned in the university, it wasn't very effective with the people who were needing the help the most and were struggling the most, you know, in some way. So that kind of motivated me to go into different, more alternative directions and study different tools and technologies and modalities to be able to help and support other people more and myself as well. So if you are on the healing path, or if you are a space holder for yourself, I think that a lot of people resonate with this archetype, the wounded healer, how, you know, many people comes to this path because, you know, you are searching for your own medicine and whatever to ease your own suffering. And this was the case with me. So my story, a little bit in a nutshell, when I was a child, when I was like 12 years old, when I got my first moon cycle, I just experienced this excruciating pain. I was in so much pain that I would just throw up and pass out, like from the pain. It was really bad. So my parents took me to all kinds of doctors. They examined me in any kind of physical way, and they couldn't find any problem with my physical body. The doctors couldn't explain why I'm in so much pain that I just cannot function. So that was like no answer. That they sent me to a psychologist. That was not really helpful as well. So what happened when I was very young, they put me on like contraceptive pills that somewhat regulated my system and the pain a little bit. And then I was taking just very strong painkillers, like opiate-based painkillers in the first day of my cycle. And I was in bed and I couldn't get up, even with the painkillers, and I would miss school. And it was a dire situation. And it was something really bizarre that, I mean, like the ladies who are here in the room or who are listening, probably a lot of women can relate to painful cycles, but this extreme amount of pain was something, you know, that people couldn't explain, and it was very hard to deal with. So I think for me personally, that was something that I wanted to find out, you know, why is this happening to me, and find a way to not live with this pain, not to have this pain. And that kind of propelled me into psychology and the healing path. And after the university as well, you know, into alternative technologies. And a lot of things I tried and I studied did help me somewhat with this pain. And as I was like in my 20s, it did ease a little bit. It wasn't so bad anymore, like when I was younger, like to vomit and to pass out, but I would still need the medications, and I would be still out of work, out of like functioning, you know, for at least for one day, but sometimes like the first 2 days. So personally, that was something for me that brought me to the medicine like 11 years ago, the mother ayahuasca, that I tried so many things, you know, and I still somehow suffered. And this opportunity just came to my life. It was not something I was searching for or looking for, but somehow it just, you know, came into my life, and I felt this calling. I'm sure a lot of people resonate with this, you know, when you just know, okay, I have to go and do this. At the time, I lived in Ireland. And it was, you know, I gave up my whole life in Ireland, and I decided to go to Peru and just study and sit with the medicine and see how it can help me. And I just packed up my life and decided that I'm not going to go back to Ireland. I'm going to go and kind of start a new life. Hopefully I will figure out what, you know, where to go at that point. So I went to the jungle. I went with the medicine, with the Shipibo lineage, the Shipibo tribe. And that first time that I was with the medicine, that helped me, what it showed me the retreat itself, a lot of information I received, ancestral trauma, like ancestral sexual trauma and collective trauma of women. And my understanding at the time was that for some reason, I carry these memories in my body. And at every month when I'm on my moon cycle, this memory of pain gets activated. And that's why I'm in physical pain. That was at the time, that was the insight I received from the medicine, and the medicine was helping me to let go of these memories and not to carry it in my body anymore. So when I came out of that training, after, being there for a while, the pain that I had reduced like greatly, like I would say like 70 to 80%. Like I didn't have that excruciating pain, and I stopped taking medication after that first time I was in Peru. I would have my cycles, but the pain would not be so strong like it was before. And I felt confident to navigate through it and breathe through it and just kind of not fight it. And I was able to move through these periods of pain without any medication. I still had medication in my house. I was like, just in case, something happens. But basically, almost completely, I stopped taking medication, which was a big thing for me. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to do this, to not to take these pain medications anymore. And that was, I was like, wow, this is something. I was in therapy like 20 years before I went to the medicine, and the information that I was able to access with the medicine was something that I couldn't reach with any other tools or means, either alternative or more like classic mainstream medical means. So for me, that was something. At the moment, it was something really exciting that, wow, this is something really different. This is a really powerful thing. I had no idea at the time, like what exactly the medicine does or how to work with this plant in a more conscious and responsible way. But I did feel a big change in myself. And of course, my symptoms were greatly reduced. So that was kind of my introduction to this plant. And as I kept working with these plants, especially the mother ayahuasca, for 7 years, I only worked with this particular plant. I didn't take other sacred plants or psychedelics. During this time of working with the plants, not the first time I took the medicine, but it was, a while later, when I was able to access memories from my childhood that was suppressed completely into amnesia. So in my whole life, I didn't remember what happened. And these memories were about like sexual abuse when I was between 8 and 13 years old. And when this happened to me, literally, I started to have flashbacks of memories. And I was like in a complete shock, at that time. I just couldn't believe, how is this possible that in my whole life I'm searching for, the answers, and that I don't remember. I didn't remember. I couldn't reach these memories. And of course, this is quite common with childhood sexual trauma, that it's suppressed into amnesia. But in my case, I was actively searching for it, and I was in therapy, and I did try so many ways, to find out, why I'm in so much pain. So for me, it was mind-boggling at the beginning to even comprehend that this is what's happening. And, since then, I met many people who went through similar experience, especially with the mother ayahuasca, but with other sacred plants, teacher plants, it's also possible. But I think the ayahuasca has, this specific ability to unlock these types of memories. So, in my healing process, basically, that was, you know, what happened. I was able to work through this trauma that I was not able to access in my whole life, despite of all the therapy, despite of all the tools, despite of my full commitment, you know, to figure this out. And this particular plant helped me personally to access this trauma. So I had the chance finally to process it and to move on, which I couldn't do, you know, in my whole life, because I was not aware that I have this trauma. So, you know, I become very devoted, maybe it's not a good word, you know, not in a religious way, but to these sacred plants, because I thought that I never came across of any technology that has this type of ability to help us to access those parts of us that the most need the healing, the most need the light to go there, the most need or love or understanding. And when you have no awareness of what is wrong, you know, what is the problem, then you cannot heal, you cannot change, because it's unconscious, right? So I believe, you know, that these plants, especially the ayahuasca, has this ability to bring us deep into the unconscious, where those parts of us are locked away that the most are in need of this type of healing, so we can access those parts, and then the real healing can happen. So once I went through this process, it was very interesting, because while I was going through the process, the pain kind of came back, and I had some months when I was just as sick as I was when I was like a teenager, and the level of pain that I haven't experienced, you know, for many years. And so, and oftentimes, you know, if you work with these plants, you know, we say that things get worse before they get better. So that's, I think, a little bit what happened. And then after, you know, a time, like the pain just like vanished, like completely. So my understanding of this process and my experience is that, you know, when you are able to access trauma and process it, then the related symptoms and behaviors start to kind of unwind and fall away, and then a deep shift, you know, is happening that will be long lasting and sustainable. So I think that unconsciously, a lot of people like myself are coming to these plants. Like, I didn't know why I have to go to the ayahuasca. People who knew me before, I grew up in a city. I was like afraid of nature and insects. And I was like, if people would have known that I'm going to the Amazon jungle, they was like, there is no way that Nina is going there. So that was not something, you know, I really was so like comfortable with doing. But I think, you know, that a part of me knew that I need this type of technology to be able to heal myself. And I believe that a lot of people are called
You want to take a shower, let me know so I can turn the hot water.
Okay, so there are a lot of people are called this way, like unconsciously, people who have some kind of trauma that is suppressed so deeply, maybe even sexual trauma or other type of trauma. And some part of you knows that this is a way that you can access and finally, you know, expose it and heal it. Now, you know, coming to the topic of this series of talks about sexual misconduct in healing spaces, and in more specifically plant medicine or psychedelic space, I think, you know, because of this reason, unconsciously, a lot of people who have sexual trauma, you know, go to retreats, go to the medicine, go to these type of programs for healing. And you know what can happen, that if you start working with a person who is not healed and is also, you know, carries some they have some issues, right, the teacher or the healer who you're working with, that this can lead to sexual misconduct. Like one of the reasons is, like, there are several reasons when somebody has sexual trauma, a couple of things happen to you as, I don't want to say victim because I don't resonate with that word, but the person who had the experience is, one thing is that you have a total lack of boundaries, and it's very difficult or impossible for you to say no. When you are in an abusive situation, if you had abuse before, when the abuse starts happening, you are extremely confused in your mind, and you don't know that, okay, is this okay what is happening or not okay? You are confused. While if you are a healthy person who didn't have sexual trauma, you are very clear in that moment that, okay, this is not appropriate, you know, this is crossing a line. Now with people with sexual trauma, you are not clear in that moment. You start questioning yourself. Your mind starts, oh, maybe it is okay because he's an elder, he's older, he's a healer, he's a shaman, he's, you know, like your mind starts doing this. And even though you feel somehow that it's not okay, that something is not okay, but you're not 100% sure. And what happens is that a lot of people goes into a type of paralysis and freeze. And this is just a trauma response and a stress response, right? I'm sure you're familiar. When we are under great stress, you go either fight or flight and then freeze. If you cannot do those two, then you go to freeze. That's what's happening, you know, when you are in a situation, when there is abuse happening. First, you get into this confusion and this state of alert that your nervous system gets activated, you know, into this fight and flight, and then you go into this freeze and this paralysis. So many people are not able to stop the abuse, are not able to say no, are not able, and this is because the trauma that they have, and maybe they unconsciously went to this place, you know, to heal that trauma. That's another thing, what we call it, you know, when you start to recreate the experience so you can have a different ending, right? But if you do not succeed with that, then you can just reinforce the trauma. And this is sometimes, I think, what's happening unconsciously, that we go to these places because we want to reenact, you know, the wound, so we can find a different ending. We can choose differently, we can do something different, we can say no, we can walk away, we can do something different, this way rewriting your nervous system. But if this is not happening, if we happen to be in a space that is not safe and we are not supported in this, and that person is also not here, then is wanted maybe to take advantage of this situation, that's when it can happen, you know, that the trauma gets reinforced and there is another sexual trauma, you know, instead of healing occurring. So I think, you know, that this is just my personal opinion, that in large in humanity, especially people from the West, because this is where I am from, and I lived, you know, in several countries, and you know, had my practice there, my therapy practice, that we do have collectively a huge, like a sexual trauma wound. And we can look at religions and other things like why this has happened, but something happened when this energy was very suppressed, like even on a collective level. And what happens, you know, from a healing perspective is when you suppress energy that is your nature, is a vital natural energy like sexual energy, then you cannot suppress. So there is not possible to suppress it. So what will happen, it will come out in perverted ways. And I think this happened like on a collective level in humanity. And, you know, probably everybody can say many examples of that. And I believe that there is a time of healing, you know, and maybe the attention on this topic as well is because a lot of people are coming to work with these wounds and change these patterns and kind of stop this chain of pain or this chain of abuse. This definitely is more exposed topic. You know, one of the big part of this type of trauma is the secrecy, and that it is hidden, and then we don't talk about it, and it's, you know, it's a shameful secret that we do not share. So I think there is an attempt, you know, on not just on an individual level as well, but to deal with this and to heal this aspect of us and balance this energy. I'm very grateful that we can be here and share and talk about these things and raise more awareness. And I'm very hopeful, that this healing is going to happen. So yeah, so this is just for introduction. I'm gonna have a little look at the chat because I haven't had a chance. And yeah, if you have questions, you can. I think it's okay to raise your hand and ask your question, and we have space for that. Yeah, anybody with questions?
Hey, can I jump in with a question?
Yes, please.
Thanks very much for that, Nina. I was wondering what you thought about the importance of what they call spiritual practice in addiction recovery. Yeah, and I'm being quite liberal with the definition of spiritual practice there. And just because you mentioned earlier that you were working with addiction and traditional psychology didn't seem to be, getting there. And essentially, I kind of work in my studies with, personal metaphysics and introducing these concepts into, regular psychotherapy practices. And I was on a Zoom this week, for example, with the two occult advisors for the NHS here in Britain. So and so things are obviously kind of moving in some ways. And I just wondered kind of what you thought, because it's very easy for us to be sort of patronizing about spiritual bypassing and the higher powers in AA, but they do seem to sort of to benefit people. And so I wondered what you thought about positives and negatives there, particularly with addiction and why it might have a value to addiction recovery.
Right, thank you. I'm not specialized actually addiction recovery, especially not with plant medicine. But I think just in general with psychology, for me it's a very useful tool, but it's an incomplete for me in order to understand the human being, right? So it totally disregards the spiritual aspect of our being and pays no attention to it. So I think that there is a limitation of that framework, like when we are talking about healing, we're talking about healing the whole being, which is physical, mental, emotional, spiritual being, right? So the healing has to occur on every level. And with psychology is a limited tool that doesn't address all of the levels and doesn't facilitate healing on all of the levels and can't access all of the levels. Like even intellectually, it can a little bit access the unconscious, but very minimal compared to, for example, healing in altered states of consciousness. Now, I'm not just talking about psychedelic plants, but like breath work or meditation or like the Sufi dance, the movement. There's many ways to access, other parts of us. So I think that's the limitation of psychology. It's good, I still use elements of psychology in my work, absolutely. But it didn't help me, and like spiritual practices, whatever that means, that's like everybody can have their own definition of this word. What does that mean to them? But for me, what it means is to access that part of you, the spiritual aspect of you, and to cultivate a relationship and develop a relationship with that part of you, and to be in touch, and that is very healing in itself, So I think definitely any spiritual practices can support people in their healing, in their recovery. You need to ask that whatever practice you are doing, how is this working out for you? Is it helping you? Is it making your life better? Is it healing? Is it serving you? And then it's a good thing, and you shall do more of that, right? But if you're doing something that is actually causing pain for you, maybe it's not a good spiritual practice. I don't know, was this answer to your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I was I think I'm trying to work out whether it's a good thing or not. Like you referred to, you know, what is a spiritual practice really? Is it open to kind of self gaslighting and just coming up with a spiritual practice that's the one we want rather than the one we need? A consumerist, I heard it described as by these guys who work for the NHS, Julian Vane and Steve D, at the weekend, a consumerist spiritual practice where you kind of pick and choose what you want from a menu. And if you don't quite like it, then have it your way, sort of thing. And whether that was okay or not under the circumstances. And I've spoken too much already, but I think maybe when some people are in that situation, that they're very disenchanted, as it were, and alienated, and maybe it isn't such a bad thing for them to have a bit of golden shadow influencing them at that point. I think what we worry about is these kind of new age